Hasidic movement, I could have really included the Baal Shem Tov, but we don't have a good picture of him, so I'll choose one of his later students, really a student, Rabbi Shneur Zalman of Liadi, known to his followers today as the Alter Rebbe, also known as the author of the Tanya and the spiritual father of the Chabad Hasidic movement. Contrasted to the Alter Rebbe is the great Elijah of Vilna, who is known as the Vilna Gaon, the great Nagdic thinker, who bitterly opposed, and particularly his students, bitterly opposed the innovations that were proposed and enacted by the previous figure in the Hasidic movement. Although, as we shall see, after about 50 years of intense battle, they managed to find a modus vivendi with each other.
Turn your shitty bots off. Dog. Can't stop. Won't stop. Can't stop. Won't stop. Can't stop. Won't stop. Turn your shitty bots off. Dog, calm down.
To gain from the outside world in terms of its science, its culture, its literature, poetry, and so on. And the Jews should fully engage in it. His movement was directly opposed by both the Misnagdim and the Hasidim, as we shall see, but we're going to let that unfold over the last couple of weeks. And as I mentioned, these arguments find their expression even in contemporary days, where on the left here you see the elder Shtisel, Shulam, and the actual, non-Haredi actor, I should say, Dov Glickman. Although on the surface, one sees on the left a figure with the Hadras Manim, the big full beard and so on, but the worldview, it can be expressed precisely in a Chiloni individual as well. Same with the younger Shtisel, Akiva, played here by Michael Aloni. I really didn't have to show you these two pictures because I already made my point for this previous one, but I couldn't resist. I find that I'm often mistaken for Michael Aloni. When I'm walking down the street, people say, isn't that Michael Aloni? Now, if this were, an audience actually in a room, I would hear you laugh and I would hear you sing. How would you know that I was joking? But anyway, somehow we'll get used to Zoom. So this long 18th century that represents the debate between these three fundamentally very different ways of looking at Judaism is really expressed in our contemporary period as well. Let me now take you to a little bit more about the structural nature of their disputes, and then we're going to get into history. So, this is a little bit experimental for me. This is something new for this particular lecture, but one way I think that we can categorize
Turn your shitty bots off.
types of rebellions, and I would like to say that each of them, as much as they
Won't
would
stop.
like to say that they are really
Rockefeller.
representing tradition, that they are representing something which has a long background in Jewish history, they are each rebellious in their own way. They are each presenting innovations. Even the Misnagdim, who are arguing that they are hewing to the well-trod path of Jewish practice, they are nevertheless reacting to the innovations of the Hasidic movement and absorbing some or transforming some themselves as well. So these really are three rebellious movements, but rebellious in different ways. Let me share with you what I think, one way I think we can understand this. First off, you have the Hasidim who are involved in a rebellion of discovery. And what I mean by that is the Hasidic innovations, which were really quite significant in the middle of the 18th century. There are a lot of things that they initiated with regards to traditional Jewish practice that the Misnagdim thought were absolutely heretical or immoral, way too radical to be accepted. But the Hasidim, of course, didn't look at them this way. They looked at their innovations to Jewish practice and thought as discoveries of modalities of thinking and behaving as Jews that had simply been lost with time. They thought that they were discovering practices which went back centuries and had fallen into disuse. This is, in fact, something we see the precedent for this in the Talmud as well, where there are discussions about, for example, Tzav Ivri, the Paleo Hebrew script, which was according to the Talmud.
Look at this athleticism.
And then reinstituted. And all kinds of things like this are common in Jewish history. So Hasidim see themselves as saying, hey, here's new stuff we're doing that's totally different from everything we've done in the past. They're saying, oh, how wonderful it is that these wealth springs of knowledge have been opened up and we have discovered these practices. So they perceive their innovations as restorations. They're simply bringing harmony back to the universe. I'll give you one example. The tremendous inclusion of Lurianic Kabbalah in particular. A series of ideas that were promulgated primarily in the 16th century in spots with the work of the great Kabbalist Rabbi Moshe Cordovero, and then his student who later eclipsed him, Rabbi Isaac Luria, the expanded explanations of the Zohar and the discussions of key concepts like tikkun and various rectifications of the world, and the drama of the Zoharic universe as understood by Rabbi Yitzhak Ari as being of a divine cataclysm that has to be held off by the behavior of the Hasidic Jews. And so by going back and finding Kabbalah and bringing it into contemporary practice, both in terms of study and in terms of actual behavior, the Hasidim were like engaged in a rebellion of discovery, finding the old ideas, implementing them into the new world. We'll talk much more about this, God willing, next week when we focus on the work of the Hasidic movement. By contrast, you have the great opponents of the Hasidim. And in fact, that's exactly what the term Maccabean means. They are opponents. They define themselves literally by opposing the new Hasidic movement. They could have been called easily traditionalists or something like that, but really they found their identity most sharply defined in opposition to the merchant popularity. So when we look at their rebellion, and once again,
look at this move. Look at his footwork.
Began to do after they became conscious of the reality of the threat of Hasidism for the loyalty of the masses in Eastern Europe, they argued for some new stringencies and some new practices, but argued that they were in fact reification of old practices, not narrowly precisely the way they described them. And as the Hasidim viewed any new innovation, such as the introduction of study of Kabbalah for people under 40, whereas the Hasidim viewed that as a restoration of a prior practice, the Mitnagdim viewed any such change as antinomian, which is a fancy word meaning against the law, against what is acceptable. I'll give you a different example. The Mitnagdim are very particular about times of day for prayer. Right? There is the slot of time that is associated with the Shacharit, morning prayer, time of day associated with the afternoon prayer, and the time of day associated with Maariv, the evening prayer. And all of these times of prayer, of course, are associated with the position of the sun relative to the horizon. Right? And certain windows of time. If you've seen any synagogue calendar, they'll always have precise times when the Shema has to be recited in the morning, or you can't say Maariv until a particular time, things like that. By the way, it reminds me of a joke. I can't help it. I have to tell you. First Jewish clergyman in outer space. They have a special ceremony. They put a rabbi, a priest minister, on the space shuttle. Not an offensive ethnic joke. And then they go up and they orbit the world several times, and they come back down. They land at Cape Canaveral, and the journalists are all crowded around, and they say, "So, you're a holy people, men of the cloth. What did you think of when you were in outer space?" And the Roman Catholic priest says, "I thought." And magnificence of God's creation. And they asked the Protestant minister, he said, I thought the humility, the kindness of humanity is the scope of section. And they asked the rabbi, and he said, who had time to think? Shachas ben Kamara, Shachas ben Kamara. Hopefully you're laughing to that. I can't hear you laughing. All I see is your screenshots. But whereas the Litvaks, also by the way, the Snagdim, as we shall see at the end of this lecture, they're associated primarily with the cultural region known as Lithuania, which does not precisely conform to the political boundaries of the country, known sometimes as Lithuania, but they're called Litvaks. Litvaks are typically distinguished from other Jews by their bold wit, their scintillating sense of humor, their superior fashion sense, and many other features. So the Snagdim emphasize periods of time for prayer, and the Hasidim say, you've got it all wrong. It's not about the exact time of prayer, the time that you pray. It's about the nature of your relationship to God in prayer. And if you need more time to sleep and prepare yourself in the morning for prayer, then you can just slide right past those regular times. The most important thing is the communication with God, not the communication with your clock. And so the Hasidim had much different times of communal prayer. The Snagdim said that's totally unacceptable. It's antinomian, and it represents a type of heresy of practice. So there's very dramatic conflict set up between them. We will outline many of those next week. To give you an example of how innovation was perceived as antinomian by the Snagdim, I go to a 19th century figure here, very influential figure, named Rabbi Moses Schreiber, known popularly as the Hassam Sofer, the signature of the scribe. That was the name by which he was known. And he instituted a saying, which is a little bit complicated to express. If you're not familiar with the background, I'll try anyways. There's a type of wheat that may not be consumed until a certain date has passed in the agricultural calendar of Israel. That type of wheat is called Hadash, new wheat. It's right about this time of year when it becomes very significant. So the Talmud says, Hadash asur min Torah. New wheat is forbidden by the Torah. You're not allowed to eat it until after a certain date. Then you're allowed to eat this wheat, which is called Hadash. And the word Hadash literally means new. So Rabbi Schreiber, the Hassam Sofer, famously said with regards to the Hasidic and more importantly the Maskilic innovations, he said, Hadash asur min Torah. And what he meant by that was not to translate it as the new meat is forbidden by the Torah, but anything new is ipso facto forbidden by the Torah. We may only rely on things which we have already done in the past. So that's like a real strong statement of this rebellion of tradition, saying we are going to stick so hard to the past, even more than the past stuck to the past. That's the sense of Chadash and Surah. So that's two rebellions there. The rebellion of discovery, the rebellion of tradition, which is their opponent, and then finally we have the rebellion of expansion. And this is associated more with the so-called Enlightenment thinkers who were following They argued that the Ashkenazi culture in particular was excessively rigid and small. That for hundreds of years, perhaps since the Crusades in the late 11th century, Ashkenazi Jews have regarded the outside world as something very dangerous and to be avoided, and as a result, they have developed a very unhealthy insularity that Judaism, Jewish culture kind of folded within itself and became self-absorbed and ignored the scientific and cultural and literary advancements that happening all across Europe. The Maskilim said it is time for us to expand our horizons and to look at achievements of non-Jewish culture, to evaluate those achievements, and to participate in their continuing expansion. In order to justify this behavior, Maskilim in particular tended to look at certain golden ages, like the golden age of Spain in particular, shown here in this famous representation of a Jew on the left and a Muslim playing chess, which was kind of like the oft-repeated motif of what they call the La convivencia, living togetherness, the coexistence phase of the golden age of Spanish Jewry. Not necessarily quite so golden, but nevertheless it did represent a high thing. And they see any kind of innovation as a type of correction, as if to say, hey, what's going on here in East Central Europe in the 1700s is all wrong. We have really messed this up by not engaging in the intellectual debates of the universities, by not engaging in culture, by not challenging the political status quo, by not getting involved in society in general. We have lost things. We've been stuck in our own historical rut and our own intellectual rut, and we lost a lot. So the Maskilim said we should expand ourselves. We should become more like the Golden Age. We should correct our flaws that have developed over the last centuries, and we should move in this modernizing direction. Their key example, or the person they look to the most, would be someone like Moses Maimonides, who was, of course, a brilliant scholar of Torah. He wrote the commentary on the Mishnah, he wrote the Guide to the Perplexed, the classic of medieval philosophy, and he wrote the massive and extremely influential Mishnah Torah, essentially a repetition of the entire Torah, written and oral. And at the same time as he was doing that, he was also a world-class treating the royal family and dealing with and publishing, by the way, in Arabic, tractates on allergies and on diet and on anxiety and depression. He was like a well-known, world-famous physician at the same time as he was a world-class scholar for the ages. And the Maskilim said, we have got to correct ourselves to be more like Maimonides. We have to go back to that kind of way of thinking, and only then, by jettisoning our obscurantism...
their back, fucked up their back, had abortion. It was really sad because they fell down at TwitchCon because of the ball pit. So yeah, no, it's negligence. Exactly, it's negligence. If you want something to happen for us, you should reach out to senators and congressmen. Honestly, I bet Ted Cruz would probably do it. I bet he would. I don't know if he knows it. He's got to know something about this, right? Like, he's pretty plugged into this kind of stuff. I don't think I can Can I DM him? I don't think I can.
Why the 18th century? So let's take it back a little bit to
no, I can't DM him.
17th century.
Yeah, I tweeted him.
That led you to this unusual plan. One of the most important developments that took place over the course of the 15th, 16th, and especially the 17th century was the expansion of the Sephardic diaspora. I'm sure you're all familiar that...
So I like this beam. I do want another though, because I'm going to extend my stuff, I think.
Many of them made their way...
And then we're going to do the yard at some point. The yard we're going to have to wait for a minute on.
They too...
We don't want any of this. Bare bones this shit. We don't need it.
Although the experience of Portuguese Jews is rather different in one key area. And that is that most of the Jews who fled Portugal were, in fact, the majority, were in fact already baptized as Christians. And this very significant impact on the entire population of rural Jewry, not only
yeah, that's going to be better. This is going to be the bathroom. This is going to be the laundry room.
Basically, the story was like this.
I'm going to say, I can't even really do anything until I have the ability to build my own walls and break my own walls down. Kind of sucks.
Of forced conversion of Jews into
get out of here.
Baptism and adherence to
Couple
Christianity
things here and there that I
is something that a
missed.
person
Not too
takes willingly.
concerned about.
It loses value.
Rid of them to keep their guitar.
So the churches pretty much, for most of its history, condemn forced baptism. Still, they have
Should
to
pick up some trash around the place. Make sure we get on that noise. Last thing we need is for there to be trash all over this place.
They have already been subject to enforced baptism. At this point, the church was not very clear or consistent. In many cases, the church said, well, we didn't like the fact that someone went ahead and forcibly baptized a person. For example, the son of the rabbi of
Okay, so here's what I'm thinking, right? I'm going to level this out to the rest of the house, break down this wall, and then keep this one. Otherwise, I might keep it as like a lowered section and like have like a little dining space or something over here. A cute little bar or something, like right over there. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what happens. Just, we just gotta get through it, There's so many options. There's so many possibilities. Yeah, there's some trash. Alright, it's just gross anyway for that. So we'll just wait till later. It'll be fine. Until then, sit on the floor and get to the next house.
Formerly Jewish, who still consider themselves Jews, associated with Jewish community.
I found if we do that, like that house just one part at a time is not as bad.
Forcibly baptized, and yet they were freed from all of the disabilities that were associated with Jews. They could attend colleges, they could take any kind of job they want, they didn't have residency restrictions, and since they were typically literate and numerate and urban, they had a significant advantage over the vast majority of the Spanish population in terms of advancing within the social and economic framework of the nation. So over the course of that 100 years, Jews who were newly baptized, as it were, they had their, if it said Christian on it, they could go anywhere with that, even though they still were behaving like Jews otherwise, kosher food and so on. They had the run of Spain in ways that they didn't have ever before. And so that's why the Spanish crown brought in the dreaded Inquisition that strove to examine those Jews who were actually literally Christians who were still behaving as Jews and to persecute them to try to get them to either behave properly or they were, so to speak, relaxed, as the term goes. They were relaxed to the secular authorities and even burned at the stake. Ultimately, Spain couldn't, the Spanish crown came up with the idea under Torquemada, the Grand Inquisitor, that one of the main reasons that this was going out of control, there's a lot more to say about why it was out of control, but not for today, the reason why we couldn't control the problem was because the non-baptized Jewish community was still present. And so these newly baptized Jews still had lots of sources of information on the Torah and how to do kosher and all of these various practices. And so that's why Torquemada made the suggestion, the Spanish crown accepted it, to expel the Jews in 1492. The Jews who had not been delivered. And that's what this primarily shows. Portugal is a slightly different situation. They initially accepted the Jews. They didn't have a lot of choice about it because they were overrun by illegal immigration. And they let them be for about 5 years with some persecution trying to get them to convert. And then finally in 1497, they forcibly converted all of them. And they imposed their own imposition, which was even harsher than the Spanish one, and lasted for centuries. So this gave even more impetus for these Portuguese Jews, who were now technically Christians, but really wanted to return to Judaism, to leave Portugal for the New World, for different parts of Europe, and in many cases to resume their Jewish identity, but not necessarily giving up the privileges of being able to travel and do business like Christians. I know this is I've given you a long preface here, but why is this important to our story? Primarily because they're carrying a totally new set of ideas with them. One of the classic examples of this is the man portrayed on the right here. Uriel da Costa was his name. This is a painting from from the early 20th century, Shmuel Hirschenberg's amazing works. He was associated with the Bezalel Art School. Acosta was one of these Portuguese Jews who was raised as a Christian, and like many of these Jews, he was not even told that he was actually Jewish by his parents until he was a young man, because parents were always worried they were telling their children, and the children might tell other children, the Inquisition would be on him. So he was delighted to hear that he was actually Jewish, and they fled Portugal and they made their way to Amsterdam. But when he got to Amsterdam, he was really upset. Among other things, he found that the Jewish community was not living up to the standards that he expected of them. He had only encountered Judaism through Christian texts, Hebrew texts, rabbis, Jewish educators forbidden in Portugal. So he had read the New Testament and the Old Testament, and he figured that's what Jews should be like. And he was disappointed to see that Jews sometimes speak Russian Hara, and sometimes Jews don't behave properly. He ended up denouncing the Jewish community in Amsterdam multiple times because he was kind of like, a Baal Tshuva who says to people, hey, don't you have to bench after you eat that cookie? Things like that. He was like so difficult and irritating to them in the Amsterdam community had other concerns. They ended up ritually, they excommunicated him 3 times, and unfortunately he ultimately chose to commit suicide, leaving behind an 11-page suicide note that described his religious frustrations. But he brought with him a very critical eye towards Judaism that was born from love. Meaning he was not an
the only thing I have to do now is just the movies, I'm pretty sure, which is
he
good.
was a Jew trying to discover
That shit's
Judaism
annoying.
and saying, wait a minute, why are you doing it this way? Why aren't you behaving the way the Torah requires you? This kind of insufferable internal goal. Sitting on his lap is this fanciful that truly is unlikely that anything like this ever happened.
That's a follower only on fucking Kick because my god, those fucking annoying messages are gonna keep popping up today. I don't understand why people do that. I don't understand. It doesn't make any sense to me. Are some nice sticks? Look at stick. A nice stick. Playing like
modern academic study of the Bible and erode traditional Jewish beliefs. So the Portuguese diaspora, which is spread now throughout the Mediterranean basin, Northern Europe, in Brazil in particular, eventually it'll make its way up to New York, which is the Amsterdam time. They're carrying a whole different sense of what Judaism is, and they are open to new thoughts. They're not deeply rooted in the past, and so they expose populations they live upon with a broad new perspective on Judaism. You add to that the tremendous demographic upheaval that's happening in the eastern part of Europe, specifically in Ukraine, where you have a massive peasant uprising led by Bogdan Khmelnytsky, of Ukrainian Zaporizhian Cossacks. This is a famous painting of the Cossacks. They were kind of like outcasts of society. They were unhappy with the feudal status they were stuck within in Ukraine. They were satisfied with the Polish overlords, and they were deeply angry with the Jewish leaseholders called arrendators. So they rose up against the Poles and against the Jewish employees, and there were horrific massacres throughout Ukraine, Poland, and even reaching north toward Lithuania. It's hard to get a really good number on how many Jews were killed. Reasonable estimates put it at about 50,000, which is a massive number for the period of time. And this also caused a significant demographic shift of a lot of Jewish refugees who moved to the West. So you have incredible change going on in Europe in the 17th century. The intellectual challenge posed by the Sephardic diaspora, especially the Portuguese diaspora, and the uprising of the Khmelnytsky rebellion in the middle of the 17th century. One last detail that's so important. the hunt for heresy is really engaged in the 17th century. As a result of this match, Shabbatai was well regarded as a Jew. He was somewhat of a dreamy individual. He used to like to go off into the forest, meditate on his own. He had a beautiful singing voice. He was a sought-after groom, but he refused all offers of marriage until much later in life when he went through a series of rather strange marriages, including a marriage to a Torah scroll at one point. It's, the older historiography tends to portray Shabbatai Tzvi as some kind of villain, some kind of charlatan, but newer historiography in the later 20th century can suggest that perhaps he was suffering from a type of bipolar disorder or manic depressive kind of state. At any rate, as he became older, and again, it fits roughly with the age of the onset of schizophrenia common for young men, he began to experience what he called illuminations, which gradually increased to the point that he believed that he could levitate. He believed that he had grandiose powers invested in him, and specifically when he connected with one individual named Nathan of Gaza, he believed that he was in fact Mashiach, the Messiah. Nathan of Gaza was a supreme propagandist and was able to parlay a lot of the popularity of Shabbatai Tzvi into a Europe-wide movement in which all over the continent, in particular incidentally in Amsterdam, where we were just a few minutes ago, Jews sold all of their belongings, sold their property at pennies on the dollar in order to push Shabbatai Tzvi to Jerusalem. Shabbatai Tzvi went to arrange a meeting with the Ottoman Sultan, who controlled Jerusalem, and said, okay, here I am, I'm the Messiah. It's now time for you to give me Jerusalem. And the Ottoman Sultan responded, very nice to meet you, Mr. Messiah. I have a better idea. How about I keep Jerusalem and you convert to Islam? And on the pain of death, Shabbatai Tzvi converted to Islam along with his wife, and many of his followers who assumed that, well, wait a second, if Shabbatai Tzvi is Mashiach and the Messiah is converted to Islam, must mean that Jews must also go through Islam in order to the final era of it. These Jews, by the way, were well known right up into the 20th century. They constituted a distinct group in Syrian and Turkish politics. They call it Sunni. But most Jews realized that they had made a mistake by following Shabbatai Tzvi. They returned devastated and penniless back to their homes in Europe, and there was a very sour taste in the collective mouth of European Jewry over any kind of this Kabbalistic Messiah business. So you had a few, surfaces of this. For example, in the Emden Eibeschutz controversy, in which one famous European rabbi accused another famous European rabbi of secretly being a follower of Shabbatai Tzvi. And as his proof, he adduced several of these kinds of documents. This is a Jewish amulet known in the Hebrew as a Kamea, that were lit for various mystical purposes, to bring about healing or to arrange a match or some other spiritual goal. And so there's a lot of fighting. People took the side of, no, he's not a follower of Shabbatai Tzvi. Others saying, so what if he is a follower of Shabbatai Tzvi? And you had a lot of conflict over it. It even affected some of the great classic thinkers of Judaism, such as the incredible Moshe Chaim Luzzatto, known as the Ramchal. His book, the Mesilat Yesharim, is one of the most widely accepted books among all three groups today. Hasidim, and the Haskalah all love the works of the Ramchal, but in his lifetime, he was mercilessly pursued by people who assumed that he was not a follower of Shabbatai Tzvi. Many of his writings, one of the trials that he endured in Frankfurt, many of his writings were lost forever because in a plea agreement to allow him to escape the arrest of the city where the Jewish community, he agreed to give up his writings, which with sealed chests, and the rabbi involved in adjudicating the case ordered the baby buried, and the baby was never found again. So some of the, this is one of the greatest stylists and thinkers of Jewish history, and somewhere his writings are older than underground. Perhaps one day they will. That's kind of like the intellectual environment in the 17th century is like everyone is looking over their shoulder for possible heresy, for the lingering shadow of Shabbatite speak, and there's the demographic of evil. There's like challenges to really fundamental, basic things. Questions like who wrote the Bible? Like, wow, that's the kind of thought that's coming out of Spinoza. All of these things are swirling around Europe when we get to the period under discussion. Let's have a look at this map and just try to understand where Jews
It's plus 10 seconds for station identification.
Period, and specifically where these movements drew their great demographic resources. This map shows you the growth of the Jewish population between 800 and 1850, which is really more towards the end period.
Look at this move.
But the reason I like this map as opposed to another one created by this wonderful International Institute of Genealogy is that it shows some growth, the larger orange circles on top of the. So here's a rough map of Eastern Europe. This large sort of beigeish color is the Russian Empire, and you've got the Austrian Empire here in green, German Empire here in the lighter beige, and in these areas, first we have the area that is associated with the growth of Hasidism. Typically, southern Poland and western Ukraine are the areas where the Hasidic movement had its historic strength. Although the influence extends far beyond that narrow area of the Linear Bulgaria. There are even Hasidim in the Lithuanian region. In fact, Chabad is a Lithuanian Hasidic movement, far from the center as it's established under the Bolshevik. Then you have this overlapping region that is associated with the traditionalists, the opponents, the so-called ground zero of the Lithuanian, of course, is Vilnius, right? The great home of the Vilna Gaon. And but the idea is nevertheless were prevalent throughout the region, extending down the reasons for this split, as we should discuss next week, we focus more on the conflict between these groups, is that the strongest centers of learning were the reasons for the expansion. Jews there found disenfranchised. Great centers of learning, because no one was taking care of their spiritual well-being until the Hashem took them. And in the third group, the ground zero for them is actually Berlin. These are the masculine, the adherents of the Haskalah. They tend to have much more impact towards Western Europe, but nevertheless, huge overlaps in this kind of Venn diagram of Jewish thought and spirituality. Huge overlaps with the regions that are dominated by Mitnagdim and by Hasidim. So it is into this maelstrom into which the tectonic plates are all shifting with all kinds of brand new ideas, and in a threatening environment where there's great demographic upheaval, population movements, political change, that's when you have these three rebellions get underway, and that's where I hope we will turn. God willing, we'll meet again at 7:30 on Wednesday night. So with that, I'm going to do my presentation, and hopefully I'll be taking some of your questions.
Get more Chargers analysis and breakdown on the Petro Supply Show. So open up the iHeartRadio app and make two presets. KFI AM 640 and AM 570.
Where we left off last week, we looked at the 18th century as the locus of three contemporary revolutions, three movements, intellectual, spiritual movements that had dramatic impact on the way Jews are still eating those ways right now, even in the 21st century. My goal last week was to give you some of the precursors to that tumultuous entry in terms of Jewish intellectual and spiritual history. Today, I'd like to go a little bit more deeply into the details of how the Hasidic movement was born and how the Misnagdim movement was also born in reaction to the creation of the Hasidic movement. Ironically, even though the Misnagdim, the traditionalists, if you will, known literally as the opponents to Hasidim, that's literally what the word Misnaged means, who opposes. Even though they are, kind of defending the status quo, their vision of the status quo had to change because of their encounter with Hasidism. So even the traditionalism that they claimed to be defending was now becoming reformed or revolutionized as a result of their contact with the Hasidim. So that's my goal for today, is to look at the rather nasty clash between these two movements in the late 18th century. Next week, when we conclude our series, we're going to add to the mix the Maskilim, the Jewish enlighteners, who are primarily based a little bit west in Berlin, and bringing a radical challenge to both the Hasidim and the Misnagdim that will really...
Folks, look at this athleticism. It's really unprecedented. 10 seconds for station identification.
Okay, so let us start by beginning with the fairly basic question. What exactly is Hasidism? What does it stand for? What is so revolutionary about it? So, if we try to distinguish Hasidism from the religio-cultural milieu from which it emerged, it becomes actually increasingly difficult to really pin down what is precisely different about Hasidism vis-a-vis Misnagdism, the traditionalist background that Jews came from. Just to give you a couple of examples, if we make a little chart here that has on the left practice or belief, and then we put in the next column what the Misnagdim believe, and then finally what the Hasidim believe, on the left. One of the most basic elements that divides Jewish movements is their relationship to the number 613, which of course is well known to Orthodox Jews in particular. It refers to the traditional count of the commandments. Referred to in a Talmudic passage without necessarily enumerating these 613, it later becomes a major point of discussion in the medieval period as the commentators strive to actually figure out what are the exact 613 commandments. Related to this number 613 is this notion that all of the commandments, both those that are explicit in the text of the Torah and those that are explained in the oral Torah, like in the Mishnah, for example, come from God. That is Torah from Sinai, or Torah from God at Sinai. The concept of Torah Sinai, Torah coming from a divine source, the text of the Torah being perfect and accurate, and so on, that's pretty much a standard core belief for Orthodox Jews. How do the Misnagdim and the Hasidim feel about it? Well, identical, right? The Misnagdim certainly believe in this idea of 613 commandments coming from God to Moses, the time of the written oral Torah. The Hasidim believe it identically. Maybe we could argue about which customs were added on, but even the Hasidim who practice those customs do not recognize them as being a distinct commandment. So they're definitely right on par with this core theological belief. And if we break out of those 613, the three basic groups of commandments, which are really considered sort of the sine qua non of traditional Judaism, then we get maybe a better sense of how they differ. So, for example, the observance of Shabbat is really crucial. Both the Misnagdim and the Hasidim adhere to the notion that Shabbat begins at sundown and ends at nightfall, and that there are 13 categories of prohibited activities and so on. They may disagree on a few details, like, for example, the Hasidim would like to add a little bit more to Shabbat in general, taking it out later than maybe the Misnagdim do, but it's a detail. They certainly agree is sacred. Kashrut, same kind of thing. Both of them agree that kashrut is mandatory, keeping kosher. They may disagree on the precise details of how one slaughters an animal according to ritual law. But they agree that one must slaughter an animal according to ritual law. And finally, the laws of intimacy, or taharat mishpacha, laws of family purity, which is euphemism for private family life. Both the Mistagdim and the Hasidim are completely on board with this group of halachas as well, as they are with all 610 other mitzvot. So what exactly separates them? There's so much that they have in common, yet when we see them, we tend to be able to distinguish, well, that's a chassid, and that is a naged, like one can recognize art and lahavdil. So I would like to tender that it's really a matter of style. That the Hasidim have a distinct vector that they follow with their style that expresses itself in so many different areas where there is room for interpretation in how one actualizes Jewish practice, but it is not a theological game-ending kind of controversy. Let us recall that the Hasidim are engaged in what I termed a rebellion of discovery, meaning that they are looking back in the tradition, particularly to the Kabbalistic tradition of Rabbi Isaac Luria, the Ari of blessed memory, and they're trying to find details and nuggets of practice and thought that are embedded in that mystical tradition, and to bring it to the fore. They're not inventing things out of whole cloth. They're discovering things that are already present in the tradition. And it is new in that they are adopting behaviors that have not been seen before, but nevertheless, it is not ab initio creation. The rebellion of tradition is what the Mishnah will be exemplifying, in that they're going to try and hold fast to the tradition as they understand it, although, as I mentioned earlier, by the very attempt of forcing tradition to be reified in a model that they understand to be a historical reality, that in itself represents some change of rebellious itself. So I would like to argue that the style vector that the Hasidim follow is that they are Jewish, but even more so. And what they do is like Jewish plus. We see this actually in the name that they use to describe themselves. The term Hasid is hard to translate technically into English. It's associated with the word chesed, which means like kindness, sometimes translated as loving kindness. But the root idea behind it is just like a kindness is different from something righteous, right? The word for tzedakah, for charity, is righteousness, because it's the right thing to do, right? If someone has a lot of money and someone else has very little money, then it is incumbent upon the person with a lot of money to help out the person with a little money with regards, the basic necessities of life. That's just called tzedek, or righteous. Chesed, however, is going beyond that, saying, okay, I have helped you out according to what the dictates of the law require. Let's say I gave my 10% in my maaser, my tithe, to the rabbi to distribute to the poor. I get it. I'm exempt. But I see you, and I've already, even though I'm not exempt, I want to do more. That's chesed. It's extra. It's Jewish plus. We see this idea of this chassidut, this extra, expressed in so many ways in Hasidic practice. I'll take one. For example, the visible chaos, the growing of the hair by the temples, which is codified in the Bible, but it is sort of in a negative way. It says you're not allowed to shave the size of your head, but it doesn't say anywhere that you have to let it go until you're off. You're just not allowed to shave it. So the different way of my third is the 15th century was to have haircuts like everybody else. But under the influence of the Irene laws, it said that it has Kabbalistic meaning to allow you very, very so long, the Hasidic say that they're not allowed to age them. You have the long curling locks by the sides of the head. The Yemenites also follow this particular practice, but it is relatively new in Jewish tradition. It's about 500 odd years old, which is like yesterday in the Jewish tradition. It's kind of ironic, I know, to show you this picture from Shtisel, because they're wearing glued-on falsy tails. They're not even the real thing. They're actors, but nevertheless, you get the idea. Now, just to illustrate this, so this illustrates the idea of being a chassid means seeing what I can do and then doing more extreme, more demonstrable, more visible, more in depth. It adds a tremendous amount of life and as well a tremendous amount of behavioral restrictions because of this thrust of this approach to Judaism is so prevalent in Hasidism. But let us not forget that the Misnagdim are also affected by this because it's not like it's off the rails, it's just not common. So even the Litvisha payas, that is the payos worn by Lithuanian Nabin, also is affected by the fact that the Hasidim are growing. So if you know many yeshiva boys who go to places like Medrash Gavoa and Lakewood, or it's very, very common for these traditional establishments to have lots of young men wearing payos, but like for example, tucked behind their ears. It is the Lithuanian adaptation to a Hasidic adaptation, which is an illustration of how it's a rebellion of tradition, but it also represents change as a result of this content. So that's kind of like the style of what Hasidism is all about, and that's really what defines it at its root, is that everywhere you look, you find Hasidim just kind of pushing the envelope of what one may do Jewishly always in a more involved fashion. How did this movement start? Well, there are many, many different approaches in the historiography. I'm going to take them through very quickly basic approaches to how Hasidim got so popular. The first great historian of the Hasidim was actually one of its opponents. He actually will be part of our discussion more next week as well, because he was an important misnaged or an opponent of Hasidim. He kind of regrets writing in the latter part of the 19th century. Many of you may have on your shelves 6-volume translation of his World History of the Jewish People, translated by Henrietta Zold, incidentally. And he had a very, very dim view of Hasidism. He felt that it was obscurantist and backward and illiterate, and it represented all of the worst things about Judaism, going in the opposite direction of what he wanted to encourage, which was more engagement with European culture and society and language and so on. He felt that the Hasidim were like hopelessly superstitious and backward, and he was embarrassed by them. They were the Eastern Jews that were so different from the kind of Western modern Jew that he was trying to approach. On the other hand, Shimon Dubnov, who came from Eastern Europe and remained there, the great historian martyred by the Nazis, his last words to his students as he lay dying in a street in Lithuania from a gunshot wound was "Schreib und Verschreib," write and record, the words that resonated in the minds of all historians of the period since then. Dubnov felt that even though he could level some of those accusations of superstition and illiteracy at the Hasidim, he felt that it was actually a genuine expression of a Jewish Shva Devila, a joy of life, Simchas HaChayim, that was an honest and valuable expression of the Jewish life in Eastern Europe, and it was a rebellion against the oppressive conditions of Martin Buber, not strictly speaking.
What up, retrograde?
Philosopher, rather, nevertheless was.
How you living, pimp? Yo, you're muted and deafened. I can't hear you. You're deafened. You're deafened. Nobody can hear you. What are you doing? You're deafened. Retro Raid, you're deafened. Retro Raid, you're deafened. You're deafened. You're deafened. You're deafened. Hey, can you hear me now? What the fuck, man?
Yeah. Oh, I was putting sound on. What'd you think?
Well, dude, I was yelling you're deafened the whole time, so I didn't really get a chance to listen to it. Play it again, son.
All right.
It's pretty. Did you make that?
Yeah.
Very good. Did you see that Reddit?
So far.
Did you see that Reddit thread I sent you?
Yeah. Did you see what I DM'd you back?
No. Let's see.
Oh, you're on a different account.
Yeah, why wouldn't you just send it to the account from which I sent it to you?
I did. That's on that account, Captain of the MILF Ship account. I actually came up and actually withdrew it this time instead of going all in on fucking Limbo.
Oh yeah, you did send it back to me. I can't believe I didn't see this. Apologies, my man. Okay, so what did you do?
Do you see the withdrawal?
Wow. So you pulled out all your money?
The green. Yeah, it was like 1,100.
How'd
So
you?
to get it Monday.
How did you? So you're done with it?
Yeah, and it's gonna be not discontinued in my state. So.
Oh,
That's
okay.
the last of it.
Okay.
I mean, there's still BC game, but I'm gonna be taking a break for a while.
Well, that's good, man. You've got a child. You've got a relationship. You got to invest in that. Not saying you don't, and I'm not saying you can't have a good time. But if you're going to have a good time, you want to do it on something where you have some legitimacy in winning. Like when I saw that thing on Reddit, I mean, the first thing I thought of was you. And I'm like, man, my man plays this game really, really well and then blows it on this. But I'm glad to know that everybody else does too.
That's Crash, though. We should be anything of Crash, I think. I play Limbo. Limbo's like the quick version of that.
Okay, well, whatever. If that has an issue, what makes you think that Limbo doesn't have an issue?
No, you're right. It's just, yeah. Well, Crash is glitchy. That's the problem, you know. But there's been times where it's happened to me too. Both Crash and Limbo have done that. You know, it's an unstable site as it is, you know. So,
right.
I don't know. I'm done with Steak. Steak's a piece of shit.
I get that. If I were you, if I were ever gambling, I would just always if I gamble ever online, I want to have a screen recording going all the time, every single time. Because if something goes wrong, you need your evidence, and you can't just be like, "Well, I think it was at this time," and they're just gonna be like, "Okay, we'll look into it," and then they never do.
Yeah, they never care.
Can you imagine how much money Steak is stealing from people by just having these little glitches?
Way too much.
I mean, like, perhaps millions of dollars. I'm sure it is. There was somebody on there who was like, I bet that I don't know if I wanted to take them seriously, but they're like, I've put millions of dollars through Steak, and this is a constant issue that I have. Whenever I contact support, they say, what time was it? We'll look into it. And I who puts millions of dollars through there, I don't always get my money back. And in fact, it's very rare to get your money back from them. And then they just can very easily say, well, it was on your end. It was a Wi-Fi issue or an internet issue. And then you're fucked. And you go from perhaps being up thousands of dollars to nothing. I mean, that in some cases is life-changing money to people to some extent. I mean, if you're going to make $16,000 on just one go of this game and it goes away, then I feel badly. So I'm apologies I did not see this message, or I would have responded, or told you, like, that's excellent. All right, so you had a net gain overall on stake of $1,235.10. Is that correct?
Well, yeah, that was just in this week, but I'm actually curious. Let's see what I've made all of mine.
Yeah, and you have
Let's break this down.
you have
I'm sure you're curious too.
Absolutely. You have 7 wins versus 799 losses.
That's because of the bet size was like $1 or something like that.
Yeah,
Or
but
quarter, I can't remember.
yeah, but shouldn't you have shouldn't you have more wins than that? Like 7 to 799 is like 100 to 1 win to loss ratio.
Well, here's the thing too. What happened in those bets is those 7 wins are when I hit 100x with a $5 bet. So when I smacked that 1,200, you could see the dip where you could see where it came up and then it slowly started going down again.
Yeah.
And then I just went rocketed up on that green dick right there is what I like to call it.
Right.
That's because it hit a 90x like 4 times in a row on a $5 bet. So that's 500, 500, 500, like smack, smack, smack. And that rarely happens, but it can happen. So when it happened, I was like, fuck, I need to stop. You can see in the background, you see this amount $5, net gain 445. But before that, I was doing quarter bets and 10-cent bets for a 900x multiplier. I'm like, well, this is shitty. It's never hitting. So I dropped it to a 90x multiplier, and it hit back to back, like over again. And I was like, well, shit, now I'm done.
Right.
So it depends on the multiplier you play and your bet size. Like I could have a way smaller bet size and take a bunch of losses because I have the bankroll. You know what I mean?
Right.
But here, let's break this down real quick.
Overall,
so I can do crypto. There's a way I can just export it and re-export it through a tool. So I'm going to do card first, and then I'll do the crypto because crypto's kind of easy.
Sounds like
first we're going to do deposits. We're going to see what we have here. I'm going to open up a sticky note real quick. All right, so we have. I'm going to do a simple calculator here.
Do you think you're up overall or down overall?
I should be.
Down overall?
I should be up.
Wow.
How many pages do I got in here? 8 pages, 9 pages. It's just better to download the whole page.
Yeah, exactly. Put it into a spreadsheet and then just total it.
I don't know how to do that.
All right, well, I'll show you how to do it. Okay, so take that data, Control A, put it into Excel or Google Sheets.
Well, here's the other problem. Some of these say gold coin, and then they'll say 100.5. Like,
you'll be able to remove them.
Okay, I get it. This part right here is the actual deposit amount, this first part. The other two, I don't want anything before.
Okay, so just select that.
Or we just need this middle number.
That's fine. Put it in Google Sheets.
Okay. You already get some news. Blank spreadsheet.
Yep.
Okay. All right.
And in the upper left corner, just hit paste.
Where's the paste?
You can just hit Control V.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Or just in edit. Oh, there you go. Okay. Now, are they in different cells?
No.
They're all in the same cell?
Yeah.
Okay. open file, open, and open the
CSV.
Yeah.
Let's see, my drives, Greg, computers, upload. Here we go. Okay, there we go.
Excellent.
Look at that.
Yeah, there you go. Okay. So like it's too small for me to be able to read, but wherever remove all of the put all the deposits in one part and all of the withdrawals in another part.
Okay, here, hold on. So really, all I have to do is, where's the delete button? Delete column. So really, I don't need any of these. Delete column. Delete column. Delete column. Cool, I made it really easy. Delete column. So really, this is just deposits right here. So how do I add this?
Okay, it should just add it for you at the very bottom.
No.
Yeah, just click the column.
Okay.
And the bottom, like right above your start bar, it should total it. What's in there? Do you see a number? That's okay if you don't. Okay, so what you do is just in a blank, just in like in row B or column B, yeah, press the equal sign and then the letters SUM, so like sum. Yeah, and then just go from A1 down to whatever the last row is. And then hit enter.
8224.
If 224 is the last one.
And now it should tell me.
Yeah, it should be in there. Let me see if I can make it.
Error.
Yeah, okay. So the way you do it again. Delete what's in B. Press equals SUM, and then click from A1 and drag down to all the way to the bottom of the A's, whatever the entry is. Yeah, but just the A column, not the whole thing.
Oh, the A column?
Yeah, just the A column. No.
Okay.
Okay. So here's what I want you to do. Where A1 is, you're going to start there, and you're going to drag down all the way to the last A. What's the last entry in the A column? What's the last entry in the A column? Like, is it A10, A20, A30, A40, A50? What is it? Do you hear me?
All right. What was that?
Okay, so what you want to do, what's the last column in the A column? What is the last row, I should say?
224.
Okay, great. Exactly. So what you want to do is in B1, press equals SUM.
Okay.
And then what you want to do is click on A1 and drag to A224. No, just A1. Just A1. Not the whole row, just the cell.
Right here.
Yeah, but just the cell. No, just the one cell. Just the first cell. No, just left click on it Okay, left click on the. No. Okay, so A1 is a cell, not the column, not the row. It's
Right.
just the cell.
Oh, okay. So this here.
That one, yeah.
Okay.
Exactly. And then what you want to do is just pull down all the way to 220. Yeah, there you go. Just like that. You got it. Okay.
Okay.
And then press, it should be still in your B1. Press enter when you're all the way down.
So click this and press enter,
Yeah.
or just click enter.
Now you can just press enter, I believe.
That didn't work.
Okay. So did you press?
Oh, it says a comma and then dot.
Okay.
Let me try. Maybe it needs to be not be in a different cell.
No, it needs to be in that cell.
No?
That cell's fine.
Okay.
Okay, so just equal sum.
Uh-huh.
And then start up at the top at A1 and then just drag down to A220, whatever.
Okay, I could select it.
Yeah, and then just pull down.
Oh, there we go. Cool. I had to select it first.
Okay.
Okay, and then click enter.
Yeah, you should. Yeah, you click something else though, but you should just be able to click enter.
There we go.
What's it say the total?
19,499.
Okay, so
Man, that's a lot.
that's the deposits or withdrawals.
Deposits.
Okay. So now get your withdrawals out.
Damn, how's it that much? That don't make sense.
Okay, we can double check your work. Do you see? Go up to A1 again.
Uh-huh.
Now click on A1. Now drag down to A2. Okay. Yep.
Okay.
Okay. Now you should see it on the very bottom of Google Sheets, the numbers adding.
Like when you drag?
Yeah, you should see a number changing, and that should be all of them adding. Another thing you can do in the bottom, I believe in the bottom right corner, depending, do you see a plus?
Right here?
Bottom right corner.
Oh, it's add sheet. Side panel. Oh, right here. Yeah, add-ons.
No, that's okay. Just take column 1, copy it,
Okay.
the whole column, and then just put it in ChatGPT and ask it to add it for you.
Yeah, that's probably easier. Put in add my money. You see here. Add this. Oh my god.
You don't have to log in.
I don't think I would have to, but
You don't have to. Just it says continuous guest. Okay, that's fine.
there we go. You got it.
And then at the end say add these.
Add these. That shouldn't equal 19. Ow. It did equal 19,000.
So it equals.
How's that possible?
So let's make sure you have your numbers correct. Are you sure that's not putting in there your withdrawals and your deposits?
Yeah, it's just purchases.
Okay, then it's 19,000.
Damn.
I could easily see that. I've seen you put in at least 4.
To me, that's just wild. I don't know why.
That's a car, son.
All right, let me try it. Yeah, I don't. I don't understand. Hopefully this number's bigger though.
Yeah, let's hope.
Open. Oh, there isn't a lot there, Chief.
Okay, well, just grab the column with the numbers, copy it, and then paste it into ChatGPT.
So I wonder if this is just one page. Because there's a whole other page. Is there a 987? Yeah, there is. Okay. Add this.
How much is it?
Okay, clear. Okay. Hold on. But you also got to keep in mind some of these also were withdrawn with crypto too. So I'm going to put it together. So we have this much is withdrawn.
How much is it? I can't read it.
10,794.
Okay. Now do
So
the
this is just, I'm going to add it collectively because they all came to the same place. This is depot, withdraw. The crypto one is where it's really at right here. You go to purchases and you click on crypto and you click download. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff there. Open, upload, crypto purchases. That's where it's really interesting. So, the problem is there's no USD thing here at all. It's just in, what's it called? Like these numbers. But the cool thing is there's actually a tool for this.
Okay, so what you want to do is add up all those numbers and then put it in your tool.
Yeah. Stake profit tools. Stake stats. Okay, you got a bet analyzer, profit loss calculator. We're gonna go download, purchases, upload your redemption. Import and analyze. Oh my god. Of course I have to be logged out. I have to fucking logged in for everything, it seems like. Go. Okay. I got a game data thing too, so you can see like where a lot of your stuff came from. Import and analyze. Analyzing. Okay. End balance 6,471 profit.
Okay, so you
add that.
You've lost like
this.
$3,000.
That's really not that bad.
No, it's not. It's a lot better than it was looking.
Yeah. Used to be a lot better though. Yeah. You can see lowest balance 2,000, highest 7,000 profit, end balance 6,000, purchases 65K, redemption 71K. Jesus Christ. Isn't that crazy?
Yeah.
You also look at your game data and see where you pull out of your money at. Chaos Crew Scratch, huh? That's interesting. Want to, yeah. Game data. I'll look for limbo. See my limbo data here. 135% RTP. Total profit loss. Total wagered. Okay, this is total. Never mind. That's crazy. Imagine betting 20 grand on Limbo. You could see all kinds of shit here, like Gates of Olympus. Gates of Olympus 1000, 98% RTP. Highest win is 330K. Highest loss is 8K. That's got to be ass. Imagine spending $8,000 or $10,000 on a bonus just to get a 0.19x. That's wild.
That is wild. All right. So all in all, you were down $3,000 lifetime on stake.
That's not bad, actually.
It is not. Don't touch it again.
They said I can't anymore. It's going to be gone in
Yeah,
that long.
You can always use a VPN though.
No, it's because you have to have a verified account. Like it has to be KYC.
Oh, okay.
So, I mean, that is what it is. My BC account, though.
Check that one.
The thing about BC, what's that?
Do the same thing with that one.
The thing with BC is this is like my 8th account. They keep deleting all my main accounts, so I really can't get a definitive answer on BC game.
That's true.
But I can get an answer on just this one account and see what this one account's on. This is my main.
Why did they keep deleting your account?
Something about like I wasn't registered, and then one time I put a shit ton of money in and lost it, so they just denied everything. So I had to make a new account, KYC it, and now this is my main account. So it shouldn't get deleted anymore because of that. I used to make a lot of multis too. I still do, but I'm more smart about it. Like for bonuses. Because they'll come out with a bonus code where it's like, get $5 if you sign up with a new account. So I'll make a new account and get $5 and I'll run it up on Limbo. And then boom, it's free bread, you know. So it's been a whole thing. Oh, I got some bonus bucks. Look at that. Actually, no, fuck this. We're at $10 bonus. We're going, what are we doing here? Maybe hand a blackjack? Fuck it. $10.
Find out your totals first. Find out your totals on that account.
Okay. Let's see here. I got a picture of Sasuke with the eye. Global settings. Nope, not here. Transactions. Okay, if I go to deposit, I've never deposited with fiat. Transaction. Deposit. That's 24. We're going to do all time. How far can I go back? The farthest I could go back is May. In past 60 days, for example. 2, 4, 6, 8. There's like 1,000 right there, basically. Withdrawal in the past 60 days. Yeah, it doesn't make any sense. Because I definitely withdrew from here. See, there's that. And then withdrawal. Yeah, I don't know. Something's fucked. BC game's kind of hard because they delete their logs every so often.
Yeah, that should tell you everything you need to know about it.
Yeah. No shit, huh? Yeah, they got their problems, that's for sure.
I mean, let's think about it. Stake is the biggest company that does this. They do the most advertising. They have the most users, and they have these issues. So can you imagine what this one that no one's heard of has?
People heard of this game. Not as much as we think. But
If I took 100 Americans right now, less than 3 would know what the fuck you're talking about.
probably. What are we gonna do though with those bonus bucks? Do you think? Board 8 Yacht Club? Wild 8? Yeah, some.
I would take it in roulette. Put it on.
I can't play roulette. It won't let me.
Why not?
It's bonus bucks, so I can only play slots, and I think I could play originals, but it's not live. It's a little scammy, but
super scammy. Can you play blackjack?
Original blackjack
with no dealer
on here. Yeah, it's just computer
scam.
Yeah.
Take it.
I mean, there's some slots, but
yeah, but dude, those move so quickly. You can't keep track of what's going on with those.
Sometimes.
I mean, do whatever you want to do. Do what makes you happy.
Need some help. Hold on a sec.
Chargers on New Orleans' 5-yard line. Empty lanes. They'll take off, and here he goes. Lands to the end zone. Touchdown, Chargers. 5 yards. Trey Lance covers the final 35 yards. The Patriots. Chargers went for 2 and failed, so they led 9-0. But then New Orleans brought Tyler Shutt in at quarterback, and he led New Orleans 52 yards in a minute and 33 seconds for a field goal. And the halftime score: the Chargers 9, the Saints 3, as they outgained New Orleans 81 yards to 29 yards in the second quarter. Stay tuned as Matt Money Smith, Daniel Jeremiah, and Shannon Barrett set the second half of SoFi Stadium activities. The halftime score: the Chargers 9, New Orleans Saints 3. The LA Chargers Football Network. Los Angeles Chargers football has a new home. The Chargers podcast and moved to KFI AM 640. This is a new air out. And after listening to the games on KFI AM 640, or sometimes AM 570 LA Sports. Get all the Chargers analysis and breakdown on the Petros and Money Show. That's the best they can do. So open up the iHeartRadio app and make 2 presets. KFI AM 640 and AM 570 LA Sports.
Hi, I'm Keegan Hernandez. Winning a world championship is incredible, but nothing beats me. That's my 4-year-old daughter's proud. Making sure she has a strong, healthy start means being present, playing, and staying patient, even when it feels challenging. First 5 helps me my go-to for tips and supporting her growth and well-being, so she can thrive no matter what challenges come her way. Learn more at first5health.com.
Spot in the devil, Spotlight 29. When you're in the Coachella Valley, nobody brings you fun and excitement like Spotlight 29 Casino. Play that in hundreds of new slots and find treasures locked exclusive to Spotlight 29. And the best lineup of go to spotlight29.com for details. Plus, the game is now 18, so get to the Coachella Valley. Big show, white lights, and big win Spotlight 29. Coachella's best bet.
Popsicles, sprinklers, cool breeze. Talk about refreshing. You know what else is refreshing this summer? A brand new phone with Verizon. Yep, get a new phone on the new plan with select phone trim and My Plan. And locked on a low price for 3 years on any plan with My Plan. This is a deal for everyone, whether you're a new or existing customer. Slip Verizon today for our best phone deals. 3-year price guarantee applies to new current base monthly rate. Additional terms and conditions apply for all offers.
Right here on the LA Chargers Audio Network.
SoFi Stadium. Shout out to a friend of mine, sort of an acquaintance, I should say, but 2-time back to that U.S. Open Surf champion, Brett Simpson. 09 and 10, backed off that was Slater Warriors. And his daughter Patriots out there. Nice. Fun to see that. Cool. And had no red zone TDs, and that picks up for Jesse there left off. Chargers number 1 in the league. Just 45 conversion rate from the red zone on touchdowns. They had a goal-to-go situation from one. They stoned them, and then they're on the 2-minute drill, and the home run for just a field goal. So
shy of the 3 zone. That was taken by James Price. Shannon, what do you got down there?
Tackle David Sharp signed just yesterday. It was later after the season they wanted to bulk up the O-line room. I asked Mike Devlin, the O-line coach, what he liked about him. He said, well, he's played 9 years in the NFL. I like that. I also like his legs. He made stops in Houston, Washington, Baltimore, Carolina, and New York Jets after being drafted by the Raiders out of Florida in 2017. Mike Devlin with him there. Several stops, 17 along the way, guys.
Yeah, I've seen some Slater. A lot of people looking at that free agent list to be there. Hard pressed to find some tackles. As they open the handoff to Akers on the lead. That was it.
Yeah, right. All those out there. Mark Caldwell, no gain.
Exactly. So Shuck stays in for the second half. Probably going to be his the rest of the way. And Spencer Rattler got the first half. 9-3 Chargers. And the backfield is Clyde Edwards in the air. Sharp to throw. Looking to his left, throwing to his left as his tight end. There's a beautiful tackle. And that's by Philadelphia.
Outside seatbelt around there.
Yeah, flat for that ball. Maybe not. It's a game just once, not very high. Caldwell got upfield on a few of those snaps.
Slippery. I use the term slippery for a big man.
Yeah, last week, 25 snaps, 2 rushes. All the wax correctly tracked this season on the line of scrimmage. They're going to rush by. Shuck walks, almost walked into a sack, and eventually is dragged down at the 27-yard line. It seemed like every Shuck was in the backfield. Taylor Murphy's the one who got him around his legs. They dropped him.
So there was a lot of pressure. I could tell him his height. So
Down 96, that's Jones.
Jones there, Morris Brash was back there.
Yeah, with that wax, I think. So there we go. 3 and out to get this thing started. Miller Hines return all punts and kicks today. Off one, led to a turnover, but the Chargers able to get up. Goal line and not yield any points. This is returnable. Miller Hines almost again. And this time he's able to retrieve it. That's 2 now. That is tough indeed. For someone we thought could bring some competition in Darius Davis, All Pro Bowl returner. 2-yard punt, no return. And the Chargers maintain possession on the left punt. 93 Bolts on the LA Chargers football network.
Los Angeles Chargers football has a new home.
the Chargers punt. The KFI AM 640.
This is a new era. And after listening to the games on KFI AM 640,
Or sometimes AM 570 LA Sports.
get more Chargers analysis and breakdown on the Petros and Money Show. That's a banger. So open up the iHeartRadio app and make 2 presets. KFI AM 640 and AM 570 LA Sports.
Jan from Toyota here. With live coverage of epic summer fun at Toyota's National Sales Event. With my special guest, Eli Manning.
Thanks, Jan. Let's get it.
Down by the lake for some fishing, we've got Eric in his Tundra. He throws his pop. And he's going live.
Heck of a team effort there. That Thunder got him exactly where he needed to be.
Next up, here's Kyle. Off-roading behind the wheel of a 4x4. So coming in at halftime, Jim Harbaugh, the brother Jamie, works for PayPal. She asked him, what would you like to see? He's like, come on, Barack. Come on, Barack. We're like, what? He's like, come on, Barack. Watch the bodies. And that was his message to his own line. Come on, Barack, guys. Watch the bodies.
Tucker Fisk took that to heart on that last play, right? That was blocked. Talking about Big Fangio, the game reference, Dave Fox on CBS. Doctor Saban. Oh, wow. That was unblocked. And unfortunately, Isaiah Stall found for money by 6 yards in the backfield, and he brought all in. Talk about timing it up perfectly. That one, I believe, was on call third. Just didn't see him. Third and 12 on third center. Got a barely undrafted free agent at 36 snaps last week, 0 pressures. That was unabated. Now, 3-7 on third downs. 3 of their last 3. See if Lance can keep that going. Shannon, what do you got down there?
I got Toomey. How you doing, man?
Good, how are you?
Good. Every time with the family was good. It's weird seeing you out here and seeing you in the right face.
Yeah, me too. I was kind of hoping to play this week, but whenever it goes to Boston, you got
And he followed it up by translating many of the Hasidic stories that he encountered with a slightly tendentious editing, trying to locate the beauty of Hasidism and its appeal in the narrative power of its stories that were such an important part of Hasidic teaching. But nevertheless, it's like Dubno, arguing for a kind of a natural wellspring of Jewish wisdom expressed in Eastern Europe. Sholem, a great expert in the Kabbalah, pioneering researcher, he said essentially, in a more negative way, that Hasidism was the kind of hangover of the followers of Shabtai Tzvi, we discussed last week, the displaced false messiah of the 17th century. And many of Shabtai Tzvi's ideas and attitudes, approaches to Judaism were captured by the early Hasidim and regurgitated in a theologically more acceptable format. So he definitely had kind of a negative approach to that. Ben Zion Dinor, an Israeli scholar, fascinating approach, essentially argued that it was essentially economic in nature. Because of the structure of the Jewish community, you frequently had corrupt rabbis who could essentially buy their position in order to live off the tax receipts for kosher meat and the candle tax and so on. And the Hasidim, by following charismatic leaders that were separate from the community, could avoid paying the taxes to the town rabbi. And this created an alternate revenue stream and an alternate power structure that allowed the spiritual leaders to live. And finally, in this kind of rapid tour of some of the major approaches to how Hasidism acquired such momentum in his work, the thought of Ada Rappaport-Alport is especially fascinating, looking at the gender aspect of Hasidism. Now, this is an area of research that requires a lot more study, especially because, for the most part, Hasidism is a male venture. We talk about the Rebbe's are almost completely male. There are actually a few really remarkable female Hasidic leaders even in the 19th century. And it's almost always about male Hasidim going to visit their Rebbe's, hearing their teachers. You don't hear a lot about the women, but Ada Rappaport-Albert really pioneered the study of the impact of modernization and women's thought on the world of Hasidism. Too much for us today, but I think fascinating insight into their work. So, as you can see from this quick look at 6 important historians, there's no real
Raging.
on a single central cause for the rise of Hasidism.
By the way, like I went to open up the game on the day of the update, and like a pop-up came on my PC that I had to accept, and it was by Ricochet, which is what they should have done 4 years ago, is installed anti-cheat software onto our systems, but they didn't want to be invasive. I'm like, dude, get a life! Oh my gosh, they need to fix this botting situation. It's a literal one account. Going around and just botting people. I'm great, Rally. Raging on ranked. That's what my title should have been. How exciting.
Who is a great historian who did what was largely impossible for much of the 20th century, which was to get behind the Iron Curtain and actually look in the archives and see what was going on in the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth at this time when Hasidism was born. So the problem is that for researchers of Hasidism, until Professor Rothschild did much of his research, we were limited to the literary study of the lives of people like the founder of the Hasidic movement, Israel Ben Eliezer, known as the Baal Shem Tov. We had very hagiographic books like this one, Shivchei Havesh, which means in praise of the Baal Shem Tov, which was kind of like a melange of good historical data buried within miracle stories and legends and some obvious falsifications or fabrications, especially because this went through several editions, and you usually see layers of editing material that was added, and it was really difficult to tease out who exactly founded the Hasidic movement. And there were even some scholars who doubted whether this Israel ben Eliezer was a real person. But when Professor Rossman made it to Poland and got into archives there, which had been largely closed to Western scholars during the bulk of the 20th century, he not only discovered that there was a real Baal Shem Tov, but he even found his tax returns. Amazing. What we're looking at right now is just one of many fascinating documents that he found, in which there is a kind of like a property evaluation and tax remittal document that was prepared in Polish for the Polish Crown. And you can see that in house number 93, it's kind of like enlarged here, in house number 93, there man living called Baal Shem, and in other documents it's spelled out more clearly. Baal Shem Tov was his name, and he was exempt from paying taxes. What Professor Rossman discovered is that, yes, there was a man named Israel Baal Shem Tov, and he lived between 1699 and 1760 in this town of Medjugorje, and that he had a tax-free existence. Not quite as a rabbi. Sometimes in the documents he's actually called a rabbi in the sense of a professor rather than necessarily a physician.
Man, it's been a long time since I've been there.
Appears to be the provision of amulets and spiritual guidance to the people of Medjugorje. Services rendered in return were provided with he was provided with a salary for himself and his dependents, and a free house in which to live, like a parsonage, as it were. So he was a real figure, and he served in a quasi-rabbinic fashion, not precisely a rabbi in the sense that we've seen in other contexts, but really as a proto-Hasidic leader. So let's try and understand the Baal Shem Tov within the context of his precursors, to try to understand why this middle-sized village would hire a person like the Baal Shem Tov in the face of the possibility of traditional rabbinic leadership. This is a photograph of my good friend and colleague, Dr. Yochanan Stern, in his youth. This picture was taken in Kiev in 1992. He was one of the first people to gain access, just like Professor Rothschild. He was one of the first people to gain access to Soviet archives working in Kiev, and he especially worked in the Vernadsky Library, where he discovered the writings of one person called Hillel Baal Shem. The term Hillel Baal Shem turns out to be extremely important here. The person that we associate with the foundation of Hasidism is called Baal Shem Tov. I mean, his proper name was Israel ben Eliezer, but Baal Shem Tov literally means master of the good name. That's a literal translation, but it's not actually an accurate translation. A Baal Shem means a master of God's name in the sense of somebody able to write a good.
Dennis, we'll bring sugar.
Amulets were incredibly widespread in 18th century Ukraine. These were kind of like written petitions for theurgic purposes, meaning asking that God affect some change in one's life, ensure a person a livelihood, ensure health, safe delivery, conception, marriage, all kinds of things. Would go to a person who was called a Baal Shem, a master of names, the name of God, and that person would write out a document for you, sometimes illustrated with mystical symbols and things like that, and then that would be sort of like your Jewish prophylactic to protect you against danger. This sounds very foreign, perhaps, to a 21st century mindset, but if you go next time to your local Judaica store, you may find like this little rack there with these laminated cards that you can put in the crib of a newborn baby, or a little Birkas Habayis, a blessing on the house that you might take home and put on your wall, or a special prayer for one's practice, one's business, one's medical profession. These are all essentially in the category of amulets, the Hebrew term or Aramaic term is kmeot, that were professionally produced. And as you might expect, many of these ballets were essentially snake oil salesmen. They were, charlatans who were producing these things for money, and they had no special training, and they were just, it was just a business in people's hopes, fears, desires, and so on. The Baal Shem Tov, by the way, Hillel Baal Shem was perhaps the most famous of these tens of Baalei Shem that Dr. Petrovsky Stern discovered that were wandering around Ukraine at this time in the early 18th century. Hillel Baal Shem was one of the more interesting ones in that he left behind a large manuscript called Sefer HaMeshech, in which he wrote down all kinds of samples of legitimate amulets with instructions on how to create them, how to manipulate the divine names with various spellings and so on, when it should be used, when it should not be used, and so on. And he specifically directed that his book should not publish. He did not want to make that big trip from manuscript to book because he felt that the printed book would be too widely stated, and these were secrets of the Torah that should be preserved only for legitimate people. So that's the cultural milieu from which the Baal Shem Tov emerges. Now he is known, however, as the Baal Shem Tov, the master of the good name, and there's a question about what is the Tov referring to? Is it referring to the name of God, meaning the Shem Tov, or is it referring to the good Baal Shem? When you look at all those other charlatans and snake oil salesmen and late night TV salesmen, this is not like the Baal Shem Tov. It's really distinct from it. But ultimately, he is performing the same kind of function in 18th century Medjugorje and is highly valued for this. It is important to note that a lot of this comes to light only in the late 18th century as book culture really begins to take hold in Eastern Europe. Much of the wars that I'm going to describe now between the Misnagdim and the Hasidim circulate and are amplified by the states that appear in print, as opposed to the much more humble and much more localized manuscript culture that occur. And Hillel Baal Shem is an excellent example of someone who recognized the implications of book culture, which, if you want to put it in modern context, the controversies over books in the 18th century and turn of the 19th century are like the controversies we have today over Twitter. Right? Someone writes something on Twitter, and there's a huge explosion as a result of it, and it's like lots of heat, but very little light in a short period of time, and it dies down. So book culture was like that. That was the social media of the day, of dollars. So let's look at look a little bit about what Hasidism is, how we believe it started, and the fact that there was really an originator. Let's try to understand how this new burgeoning movement interacted with the traditionalist Lithuanians and how they imposed it. So much of the research that has been appearing in the last 20 years has been arguing that the Hasidim did not see themselves as a movement in the lifetime of the Baal Shem Tov. He died in 1760. He was just viewed as being part of a continuity in terms of those amulet makers who were popular leaders, very charismatic, and wonder workers, and so on. And in fact, even through the next generation, the Baal Shem Tov himself had two highly distinguished pupils, one of whom went on to have five more really highly distinguished pupils. They also didn't regard themselves as being part of a distinct tradition. It was only when they met the opposition idea that Hasidism was a thing unto itself. Now, I mentioned that the Baal Shem Tov had two very important Talmidim, or students, Yaakov Yosef of Fornoye and Dov Ber, the Maggid of Mezrich. Dov Ber is, for our purposes, much more significant because, unlike Yaakov Yosef, Dov Ber assembled 5 really important students. And it's also clear from the research into his work that it's not like he was trying to establish a school. The 5 of them really only met with him very infrequently, and some of his most important students, like Shneur Zerman of Ziadi, actually only met with him in a very limited fashion. But nevertheless, these 5 disciples, who are kind of like the intellectual grandchildren of the Baal Shem Tov, they are the founding dynasty. So everything comes really from these 5 students. I'm going to identify one particular, which could certainly speak about the other more in great length, but for tonight, and given the scope of our talk, we look at Rabbi Shlomo Zalman of Ziadi, who is the founder of the Chabad Hasidim, very important Hasidic movement in America and around the world today, and also very much involved in the conflict with this map. This map here from Marcin Boltinsky's amazing historical atlas of Hasidism gives you a sense of the spread of the Hasidic movement from Mezrich as a result of the work of the Maggid. As I mentioned, the subconsciousness of the Hasidim saying, hey, we are a thing, we are a movement, really begins right around the death of the Bear, because that's when they begin to feel the real weight of the opposition of this man of Vilna, known as the Vilna Gaon. The Vilna Gaon, in whose years were 720 to 1797, was the unparalleled spiritual king of Eastern Europe. He did not, strictly speaking, serve as a pulpit rabbi. He rather spent much of his time learning in seclusion. He composed a tremendous amount of commentary on the Talmud and on Kabbalistic literature as well. And he began to react to reports of the behavior of these followers of the Maggid of Mezrich and others, and news began to circulate that he was going to support a ban, a sheriff. That is a formal repudiation of these rabbis and their students, and that this would have tremendous implications for the functioning of this nascent movement. What were the main charges? Well, I'm going to list a few of them in order here, and we'll unpack them in pieces. One of the first charges, what was wrong with these Hasidim, especially because you saw in the very beginning of the section that there was so much light.
You lose the numbers?
Not a really new thing. But one thing is for sure, they're organizing two separate phases. This has tremendous
No, I might have it. 1 second. Give me one. Let me cup.
Synagogue in the town, this represents a fraction of, often not a large population. It is a transgressed the rabbinical commandments, but it's kind of an exhortation.
I feel like that's too short though.
It would be more serious than what we see in America today. It's regulated.
Right?
As we saw earlier,
I feel like that's too. Those shortest are too short.
Unofficial spiritual
Shows a 30 is an hour drive.
and if those Hasidim find a way to economically support this charismatic leader and do it by not spending money
Unless
things tax revenue goes to the town rabbi, that economic challenges related to that, a little bit more halakhic in nature. The Hasidic more mandated prayer time. And you know, earlier I talked about how the Hasidim are like Jewish only more so, and this appears to be more of a clear violation of halakha, but the reality is a little more complicated. Let's say, for example, the discussion in Talmud is it better to say a lot of prayers and have someone else, or is it better to say prayers and really concentrate on the mission?
Oh my God.
The answer, of course, is it's much better to say less prayers but really mean them.
We got stomach.
That's an operating concept. So the Hasidim would argue, what good is it to rush to shul early in the morning when you haven't had a chance to wake up properly, and you're not going to be able to focus. You're just going to rattle off the words, and it won't mean anything. Much better, much more important with this idea of Kavanah. Wake up on time, and moreover, although it's not being it's not more than pray because it's food to God that you should take care of your own stomach before you take care of pleasing the Creator. They would say, what kind of idea is that? You should like be able to settle yourself and focus and center. They would offer, for example, metaphor like you go to the forest and you chop down a tree. Doesn't make sense to shove it in the first, like that famous statement which is attributed to if I had 6 hours to cut down a tree, I would spend 1 hour cutting, but 5 hours sharpening the axe. Right, so this is the reason they would say that they would ignore the mandated prayer times, and they would daven chakras a little bit later in the morning. So what difference does it make? Well, we will daven chakras, so just did that. It's a clear break of it's kind of bending the rules in order to make this a more rich spiritual experience. He said they're separating. Notice that all three of these things refer to separate from community. They stopped saying the traditional Ashkenazic prayers in the Siddur that was used in Ashkenaz, and they started using a prayer book that was inspired by the Kabbalist, the Arizal, Isaac Luria. They also separated by maintaining separate kosher slaughter. And it's not that they're saying that the regular slaughter is not kosher. They would just like to be more careful. And they specifically had a dispute over whether the blade of a knife should be sharper or should be more perfectly whole. The reasons for this, I think, will take us a little bit beyond where I want to go. But basically, they argue that the knife should be handled a little bit differently than it used to be handled. But they all agreed on the laws of slaughter. But this also meant, of course, the revenue from the kosher meat would no longer go to the traditional town rabbi. Now it would go to the Hasidic slaughterer. The Vilna Gaon, of course, is a master of the Talmud. He says the Hasidim are just not studying. Not surprising, given that where they come from, there are no great yeshivot like there are in northern Europe and Lithuania. But nevertheless, he argues that they're valorizing prayer in particular over studying the Talmud, which is a slight difference in emphasis to the Litvaks. And instead of studying the Talmud, they're studying the Kabbalah, which is like something which is so outrageous because the Kabbalah should only be studied after you've already mastered the Talmud. The Talmud is considered the revealed Torah. The Kabbalah is considered the hidden Torah. So then you study the hidden things before you get the revealed things. And then there's a whole bunch of discussions about their raucous, unruly, drunken behavior, their emphasis on camaraderie, and then alcohol is an important part of the Hasidic upbringing and they argue that it's really not appropriate for us to have pure, sober relationship. The Hasidim have an expression, talk to the Alishma, hold as a relationship. people like the Villanelle, and his opposition has been accepted. And finally, there's a discussion to argue that there's not just authorizing behavior, there's a certain amount of discussion that they practice inappropriate sexual relations, which is probably a kind of split there from the Frankist movement, which definitely practiced these kinds of things. That was a highly visited movement that ended up converting to Christianity, and of course, Sabbateans. Now, as the draft text of this ban began to circulate, and ultimately it was going to be released in 1772, the Alter Rebbe, we mentioned earlier, and Rabbi Nachum Mendel of the text, tried to go to the Vilna Gaon to have a discussion with them. So the Vilna Gaon did not want to remove himself from Vilna in such a way that they did not want to have a conversation with him about that. This is something that lives on in
I'm so not sure. I'm sure I got me a therapist to tell me there's other men I don't want none. I just want you. If I can't have you, no one will. I'm just finishing the list. I haven't seen any of the Phoenix versus Atlanta yet. I just got it open. I just got it open. Yeah, I might kill my own. I so rather be in jail than alone.
Not only identify specific words but specifically forbade non-Hasidic Jews from associating with Hasidic Jews, not maintaining friendships with them, not doing business with them, not eating their kosher slaughter, and things like that. They didn't come back in 1781. Probably the darkest moment in this period when it got way out of control was in 1794 when a Islamic rabbi lost his job and
You just have no coordination, bro. You're good.
He went to the government. He argued that Hasidism was anti-Christian and anti-government. And
I'm not making a mouth. Check and see it, bro. Because literally, fucking call me. You need to use your brain. You need to what else is one thing? Bro, you literally shit cut down and then you just
way out of hand, and the battle was really set.
Sorry guys, we don't have no active one right now. We're going slow.
Where we are in terms of our story is that
Just leave this. The concept's is terrible again. So what about that?
Bitterly with
Sorry guys, sorry. Can we just get a bunch of love outs in the stream?
The picture, and that's what we're going to talk about next. Before we leave,
I think I joined just before the game live broke on when you messaged me on that me when you get the towel. Fucking excited. I'll send you a piece of your DMs on them.
It's not in many ways unconscious, but is viewed obviously by historians and specimens. This is a picture of the famous yeshiva of Volozhin, and it is the most important institution of learning establishment in Lithuania by the Vilna Gaon's student, the Chaim of Volozhin. And this represents in many ways the reaction to the Hasidim that was expressed in terms of a revolutionary tradition. First of all, the Hasidim were criticized for their textual study, so the Lithuanians doubled their attachment to textual study. In order to see just how far they were from these Hasidim, who instead of engaging in study, which by the way,
oh my god,
there is definitely some grounds for that criticism in the 18th century, but as you move into the 19th century, this appears pretty quickly. Also,
That's fucking DMR's weird.
the Lithuanians, they redefined themselves by saying that we are.
you don't need to slam that shit in there.
Whereas before they had people like the Vilna Gaon, who was the pinnacle of it, and the representative of it, the Lithuanians and the Slavians began to internalize it far more. Studying the text with philosophy and intensity that was unrivaled in prior generations. Now another example of this revolution of tradition. The Talmud specifically became their bailiff, and they studied it more deeply than any other group. I wish I had more time to talk about the contrast between 15th and 16th century modalities of study in this part of the world, but by the time you get to the late 18th century, oh my gosh, the Litvaks are totally doubling down in the way they study the Talmud. And the Kabbalah is fascinating because, of course, the Vilna Gaon himself was a master Kabbalist, and so it's not like they could say we're against the Talmud, against the Kabbalah, against mysticism. The heroic lead figure of the Stagnan was known for his deep Kabbalistic wisdom. So what they instead did was they carefully parsed out who can study it. It remained solely for the elite, and barriers were created to try and socially ostracize people who studied Kabbalah too early. Those, by the way, right into the 21st century, even though some of the greatest Kabbalists, such as, for example, Rabbi Rothschild, the great teacher of the Arizal, said that people should begin studying 25 years of age, but that was pushed back to 40, pushed back to people over 40, reading Talmud and posting and so on. There was a pushback on popular Kabbalah. Rabbi Rothschild wrote this rather amazing book called Nefesh HaChaim, The Life of
So it's just taking you a while.
Which essentially is Kabbalah.
See that guy's Cheeto dust?
Kabbalah that regular disciples are allowed to learn. It is a remarkably powerful book. But fully 1/4 of it is devoted to discussing Kabbalah involved studying the Talmud. Finally, when you run examples of things, you'll see more closely than anywhere else. One of the ways that I've listed in some of the church factors is more pronounced later but one of the arguments against the Hasidim was that they inappropriately idolized their charismatic leaders.
This guy.
Welcome. How are you, Nando?
It's been a long time since I've talked to you. The last time was in January.
All right, Pimp. What's good in your neck of the woods? You sling a dick like it's going out of style?
I just smoked a cigarette and drank a beer.
That's baller. How you feeling?
Pretty stressed, bro. Not gonna lie.
Why is that?
Because, like, I don't really know what I want to do with my life. I don't know what I want to be.
Okay. What are your thoughts? Like, let's do process of elimination. Do you want to be a marine biologist?
No.
Okay. Do you want to be an astronaut?
Not really, no.
Okay. Do you want to be a professional athlete?
I wish I could, but I can't.
Okay. Do you
Not
want to
anymore.
Do you want to be an exotic dancer?
Oh no, absolutely not.
Okay. Do you want to have anything to do with the adult industry?
No.
Okay. So how about like working in tech?
In tech?
Technology.
Like as a CEO?
Well, in time, but I mean, starting off like a developer, project manager, and then working your way up.
I mean, possibly. Most people told me, like, I asked a lot of people, what do you think fits me best? And everybody told me IT. But I just don't really know where to start with IT, and I also don't really know what the daily work even looks like. So, yeah.
Okay, well, the way that you start is you get a certification, and they're pretty cheap and inexpensive, and then from there, what's the daily work look like? Generally, at any large organization, it's going to be something like, let's say you're going to work 8 to 5. You'll either be in the office or remote. If you're in the office, you get in at 8. Basically, you'll check your email for the first hour, see what kind of problems happened overnight. You'll prioritize your different issues. You'll work on those from like 9 to noon. You'll take lunch from noon to 1 or so, and then 1 to 5 ish. You'll continue to work on projects and push out your projects for other people on your team, and then do the same thing 5 days in a row for like 30 straight years.
It sounds pretty monotone.
Yeah, it's fun though. It's fun. I mean, they break it up. It's not that bad. And it's not all hard work. And if you're working remotely, it's even better. You could do it in your pajamas. You just wake up, wash your face, brush your teeth, shower. You don't even have to shower. Just get in front of the computer and start going about your day. Then you don't have to commute. You don't have to put on business clothes. It's a good deal, and you'll make 6 figures
6 figures?
easily.
So 100K plus per year.
Yeah,
I mean, that is a lot of money.
that's why you do it.
Wait, are you actually a Rothschild?
I am. It's my last name.
Wait, so like actually part of the Rothschild family, or just
It's
like
a
not
big
the
family.
Rothschild?
There are 3,000 of us in the United States alone, about 10,000 of us globally. So it's a big family.
And your family started like in the 18th century, right?
No, we started at the Bible even before then. I can trace my lineage back to the Bible.
Really?
Word, dog. My grandmother's grandmother, her name was Matilda Zegelmeyer. The Zegelmeyer family is from Betzazel, who was the chief architect of the Mishkan in the Bible.
But you said Mathilda. What was her surname?
Zegelmeyer. Zegel is the Yiddish the pet name of Betzazel from the Bible, and Meyer means enlightened.
Oh, how do you write the first part?
Dog, why are you looking up my grandmother's grandmother?
Wait, Zettel? Zettel or Zekel? Oh, no, actually, I found it, yeah. It says, and correct me if I'm wrong, but it says Mathilda E. Zettelmeyer, when she was born on 11th of March 1857 in Rahway Union, New Jersey, United States, and her father was Louis Zettelmeyer.
Yeah, I don't know who that person is. That's not it. My grandmother's grandmother was born in Germany.
Oh. Wait, so where are you from?
United States.
Oh, okay.
Yo, dog, how did we get into my lineage? We're helping you with finding a job. Maybe one of the reasons why you can't find a job or you don't know what you want to do is because you can't focus.
Yeah, I mean, I have ADHD, so.
Okay, well, you need to overcome that, and you need to be able to focus on your priorities. You came in here with a problem, and we're coming up with a solution. So, the first thing that I would tell you is to get a certification. Do you have a college degree?
Yeah, I actually have a university. Wait, what's your job then?
Dog, what are these questions about me? I'm a rabbi, and I'm also a certified project management professional. Now, back to you. What is your degree in?
What my degree is in?
Yeah.
Security.
Like IT security, or like standing around making sure people don't get into a bank security?
The second, yeah.
They give degrees in security?
Yeah. Well, I mean, my security isn't just. I mean, we have firearms on us, so yeah.
Yeah, but that's not a 4 year. I mean, I'm not saying that you don't have a 4 year degree. I believe you. It's just like, what do you learn for 4 years aside from firearm safety, how to walk around a warehouse, how to lock a door?
Well, it's important for us to be prepared, so to be sure that we don't, it's a lot of like. Let me see what the translation is really quick because I'm not from the USA. Like like using our fight, like our kind of like using our not violence, but like like using our force, I guess, in a way that we don't overdo it. So proportionate violence.
Okay, I get that. So why don't you work in security?
I mean, I just don't. It's not like really stimulating for me anymore.
Yeah, it's boring as
I want to
fuck.
be bigger than that.
All right, well then work in IT, dog.
I just want to be remembered.
Okay, well that's a different story. You can be remembered for a lot of things. Do you want to make money or do you want to be remembered?
I want legacy. You know.
Okay, that's what you want more than anything?
Yeah, I think so. I'm looking for status
Do you
and
have
power.
do you have the ability to be a live streamer?
I guess, yeah.
Okay, well why don't you live stream?
Because I'm not sure when it's going to start to create income.
Well, then you don't have the ability to live stream. I mean, you do, but not. You want to make money doing it. It takes a long time to make money to do it.
Right.
So you need
I
a
mean, yeah,
so
that
you,
makes sense.
so you need a job. Okay, so I can tell you that a Salesforce entry level position pays $120,000 a year. All you need to do is get a Salesforce certification.
Salesforce.
Word.
Practice something which the Misnagdim decried. That is this concept of Mesirat HaMachshava, the transference of thought, where a typical chassid would say, "Who am I to pray to God? I'm not holy at all. Let me pray that my prayers will be remembered by the Rebbe,
I
and the
love
Rebbe
it when
prays
it
to God,
takes
but his prayers will be accepted."
I'll ask
And
Abel's
so
game to do it.
Misnagdim said, that smacks of idolatry. Every Jew has the
The first team
right
in
to
the
go
world, bro.
directly toward the treatment of the
Yeah, one real
and
deal.
this idea of like praying that your prayers should be included in someone else's prayers
A
is
real
really
deal,
not true.
man.
So they criticize heavily the, what they thought was the excessive veneration of the tzaddik, but they also began to absorb that value, and the figure of the Rosh Yeshiva suddenly acquired, gradually acquired many of these characteristics. If you don't believe me, have a look at your local Judaica bookstore in the biography section, where you'll see these biographies of Rosh Yeshiva that are absolutely unbelievable, fit very well within the hagiographic tradition of Hasidic historiography. So that's basically what happened in the late 18th century with the birth of the Hasidic movement and the reaction of the Misnagdim. I'm going to wrap it up here. We have time for some questions, but next week we're going to go on and look at how the introduction of the Western influence dramatically changes everything. Thank you for your patience and your endurance and opening up your
This is talent. Damn, girl. Like, why isn't this woman at the top of the charts?
We spoke about
She's wearing a
rather
bikini.
harsh
She would.
reaction from the so-called opponents of the Hasidim. And even the name itself, Mitnaged, or Misnaged in Yiddish pronunciation, refers to how the traditionalists, led by the Vilna Gaon, define themselves by their opposition to the Hasidic movement. And so these two revolutions, so to speak, kind of
Stroud.
today we're going to speak about the entry of the third simultaneous intellectual spiritual revolution that affected the Jews of Eastern and Central Europe.
We're gonna play
And
this
the
one.
mix of these three groups really came together to form a broad swath of Jewish identities that are prevalent
Yeah,
even
East.
in today's Jewish politics. So let me start by going to the root of the Haskalah, which we only touched on briefly in the last two lectures. The term Haskalah is related to the word for intelligence, and it was used as a translation for
Is it all caps? Okay, all caps, Reggie. I thought it was lowercase. The fucking code won't let me see it, bro.
which was the popular term used to describe this kind of movement that illuminated much of
It's not. Try it. You put lowercase. All right, but
figures like
I don't fucking know.
for example,
I don't know if it's
political
lowercase or.
ideas of the soul
But
and
there's seven
and
people
others.
in.
It contributes to this idea of an increasing emphasis on humanism, on the power of being specifically a man, because they are not quite able to consider women in the same
Guys, it's been 10
category,
minutes.
but nevertheless still strive forward in that regard. That men could somehow
At 11 minutes, I'm starting.
that they could be the locals of the truth, and they could translate that somehow into the political, social, even the personal sphere. I'll give you just one example. The Lockean concept of tabula rasa urges tabula rasa is a blank slate. The idea that human beings are
I'm gonna have an aneurysm.
devoid of any data, like a slate, like a blackboard is devoid of any
Still
data.
doing it.
And whatever you write on that,
Yeah, just restart.
child's
Just
soul,
restart. All right, we're going Utopia.
education, experiences, and so on,
Just restart and see if
that's
that
what
works.
will
Jose got it. I'm just doing the same thing to him.
this kind of idea of
Go Utopia.
the potential that it represented was at the beating heart of the Enlightenment and also of the scholar. And when it encountered the Hasidic movement and the Islamic movement, there was quite an eruption because not all three movements saw this tabula rasa in exactly the same way. Let us go back a little bit and explore some of the Jewish intellectual roots of the Haskalah. We could actually spend the entire lecture just exploring this theory. I think I would consider, for example, one of my favorite, very amazing figures was Rabbi Rothschild, who lived in northern Italy in the 15th century. Anyway, not a very person, essentially leader for the American publishing industry, the populace. But it happened in the 1570s. There was not a earthquake in Kerala, and he fled with much of the Jewish community that lived actually in the lowland, very close to the river, and they were worried about their buildings collapsing. So they actually spent a couple of weeks living outdoors, a little bit like my shul during the COVID condition. They spent a couple of weeks living outdoors with the non-Jewish citizens of Ferrara in an unusual kind of environment where all of a sudden, they're all in the same boat. They're worried about what will happen to their city during this literally tectonic change.
If you're down to extract, but not killed, then yes, you'll be able to extract. But if you get knocked and then full killed, you stay in the raid.
And they were exchanging all kinds of ideas, and this led to kind of an epiphany to borrow Christians and for Obviously, he ended up writing a very important work called Enlightened Eyes, and it really took a different approach to the entire way that Jews appreciated the world. It was
I mean, it's getting too childish.
all,
then these control victims where the fucking aimbot is just, it's so stupid. They need to fucking nerf the shit out of that. Beam assist is just stupid.
Have that kind of, you know, instinctive rejection that we see in the church about the, challenges to
Yeah, forget about timeout ban.
the center and some revolving around it. There are a lot of things that we can get.
It's the second game in a row. I couldn't even see the fucking guy.
The specific connotation, by the way, was study of earthquakes in Jewish history, starting from Tanakh and the second thing that was really important about Del Rossi, perhaps even more important to our purposes, is that he was completely willing to engage in frank and open dialogue with Christians. And this was something that was not as common as one would think in the 16th century, even after the Renaissance. So, in many ways, we see this trend going back much further. We see it, for example, in Maimonides' famous comment that occurred in his introduction to the book called the 8 chapters. We should accept truth from whoever speaks it. Perhaps anticipating the huge challenge that his guide reflects on his Mishnah Torah when he speaks in the 8 chapters about how he compiled his commentary based on rabbinic sources, and scriptural sources, and even philosophers, and even Jewish and non-Jewish thinkers, because you have to accept truth from whoever speaks it. And these ideas, the implications of modern science, as understood within an enlightened kind of framework of the grand possibility of figuring out everything in the Newtonian model, where if we just get the laws of the universe right, we will be able to figure out everything that ever happens in history, in the future as well. And at the same time, this kind of community scholars, this ideal of the tolerant university in which Jews could exchange in the marketplace of ideas with the same facility as non-Jews. That's something that Del Rossi brought. And these are values that, again, we can trace these much further back in Jewish history, but they become especially important in the 18th century and are associated with this element. Let us not forget one other element, which I touched on in the first lecture, and I personally have been quite fascinated with lately, the impact of the Portuguese diaspora, which is shown in this map here. You will recall from that first lecture a couple of weeks ago that Portuguese Jews were typically Jews who had been forced to convert to Christianity, either in the first generation or for subsequent generations later, and they were artificially constrained by the Inquisition. That was especially fierce in Portugal. But once they got out of Portugal, they essentially used their Christian driver's licenses to get a full pass into secular culture. And even though when they got to more hospitable climes like Amsterdam, for example, or New Amsterdam as well, here in New York City, they shed their external Christian identity and resume their Jewish identity. By the time that happened, they may have been 2, 3, 4 generations deep in Christian education, having gone to university, having studied Christian thought, and having a somewhat attenuated idea of Jewish values, norms, history, and so on. So they're walking around with a totally different intellectual bag of tricks than your typical Jews in Europe. And they're spreading a lot of fascinating ideas, many of them deeply challenging to the Jewish status quo. People like Spinoza, who took about the first lecture. So these things are coming together, and in the 18th century, we see them expressed so well, so powerfully in this thing called definitely the hero, someone who's called the grandfather of the Haskalah, is Moses Mendelssohn, shown here. Moses of Dessau, as he was originally called. There's something of a child prodigy. He came to Berlin, where he made much of his fame, and he distinguished himself in so many areas of intellectual inquiry. First and foremost, because he was able to shed the Yiddish Yiddish tinged German that most Jews spoke. That is, their Yiddish was overwhelmed their German skills and were frequently or parodied as country bumpkins speaking some kind of bizarre, old historic form of German with a lot of strange words in it. But he learned, the Hochdeutsch, the really refined, contemporary German. And not only that, he was quite an able philosopher. He was able to actually enter the salons of the day and impress everyone for the sobriety of his thought, the expansiveness of his comprehension, and his fluency with materials. And I mean, it sounds strange to us now speaking of the 21st century, but in the late 19th century, this was like, some feral child wandering out of the woods and suddenly, getting a tenured full professorship as one of the greatest universities. It was like a cause célèbre, and for many, he was viewed as the possibility of Jews for full emancipation into Western society. He was kind of like the poster child for the very idea that Jews could have equal civil rights, that they could enter society, they could have full privileges as German citizens, which they were not. In fact, they would not achieve that until late in the 19th century. And in fact, here further east in Russia, they wouldn't get it until the early 20th century. So Moses Mendelssohn stood for a lot of these forward-thinking ideas. Amazingly, he did it without his Jewish identity. You will notice from the portrait here, he was clean-shaven, which was a little bit scandalous for the era. Jews, traditionalist Jews were usually bearded, that is, males, obviously. Although there were and are halakhically permissible ways to shave the beard, it was definitely not the kind of way that Jews would look in Eastern Europe at the time. This was considered, he was considered a Deutscher, a German. He was hopelessly assimilated to Western values, but he never let go of the core observances of Judaism, and he considered himself an Orthodox Jew, although that term was not coined at the time. It was coined until a half century after his death. He considered himself essentially an observant Jew in all ways. One of the sad aspects of Mendelssohn's life is that he was unable to provide this kind of sophisticated articulation of both a Jewish and a civic German identity to his grandchildren, all of whom adopted Christian lifestyles. But nevertheless, for his generation, for his time, he was essentially an observant Jew who had imbibed the greatest thought circulating in Western Europe at the time, and was essentially saying to German society, hey, you should think about how you treat the Jews because we have tremendous potential to contribute to society, and we can only really get there if, for example, you allow us to attend university, which is completely self-taught. You allow us to, pursue the occupations that are currently closed to Jews and so on. So he's kind of like the grandfather of the Haskalah. But at the same time, you should also be aware that there are other figures, like, for example, Solomon Lyman, who is just a little younger than Mendelssohn, in fact, looked up to Mendelssohn as his mentor in many ways. Solomon Lyman was a very talented philosopher. He debated quite successfully with Immanuel Kant, and he duplicated a lot of the strengths that Mendelssohn had. However, unlike Mendelssohn, he certainly was not observant, and he took pride in this. Lyman did write quite a few philosophical treatises that had some popularity and notoriety in his day, but his longest lasting contribution to Western thought is his rather salacious autobiography, which is it is not the first in this genre, but it is certainly one of the most important. The so-called OTD genre, the off the derech genre. Lyman himself came from a Misnagdic background in Lithuania. He was, like Mendelssohn, a child prodigy, very learned in the Talmud, and he achieved great status for his impoverished family because of his, rabbinic learning and skills. Married off at the age of 11, which was not that uncommon for especially talented rabbinic youth at that age. Very unhappy marriage, especially an unhappy relationship with his mother-in-law. And so on age 15, January actually from his own home, abandoned his wife and decided not to give her a get for a decade. Also abandoned his child as well, young David, who would only meet him years later in Berlin. So Solomon Lyman left Lithuania. He had actually a sort of a detour to Mezrich, where he met Bob Bear, the Maggid of Mezrich, and he has a fascinating chapter about his encounter with Hasidism. But ultimately, he felt that Hasidism was, albeit more inspired and more remarkable for its devotion and its enthusiasm. It was essentially what he regarded as the same kind of nonsense that he had imbibed as a Talmudist, and he just wanted to put that all behind him. He came to northern Germany, he was in Berlin, he was associated with medicine. He got up to all kinds of trouble, visited brothels, and so on, and his autobiography is very entertaining reading, but personally, I don't think of him as a very likable individual. But he's also the face of the Haskalah, because unlike Mendelssohn, who said that we can be Jews and be good Germans and be good modern citizens of Europe, we can have it all. Solomon Lyman said, chuck it over the side. Like there's so many of these books nowadays that CBCs and Netflix, unorthodox and things like that. It is a long tradition of entrepreneur and over the time walls like the first version of the hospital. But it's also acted as a very especially the Haskalah Eastern Europe, just to give you a Western Europe, just to give you a sense of like the kind of issues that they're facing and the kind of solutions that they're looking for out of Haskalah that's so significant. In the late 18th century, there was a self-burial scale that actually lasted for about half a century. The consensus of scientific opinion was that it was impossible to define death by cessation of respiratory activity. That in fact, a person could stop breathing as far as a conceptual device was a measure, and the heartbeat could not be detected, but the person could still be alive and then wake up sometime later. So this was kind of like a mania that circled around Europe. It also reached the shores of America, and the inventions of the safety coffin before the lecture. Apparently, America approved almost 90 patents for different kinds of safety coffins, specifically for this reason. There's actually a word which I forgot that specifically describes the phobia of being buried alive. At any rate, you can see in this particular version. On the left is our dearly departed, who has been buried underground in his coffin, but then and there's this structure that extends from the coffin up to the surface of the graveyard with this flag that looks a little bit like a mailbox flag. And on the right hand, you see this he's woken up from his right hand. He's not actually dead, but he has been, falsely buried, and so he operates this little winch that frees the flag and will pop up in the air, hoping so that people walking by the graveyard will see that flag flying in the air, and they'll before they expire a second time. There are also versions of this that have like bells and strings attached to it. There is a widely held belief, probably not true, that the phrase "saved by the bell" refers to a ringing of such bells on safety buttons. Saved by the bell probably comes from the box. There are people around and they're about to knocked out, but the bell is around. At any rate, why is this relevant to that spell? So when people decided to go around and take the differential scientific position and say that in Germany, or regions of the world, no one is buried until 72 hours
It's the classic. That's right.
But not necessarily respect the traditional sense of the customary behaviors, or we would call people minhagim. things which are not necessarily rooted in scriptural commands or even the Talmud and the Mishnah, but rather, customs that sort of like attach themselves by the dint of Jewish choices over generations that would result in things like, modes of dress and I mentioned beards and things like that were, more regional kind of traditions. The Haskalah, under thinkers like Mendelssohn, said, we should carefully examine and we should certainly remove or at least isolate those elements that are not part of the body itself, but rather things like the externalities. Like, for example, you don't have to wear this. The second element, which is very important, is that Mendelssohn trusted and wanted to engage with civic leaders like the Mecklenburg Shredder. He felt that, for too long, Jews had regarded the non-Jewish world as toxic, as antithetical to Jewish values, and as hostile to Jewish values. And he felt, no, we should, while recognizing that there are a minority of non-Jews who unfortunately don't like Jews because they are not sufficiently educated as to who Jews are and what we stand for, we should nevertheless embrace our non-Jewish neighbors with open arms and, be happy to join with them in the exalted experiment of constructing a multi-ethnic society. And so the idea of openness to German population in particular was a distinguished feature of the Western Haskalah. But remember, we got a whole range. We had the Mendelssohn, who was kind of like the road person in many ways. We had the Akhdera Maimon, who was also in this camp. He was also saying, what are you even trying to keep the Torah here? Just get rid of it. And then we have people like Mendelssohn's, one of his prime students. Here is David Friedlander from years of 1750 to 1834. And we should realize that Mendelssohn's plan simply was not this idea of demonstrating the value of Jews to German society would naturally result in the conference of emancipation and equal rights to them. And in reality, as much as the Jews tried desperately to show that they deserved emancipation, it eluded them at every turn. And this drove the Jews to an almost ape-like, slavish imitation of German norms. For example, the reorganization of the synagogue layout to make it more church-like. And in fact, one movement in Germany argued that, hey, maybe one of the reasons why we're not like meshing with the Germans is because we observe the Sabbath on different days. So fine, let's move the Sabbath from Saturday to Sunday, which is like an absurd argument, but nevertheless, it was debated and discussed very seriously. In fact, even adopted, but the laity would not accept it. The introduction of organs into the synagogue, all kinds of things which are definitely contradictory to Jewish law, but nevertheless, he's like bending over backwards.
Oh man, I gotta take a dizzy.
That Jews were willing to
Best backhand of all time.
That's David Friedlander, for example, went rather far, and he argued for a so-called dry baptism. This was supposedly put forth in 1799, realizing that one of the only ways that Germany seemed to be willing to accept Jews as full members of society is if they would convert. We see this over and over again with great figures like Gustav Mahler, the older, or Karl Marx's parents, who were all baptized, Haine Kaine, the great poet, that the only way they could really, get university positions, get reasonable jobs, get published in certain places, and so on, is if they formally adopted Christianity, specifically Lutheranism. So Friedlander said, you know what? Okay, how about this? And he actually wrote an open letter saying, how about all of us Jews convert to Lutheranism? We just want to do it on our own terms. We don't really want to believe that Jesus is our Savior, but we will pro forma say, yeah, sure, we're Lutherans. Yeah. This was why it was a so-called tri-baptism, there was no water involved. Of course, it didn't work out, but you see the extent of the desire for the Haskalah to get that elusive German citizenship, that they would do anything for it, and Haskalah was like stretched out way beyond anything that Mendelssohn himself would have done. And just to put this in context, since this is the audience we're speaking to, there were genuinely Orthodox figures who found a way to kind of thread this needle. One of the most famous is Samson Raphael Hirsch, who in the middle of the 19th century articulated a very controversial strategy, which indicated that one of the things that was necessary was a cleavage of the Jewish population in Frankfurt am Main, the so-called Ostjud, where the Orthodox community formally separated from the general Jewish community in the context of Jewish communal structure. This is really quite a radical move. And at the same time, he argued for a full engagement with German society to the furthest extent that halakha would allow. And this is essentially the essential genesis of what would later be called modern Orthodoxy. A lot of things happened between Hirsch and the 21st century, but the idea of trying to find a safe middle ground between outright assimilation and an obscurantist, insular kind of Judaism that doesn't recognize the value of modern science, modern thought, or non-Jewish civilization. That's sort of where Samson Raphael Hirsch was trying to focus the efforts. And in case you think he wasn't sufficiently religious, this photo was often circulated with a little bit more rich beard. It's a little bit more thin, so to speak. That's a little bit of a show. Let's go on. That's what's going on in Western Europe, right? You have these Haskidim, the adherents of the Haskalah, who are trying very hard to achieve certain political goals, and they are willing, along a spectrum, they are willing to go so far as to even have a kind of a mock conversion, if that will get them what they want. They were unsuccessful. Eastern Europe, on the other hand, was rather different. One of the most important ways in which Eastern Europe was different, it was way more populated by Jews. Russia proper, that is Russia before the expansion under Catherine the Great, was actually closed to Jews from the 15th century onward. But when Catherine expanded the region right around this time in the 18th century, she actually ended up inheriting a massive population of Jews, which she promptly sequestered in a region called the Pale of Settlement, which basically extended from halfway through Latvia all the way down to the Black Sea, encompassing the southern half of Latvia, Lithuania, Belarus, a big chunk of Poland, Ukraine, Western Ukraine in particular, and Bessarabia. These were all the regions of the Pale of Settlement, and there was a massive Jewish population there that far outpaced both the absolute number of Jews in Western Europe and also their concentration. Jews were heavily concentrated in medium-sized villages all the way up to cities in Eastern Europe. As you can see, the black dots indicate cities with over 50% Jewish population in 1900. Less so at the time period we're discussing, because there was an unusual population boom that especially affected Jews over the course of the 19th century. But nevertheless, you get a sense of the difference in scale because of the massive number of Jews that lived in Eastern Europe as opposed to the West. Also, we should understand that there's a huge difference in the political and cultural and linguistic context of these regions. Germany was regarded by Jews as kind of like the most civilized country in the world. This was a country that had the best scientists, that had the most sophisticated poets, and they had the most wonderful composers, Beethoven, Bach. I mean, all these things are happening in Germany. Goethe and so on. They're like so excited for Germany. Russia, by contrast, Jews were not especially engaged with it at all. As I mentioned a second ago, the proper was actually closed to Jews, so Jews couldn't live in St. Petersburg or in Moscow unless they had special permission because they were especially wealthy and they were involved in commerce or they were talented medical professionals. Otherwise, the vast majority of Jews live among the large non-Russian populations that were part of the Russian Empire. Ukrainians, the Poles, the Lithuanians, the Belarusians, and so on. And their cultures, especially their literary cultures, were way behind what was happening in Germany. The Dostoevskys, the Tolstoys, and so on were just the beginning of the huge rush of great Russian literature, but that was happening, towards the end of the period that we're talking about. So it was, Jews were just not attracted to these things. There was no real desire to assimilate to Russian culture, which is quite different from what you have in Germany. Furthermore, Jews living in this huge swath of territory, the Pale of Settlement, had massive linguistic affinities with each other in the Yiddish language, which was so strong there, and not at all a minority language among Jews, that it actually evolved eventually into a distinct movement of its own. And any kind of challenge to traditional authority, religious authority that you would find with Ascalon in Western Europe, in Eastern Europe, it tended to move away from assimilation and more into acculturation. It was expressed in movements that we understand today because they're incredibly influential. Yiddishism, right? The whole engagement with Yiddish literature, Shalom Aleichem, Mendel Forum, the culture of it, and so on. It translates really to Broadway and to Hollywood. Zionism, the great political experiment of the Jews that was heavily weighted towards the demands of Eastern Europe, and Jewish socialism, the Bund, the Arbeiterring, of course, elements of Jews, the Communist Party, the Mensheviks and the Bolsheviks, and so on. These are things that happen because the Jews are in such great numbers and not especially attracted to Russian culture. Linguistically, they either doubled down on Yiddish or they explored Hebrew. They generally did not say, hey, let's all speak the vernacular. A little bit different in Poland. There was a much stronger level of Polish Jewish synthesis than you had, let's say, Jewish Lithuanian or Jewish Ukrainian, but nothing like the German Jewish synthesis that really drove Ascalon. So as these ideas of the masculine started seeping over into Eastern Europe, Eastern Europeans, even those who are inclined towards these ideas, they're not deeply impressed. They say, no, we don't want to do it like that. Are you serious? Dry baptism? That's what you expect of us? No way. But they internalized it in other very different ways. For example, Joseph Pearl, one of the important misogyn of the era, one of the important masculine of the era, and you can see right away he's wearing a kippah, very large, larger than my own, in fact, but he embodies this view saying, okay, listen, there's a lot of great things going on in Western Europe with science, and maybe they'll get emancipated and things like that. He looks around at what's going on in Eastern Europe and says, what's holding us back? He says, oh, man, it's those Hasidim. They are the worst. The Misnagdim, okay, they're religious obscurantists and so on, but at least they're rationalists. At least they, have a logical system and they're very sober and they are punctual and they have all of these kinds of values. The Hasidim are wild men. They are drinking, they're dancing, they're singing, they're practicing all kinds of behaviors that we're not used to. All of those things that the Misnagdim we discussed last week were really offensive. They were offended by Hasidism. And so he took a really unusual tack. He composed false Hasidic books, which were designed to be parodies
Okay.
of Hasidim, that is satires.
Yeah.
The book called Megadat Mirim, which means the
Oh my God, he's never in here when he wants to be
which
here.
was meant
I was always just gone.
read
Goes
as if
MIA.
it were an actual Hasidic book.
Oh my
When
God,
you read
dude.
it, you would say, "Oh my gosh, these Hasidim are such fools, such idiots."
All right, Rabbi.
Ironically, he ended up
By taking a shower.
preserving a lot of tremendously interesting Hasidic ideas. Rabbi Nachman of Rothschild, who's one of his most, hated Rabbi Nachman more than most. A lot of the famous stories of Rabbi Nachman were recorded because Joseph Pearl put them in his book. So he, strangely enough, did a service for Hasidism by opposing them. And the thing is, people like Joseph Pearl, even though he was a dedicated educator and he made tremendous contributions to the general education in Tarnopol, in Western Ukraine, nevertheless, he simply could not get any serious traction with his opposition to Hasidism, especially through this strange device of writing these parodies of Hasidic gods. But you see how
Girlfriend.
especially in the figure of Joseph Pearl, tries to
That's the name, girlfriend. Rothschild.
but it is a genuine
Once I get up on it.
popular folk movement that people enjoy. People want to be associated with Hasidim. We should note that Pearl was not the only mass, who dealt with the Hasidim, and there were some. I'll show you one in about 10 minutes that viewed the Hasidic movement with quite a bit more charity, but nevertheless, the basic attack of Haskalah on Eastern European Jews was primarily focused at the Hasidim, because they saw them as the most obscurantists, the most anti-national, most diametrically opposed to the values of Haskalah that they were trying to slowly bring into Eastern Europe. The fights over Hasidic literature really died down around the year 1815 for various reasons. For example, the Vilna had now been dead for almost 20 years, and there were also changes in the generations of Hasidic leaders and so on, and the placing of Hasidic rabbis in official positions in many cities calmed down a lot of that intense literary debate. But the Hasidim and the Misnagdim together faced a much more significant threat, the Russian government. And so another element of the Haskalah's attack on the traditionalist lifestyle in Eastern Europe was specifically through the government. And this, in many ways, poisoned relations between, on the one hand, Misnagdim and Hasidim, and on the other hand, had common cause against the Haskalah. And so, to a large degree, this helped form what I call today a Haredi bloc of Litviks and Hasidim, because they both saw the Haskalah as an existential threat, which they were. Tsar Nicholas I here, who was one of the most influential tsars to rule Russia, had a lot of ideas about how to deal with the Jewish people. He was deeply disturbed that they should not conform to his threefold theory as a good government in Russia that emphasized, worship of the Tsar, that emphasized Russian Orthodoxy, which the Jews could not conform to, obviously Russian Orthodox Christianity, not Russian Orthodox Judaism. And finally, the idea of narodnost, which means people builder, peopleness. He wanted
What up, pimp?
to Russian citizens of the Russian Empire.
Yo, what's up?
All right, so all in all, you were down $3,000 in stake. How about the other one?
The other one, I don't want to talk about.
No, we have to
Like
talk.
of all time,
We have to talk about it.
like in the past 10 years,
Yeah.
negative 60,000.
Holy fucking shit, dog.
Yeah. But that's also from one point in time.
Like you had a problem?
No, I got a gift.
Somebody gave you a bunch of money and you just blew it?
Yeah.
Was it an inheritance?
His mom died. He was on drugs.
Who's he?
Some Norwegian guy.
So some random Norwegian guy's mom died and he gave you a bunch of money?
Yeah. I met him off of Discord.
Why did he give you so much money?
Because I told him I'm a good gambler.
Oh, so you gambled on his behalf?
Yeah.
Okay. What makes you think you're a good gambler?
Well, when I had the bankroll, I was pretty good. I was making anywhere from 5 to 10 grand a day.
Yeah, but
such a high bankroll.
Yeah, but you don't keep track of your
Now,
losses that well.
back then I was.
Okay. Have you just
Not
considered
so much anymore.
quitting?
Oh yeah. No, 100%.
Well, you're already done on one site, and the other site is more corrupt than that site.
Yeah.
So why don't you just quit?
I intend on that.
If you like gambling so much, why don't you do sports gambling?
I probably should. I've heard that it's good.
Well, here's why I say that. You blow thousands of dollars in like 10 minutes, and you're not going to do that on sports gambling. Sports gambling, you put $100 on a game, the game takes 3 hours, you're really into it, and you could win. It's basically like 50-50.
True. Yeah, I like sports bets.
And it's harder to rig those. Like these websites that you're on, them and just be like, okay, we're gonna win 55% of the time, and you're gonna lose 45% of the time, or you're gonna lose 55% of the time. You're only gonna win 45% of the time, and basically every time you put money into it, there's no regulation, there's no gaming board, so they can just at one point say, you know what, let's just make it. He's gonna lose 90% of the time, and
which is what happened with that movie. One day I got pissed off. I was upset at him, so I went in and I did $9,000 bets, and I lost like 10 bets in a row.
And don't feel bad. Don't feel badly. Like, dude, when I used to gamble with this friend of mine, and do you remember what Bodog? Do you know what Bodog was? Okay, so Bodog was like the OG online gambling site. It was really big for online poker and sports betting. And my friend and I would get on there, and we'd get on these. We would use it for sports betting originally, but then we'd get an online poker because we had some friends of ours who did online poker and made a lot of money. And so it was like, okay, well, we'll do it. And every single time we got like an unbeatable hand, like a full house, really good hand, we'd lose to 4 in a row, 4 of a kind. And it'd be like every single time. Well, what we didn't know is we were playing against bots. So they always would make you think that you had a good hand, and then right at the end, they'd steal all your money. And then guess what happened to that website? It was some Cayman Islands website that went under, and we never saw anything from it. And we lost thousands of dollars doing that.
This is registered at, like it says right here, operated by Two Sec Technology Limited, a limited liability company registered in Belize, with the registration number with an address E. Urchin Street, number 2 at San Pedro, Cayey, Belize.
Okay.
Licensed in the government of autonomous island of Union of Comoros, and operates under license delivery there.
Yeah, so that's not legit at all.
Like, what is the island of Arurian? Even a real thing?
Is it near Belize?
It's a volcanic island in the Comoro Islands.
All right. It's like when
situated in the northwest of Madagascar and east of
Mozambique. So you're talking about like in the Indian Ocean. Like there's no getting these people. It's basically a scam.
Yeah, what's the population? That's how you really know right here. Okay, they have a decent population.
That's not how you.
So it's like
That's not how you really know. How you really know is if it has a gaming board and audits. If you can't, we couldn't even pick out where that island is on a map.
yeah, it's in here. Come up. The thing is, where it says 2 Cent Technology Limited, they actually sold the site. It's used to be owned by someone in Curacao, and it got switched out.
Curacao. So
Yeah,
right, but I mean, you get what I'm saying. That it's not like MGM or Caesars or even one. I mean, I'm not saying
no,
those
not
are
at all.
legit, but they're more legit than that one.
Right.
Bet
With
with
a little tool so you can validate stuff.
why don't you bet? Yeah, but here's the thing. Let's say you got, I don't know, $100,000 in the bank there. No one knows that you can necessarily cash that out.
Right.
They could just be like, okay, whatever.
I mean,
let's close down at this point, and you're done. You're not going to the Indian Ocean to get your money, and no lawyer's gonna pony up to just be like, all right, let's sue these guys. You're done. You just
this is cool.
you just like the rush.
Yeah.
And you can get that rush in other ways. You can get that rush in other ways.
I agree.
And you have a child, and this money could be going to improving their life.
Yeah. No, I agree with that 100%. That's why it's, and I just talked with my lady. It's something that, I can't be doing like I'm doing anymore,
You have access to a bot system that people would dream about. Now I know it's not yours, but you're like the middleman for it. And you could basically take the money that you're using to gamble and invest it in your streams. You got to be doing something interesting, but it's like 290 days until Grand Theft Auto 6 comes out.
Yeah.
You plan on getting it. Okay. So you create a community that knows that you're good at Grand Theft Auto 5. And then when Grand Theft Auto 6 comes out, you increase the amount of bots that you have viewing your streams. And then all of a sudden you've got some subscribers. Then perhaps you might have a merch store and you grow from there. The online gambling thing, though, is
sustainable.
Yeah, exactly. It's not the way to go. I like it. I mean, it's cool for you to come in here, but I've also seen you in some sad shape too. Online gambling causes you a major alcohol problem, or the alcohol problem causes you a gambling problem. And you're a really nice guy, and when you're sober, you make good decisions. But when you're drunk, man, you'll like take your whole bank account and just pour it out. It's like, wow, he has no control when he's drunk.
I don't. It's very irresponsible.
Absolutely. And again, your dad, you have a lady, they love you. And have you thought about stopping drinking?
Yeah, I don't anymore.
Okay, you got to stay away from those.
It's never been an issue.
Oh, it has been. I've seen you lose thousands of dollars because you were drunk.
Well, no, but I mean, like, it's not like an every night thing. You know,
It's
it's got a
weekly.
lot better.
It's weekly though.
Yeah,
So you just stay away from that.
not the last two.
Okay, but that's
Yeah.
good. That's good. Do you smoke pot?
No,
Why not?
because I work as a correctional officer.
Oh, okay. Well, that'll do it. Okay.
Yeah,
So you've got a good job, and
yeah.
you just got to stay away from the bottle, stay away from the gambling, use your funds for your family, and then any extra that you have, put it into your streaming career.
Yeah, I should. I
Right.
eventually will.
Retro
you know,
Raid.
but-
I mean, I'm just asking, why don't you just live stream whenever you're at home? Why don't you just have the stream going? It doesn't cost you anything.
Time.
It doesn't
It
cost.
doesn't. I have bad internet. And it's cost time that I don't have at the moment.
Doug, you don't have bad internet.
I might give to my family.
You don't have bad internet, and you don't have to have the stream on you necessarily. You can show other stuff when you're not there.
Yeah,
But basically, what I'm saying is,
I know.
it becomes an advertisement for you, and people will just randomly join your stream. And then whenever you go live, you'll have a ton of people who just check you out to see when you are on camera, to check out what you're doing.
Well, the problem is I'm also not on the computer. I'm only on the computer 5-6 hours a week. Because all the other rest of the time I'm either at work or spending time with my family. You know, so I big dent in just streaming like I would like to, but it takes away from time from other things. You know, for my girl and for my kid. So,
Absolutely. And they don't want to be on stream.
you know, no.
Okay. Well, then you just got to respect that.
But I intend on it soon at some point, you know, like dedicating like a weekend night every night where I have at least one stream and start there.
Right.
You know, or something like that, and then start slow. And if I ever get KCIP, which I know people I probably could, then maybe transition to that and have it as like a side thing, you know.
Absolutely.
Or something.
And that's the way to go. They changed the name of KCIP. If you weren't aware, it's now just Kick Partner. But you're exactly right.
Yeah.
Two things though.
It's definitely been an option.
Two things
But
though. You stay away from the gambling.
Man,
I understand. You stay away from the gambling. You stay away from the bottle, and your life is going to be a lot better. And your money's going to go up, and your happiness with your significant other and your child is going to go up, and then you've got that world by the ass. If you can just stay away from two things, and they're pretty easy. One, gambling is a pain. It's a pain in the ass to do. And secondly is the bottle. It tastes like garbage. So you've done it for 2 weeks. Now make it 20 weeks. When you can go half a year and you haven't had a drink, then I'm going to say, okay, now this guy's got an opportunity at some real success. I'm not telling you anything, no. You know all these things, and you say them to yourself constantly. So you just got to do it.
Hello?
Yeah, what'd you say, Big Dog?
I said, I'll work on it, man, but I gotta go. I appreciate you and I appreciate your advice.
Absolutely. You take care.
I'm here at some point.
I'm always here for you,
You
Retro
too,
Raid. Take care, buddy.
Fucking comment. Like, you're making a Pornhub X videos. I can't believe she's really out there getting fucked like that.
Can't believe she's out there getting fucked, bro.
Us, and at the same time they're alien Judaism, and hoping that that would bring them into the Russian fold per se through a form of assimilation. The carrot element of this was in the form of the Crown Schools, which was a network of Russian-sponsored schools that enrolled Jewish children and purported to use the Haskalah methods of education to enlighten them and to expose them to science and the Russian language and all kinds of things like that. This is one of the reasons why Yeshiva Volozhin closed down, was specifically over whether or not the students there would have to learn Russian. And it's clear that it's not because they felt that the Russian language was somehow completely, divorced from everything Jewish, but that they felt that it was the leading edge of much worse things. They brought in masculine like Max Lilienthal, who initially tried to set up these so-called crown schools, but when it was discovered by Lilienthal and others that in fact these were like very thinly veiled attempts to actually convert Jewish children to Russian Orthodoxy, with actually priests working on the payroll and so on. Lilienthal ended up giving up and he actually retired here to America where he made a career here. And this was the carrot, enrolling kids, Jewish kids, in the crown schools. The stick was that if you didn't enroll your child in the officially Russian-sponsored school, then your child would be exposed to the Russian army under the so-called Kantonist system. Beginning in 1837, Nicholas I said that Jewish children as young as age 12, legally, in reality, many children younger than the age of 12 were taken, would be conscripted into the Russian army. There's a lot more to say about this terrible decree. It had a tremendously corrosive impact on the Jewish leadership in the communities as well. But it was essentially a death sentence, Jewishly, for the Jewish boys who were taken off to the Tsar's army. One thing that many people don't realize is that service in the Tsar's army army was 25 years in length. And Nicholas I, recognizing that conscripting adults at 18 years old, Jewish adults at 18 years old, they were already so steeped in Jewish thought and culture and family connections and not even be married at this point, they would never completely assimilate. So that's why he backed it off by an additional 6 years, at which point they would have 6 years of military education, and then they would serve their 25 years in the Tsar's army. A horrific thing. These children taken away from their families, and you can see the desperation in this contemporary Russian painting describing the removal of the countries. So the Jews of Russia had this terrible choice: either put their kids in these Russian-sponsored, basically conversionist Scala schools, or they can expose them to the risks of being sent off to the Tsar's army and not really seen again for decades. This is the reason why I'm here. My grandfather Oliver Shaw did not want to fight against the Japanese in the Russo-Japanese War on behalf of the Russians. So he made his way to Canada, and about 70% of Ashkenazi Jews in America trace their origins back to this particular period in history as well. You have a lot of shenanigans with Jews mutilating themselves by shooting off toes, children being adopted by other families, so they would be considered as only sons, mixing up ages of birth and all kinds of things that occur during this period. But under these circumstances, the Misnagdim and the Hasidim realized that they had to be much greater enemies in the Russian government itself and in the Maskilim, who were penetrating into the Russian government and using their position to try to, in their own way, their own misguided way, to enlighten the Jews and using state power to do so. So this coalesced in kind of tooth run. But not everyone agreed with this general assessment. There were some exceptional figures, like Eliezer Tzviko here, who was a Maskil, who, unlike Joseph Pearl, did not agree with the excoriation of the Hasidim. And in reality, he took kind of an elevated approach to the three-way conflict that was developing. And I'd like to just close with a quote from a book he wrote called, appropriately, Shalom Al Yisrael, in which he writes, God saw that there would be 3 shepherds, Rabbi Eliyahu in Lithuania, this is the word of God, to safeguard the Torah, to purify the Talmud, and to oversee its logic and its diligent study. The Hasidim in Volhynia, which is in southern Poland, western Ukraine, to martial devotion and to fan the embers of feeling, because the Snagdim in Lithuania, like they say in Yiddish, called to be a Litvak, cold as a Lithuanian. They have the nominal sense of logical power and reason and so on, but they're cold. They're like very tachlis oriented. What is the detail? And very focused on the argument. The Hasidim, on the other hand, is so warm, and maybe they're not quite as demanding about what's happening around the edges, and they're much more inclusive, and they're much more into, for example, prayer. The founder of Chabad Hasidim said he went to the Magi in order to learn how to pray. He learned to learn Hasidic thought. He went to learn how to pray because they prayed with great devotion. And they prayed with enthusiasm. Right? Hasidic Verbringen is a wonderful thing. And finally, the great sage of our people, Moses ben Menachem, that's Mendelssohn, in Germany, called him to place the cradle of enlightenment in the land of religion, and argued in this regard that a lot of the ideas that we began with today with Azaria Del Rossi really conform to that Maimonidean thought of listening to the truth and accepting it from whoever speaks it, and be valuable for the Jews. In fact, allows the Jews in the 19th century to really excel in so many areas of human endeavor. But I have to conclude with Shalom Al Yisrael because I identify identify very much with this idea of different magnetic polarities that affect the Jewish people, alternating between that austere religious text-based thought and the divine enthusiasm of religious ecstasy and the open-minded nationalism of modernism. These three ideas really form quite a bit of the Jewish community today. And I think it is the diversity of thought, the multiplicity of perspectives that really helps the Jews exist as a community, as a people of America. Thank you very much for your attention and your endurance over these 3 weeks. It's really a great honor to speak with you.
Welcome. How are you?
One of the things that I find so exciting about the early Jewish community in Amsterdam,
What's up,
particularly
Ivan?
16th, 17th, 18th centuries, is the fact that it was a place that drew in people from
Ivan,
diverse backgrounds, surprisingly diverse backgrounds.
can you hear me? Ivan. Yo, dog, can you hear me?
And they came together to produce some tremendous artifacts of Jewish culture that later went on to have very illustrious careers. One of those documents is the Amsterdam Haggadah 1695, and in particular, the copper engravings that really set the signal for many Haggadahs for centuries, right up to and including the Maxwell House Haggadah that was very popular here in America. Now, we all love reading Haggadahs with great illustrations. And the person that we have to thank for the Amsterdam Haggadah is that unusual individual named Abraham Bar Yaakov, whose years were 1669 to 1730. He was born in Germany, probably in the Rhineland, and what little we know about his background is that he was actually a convert to Judaism. He was originally a Christian pastor, a Protestant pastor, and he moved to Amsterdam at the age of 26, and that's where he converted and began to, use his talents as an engraver and presumably as a pastor because he had great familiarity with the illustrated Bibles in circulation at the time, and he brought those talents together in the Amsterdam Haggadah. We know just a handful of facts about him. He was apparently married twice. We don't know about his first wife. Perhaps that was when he was still Christian. His second wife, however, was Deborah Oops, a very famous family of printers. Her husband was actually employed by her brother, Solomon ben Joseph Oops, who published the 1712 reprint of the 1695 Haggadah that Abraham Bar Jacob is associated with. And it was Abraham Bar, Aramaic rather than Ben, Yaakov, and normally with a convert you had Yaakov Bar Abraham, but there's no question about it because he referred to himself elsewhere as the Mishpachat Abraham Avinu, meaning from the family of Abraham, our father. But anyway, let's have a look at this amazing Haggadah just for a few minutes. So here's the title page of it, absolutely gorgeous. You see there's representation of Moses on the right, the lawgiver, and Aaron, the high priest, on the left. Extremely influential design that was repeated again over and over again. And copper engraving was a technological upgrade from previous forms of illustrations. Here you can see gorgeous rendition of the daughter of Pharaoh receiving or finding baby Moses in the Nile. You see right in the center of the river, in the mid-ground there is Moses in the basket, and then sort of compressed timeline. In the back, you can see it looks like the maidservant, not the daughter of Pharaoh herself, as we might have in the Midrashim tradition, reaches out to receive Moses. And then on the left side of the foreground, you see apparently the maidservant presenting the baby Moses to daughter of Pharaoh herself, who was so designated by a crown. Fascinating, very detailed, gorgeous illustration. You can imagine people sitting around the Seder table in Amsterdam enjoying this, and it really all over Europe. If the previous image might have appealed to the young daughters in the family, perhaps with maternal instincts, this one is definitely designed for the young boys in the family with this dramatic image of Moses beating the Egyptian who entered the danger as described in the book of Exodus. And you can see all around are various activities involved with building Piton and Ramses, the cities described as the slave cities that the Jews were involved with in the book of Exodus. So really gorgeous, detailed illustrations, very evocative and so on. It's also famous for being the site of a very early Hebrew map. You can see it's laid out east to west. Here's a colorized version of it, also very interesting looking. But I think what is most fascinating about this is in this type of era, the whole idea of plagiarism was like not very well defined. And so here is a classic image from the Haggadah that shows the pictures of the four sons. Right, we've got on the right the wise son, and then the second from the right is the wicked son. The third from the right is the simple son, and then at the very left is the one who does not know how to ask. You can see they're actually different in size as well. But when you look a little bit more deeply, you see that actually these four sons were clearly taken from early models. And in fact, many of the images in the Amsterdam Haggadah were simply taken from earlier biblical illustrations that came from Christian sources, which is perhaps something that our artist might have become familiar with through his earlier Christian study. Here, for example, you see the four sons in the Amsterdam Haggadah, the top left image. And by the way, ironically, it says underneath here in the German, reproduction is forbidden, which it's ironic because, of course, this is exactly what he was doing. But this is also from 1931. It's a reprint from then, so it's already work in public domain. At any rate, three of the four sons are simply flipped in mirror image and taken from entirely different illustrations drawn from the Iconis Biblical of Matthäus Marian of Basel, a mid-17th century print of the Bible with illustrations. So you can see, for example, the Chacham, the wise son, is actually from a picture of Hannibal, who's offering a sacrifice in the top right. The Rasha, the wicked son, is actually a Roman soldier in the bottom right, fleeing a battle. And then on the left, the simple son is ironically based on a model of the prophet Samuel in the lower left, and then he's just flipped as well, and a hat is added to reinforce the image. So the whole idea of what could be borrowed, what could be built upon, what could be augmented was really very fluid in the 17th century. I'll just wrap it up with one quick look at his own signature, which is really beautiful and evocative anyways. That if you can see that right there in the bottom of this image, it says Abraham Bar Yaakov. And I find it interesting that he chose to specifically illustrate his name underneath a depiction of a story from the book of Jonah, in which the stormy sea throws Jonah overboard, he's swallowed up by some kind of aquatic creature, and then spit out safely on dry land. And I just wonder, it's very tempting to think, is this what Abraham Bar Yaakov thought of himself? That he too came from a very tumultuous era. He landed in Amsterdam and he found his wife, found a family, he found his métier as a copper engraver, and finally as a Jew. Fascinating, don't you think? I hope you enjoyed this video, and I hope you'll have a chance to explore Amsterdam together this fall with Kosher River Cruises. Thanks very much for watching. One of the most fascinating and fun aspects of my career as a Jewish historian is the opportunity to explore some of the exciting historical sites of Europe, in particular with kosher riverboat cruises. We've been doing this for a few years now, and I really love taking these voyages of discovery as we explore the rich Jewish heritage, particularly of of the Jewish waterways of Europe, and I'm especially looking forward to visiting Amsterdam this fall. Here's a little Vorspeise video, a little appetizer to give you a sense of the exciting nature and unique nature of the Amsterdam Jewish community. And I think one of the most fascinating elements of this unusual Jewish community is the deep involvement of Portuguese Jews. So let's look at one in particular, a rather tragic example, but nevertheless illustrative of the kind of spiritual, creative, intellectual energy that is brought to Amsterdam by the Jews from Portugal. I'm speaking specifically about Uriel Acosta, also referred to as Da Costa, who was born in 1583 and passed away in 1640. His tragic story has been dramatized and produced in many different cultures. Here, for example, you see a poster from a fairly recent Polish production of his sad life. He was born in Portugal in 1583 to a New Christian family. What exactly does that mean? Many people speak about the Spanish Inquisition, but in reality, the Portuguese Inquisition, which followed shortly after the expulsion of Jews from Spain in 1492, was an absolutely horrific experience and had, in many ways, just as powerful, if not more powerful, an impact on Jewish history. Because the Portuguese Jews were forcibly converted in 1497. There was kind of like a status quo agreement that the crown in Portugal would simply turn a blind eye to whatever they did behind closed doors. And so there was this tolerance for about 3 decades of Jews being outwardly Christian, and yet, nevertheless, as an open secret, they were still practicing Jewish practices. In 1530, the Inquisition came down hard in Portugal and created tremendous havoc for many Jews living there. And so many Jews went deep underground, but they had had several decades of experience living as crypto Jews, and so they tried literally for centuries to make their way out of Portugal afterwards. These families who were technically Christian because they had received baptism, willingly or not, were called New Christians, which made a distinction between the so-called Old Christians, who had never had any experience with Judaism, and the New Christians who were of Jewish background. There's a lot more to say about that, but I don't want to take up too much time in this video. At any rate, like many Jews of his generation, Acosta was not informed of his Jewish background until he was really a teenager. And he had understood that he was a good Christian like everyone else. He studied theology. It's quite possible he may even have received a clerical degree himself. And then when he found out that he was Jewish, he was fascinated with it. He was obsessed with it, and he wanted to really explore his Jewish background. This was only possible, however, once the family did make their way out of Portugal to Amsterdam, which was a much more liberal and tolerant environment, at least in some senses, where these Portuguese Jews could once again re-engage with their Jewish identity. Unfortunately for people like Acosta, his Jewish identity was an imagined identity because this is 1583. The Inquisition has been in place for 15 years. The Jews have been forcibly converted for almost a century. His real contact with Jewish teachings is highly limited. Almost everything he's learning about Judaism is from Christian sources reflecting upon Judaism and him trying to decode them to understand what Judaism must really be like after you take away the Christian filter. He came to Amsterdam in 1614. He spent a little bit of time after that in Hamburg. He was circumcised and he formally converted, but he found himself in conflict with the core community in 1618. And the crux of the problem was that he did not believe that Jews were living up to the ideal that he had set for them. Right? Imagine the kind of environment he must have been active in. He was an intellectual, brilliant individual, very well read, and he's coming to adopt this new Jewish identity after almost a century of persecution. And he finds that Jews are people too, and Jews are not necessarily behaving at the standards he expected of them after reading, the Hebrew Bible hoping to find models of human behavior in the patriarchs and the matriarchs, King David and King Solomon. And he sees around them there are regular people who are going about as Jews, occasionally perhaps not speaking well of each other, perhaps not necessarily treating each other appropriately in business and so on. And he is angry about this. He ends up getting into conflict with the local community that in an attempt to try and quell his anger and his public expectations, he is actually excommunicated. Now, there's a lot more to say about what exactly is excommunication in a Jewish context. It essentially means a form of ostracism, and there are different levels of it, as we shall see. So, he was first excommunicated in the year 1618. He goes back and he lives in Amsterdam, and the excommunication is lifted, and but he doesn't stop. He's still so bothered by the fact that how is it possible that Jews do not behave to the standards that he expects they should adopt? It's possible that Uriel Costa suffered from some level of mental illness. When I get to the end of this story, perhaps you'll see why this is especially poignant. But nevertheless, he ended up publishing a book, The Examination of Pharisaic Traditions, which was in many ways an attack on exactly the problem that we're describing here. The Jewish community, which at this time was trying to negotiate a safe level of tolerance with the outside community, and certainly did not want these kind of intellectual rabble-rousers active in Amsterdam. They ended up excommunicating him again. This is the second excommunication. He was fined, the book was seized and burned, and he ended up fleeing to Utrecht. Nevertheless, in Utrecht, he found himself extremely depressed. In 1628, his mother passed away, and he found that he simply could not live. He didn't have a community anymore. He wasn't a Christian. He didn't have community among Jews either. So he moved back to Amsterdam, hoping to absorb himself within the Jewish community again. And he said, I'm going to set aside all of my intellectual and spiritual disagreements with the community. He said later on, a very sad phrase, he said, I shall become an ape among apes. Very derogatory statement in the sense that he wanted to fit in with the Jews, even though he felt that it really wasn't for him. He thought a lot about some of the philosophical areas of Judaism and just could not help himself. He ended up getting involved in controversial behavior again. He ended up preventing two conversion to Judaism at this time, and this to the attention of the Jewish community once again. And so in 1640, he formally says to the community, okay, look, I'm really, really sorry. I know I'm having trouble controlling myself, but I will completely subject myself to the Jewish community. I will not, engage in any of these activities anymore. And the Beit Din of Amsterdam, the Jewish court, imposed an extremely harsh sanction upon him. They accepted him back, but they ordered him to go through a ritual humiliation, which was surprisingly not as uncommon as one might think in the 17th century, where he was taken into the synagogue, he was tied to a post and symbolically lashed with a little lash, but the idea was to symbolically accept his Jewish practice. And then he was required to lie down at the entrance to the synagogue and have the entire synagogue membership walk with him. This is a sign of abject humiliation. He was incredibly depressed by this. He went home. He wrote a 12-page suicide note called Black of New York. Example of a human a terrifying terrifying story, incredibly sad. Obviously, an individual who is deeply invested in Judaism, and yet because of the vagaries of history, the persecution of the Inquisition, he was distant from Judaism in a normal way. He had no Jewish community, and then he developed this special idea of what Judaism must be like, and he was never able to really, make sense of the difference between Judaism and regular Jews, and he ended up taking his own dramatic way, Amsterdam
Damn, bro. This nigga got this shit wrong, bro. What the fuck? This nigga slump this shit. Fuck.
for the difficulty of navigating the day when it becomes more and more possible to adopt various
Damn, bro. This nigga got
towards
this shit.
religious identity. In other words, the Amsterdam Bacon was really trying to enforce that most concept of Judaism, where everyone has a unique set of rules as understood by the Shulchan Aruch, whereas the possibility of mutual identities are rapidly evident in society. One of the most profound links, you may have already anticipated it, is the not that much later, after our cluster's experience, went through a similar experience with the Amsterdam Bacon, but many have drawn the direct connection between cluster's experience and Spinoza himself. This painting by Samuel Rothschild is a remarkable representation of Spinoza's life and his life in general in the 19th century. He shows young Spinoza as a innocent child with colorful clothing, long hair, holding on to flowers, sitting on the lap of the much more brooding, student, as if he is the bearer of his legacy. It is a tragic story to be sure, but it also gives us some insight into the complexity of the Amsterdam community and in particular the Portuguese element of its most important both economic vitality to Amsterdam, but also intellectual strength that was produced intellectual scholars like Spinoza. Okay, I hope you found this sad video nevertheless meaningful, and I really hope to see you on this tour because it's going to be fantastic. Thank you very much for watching. Like many of you, I can't wait for this horrible pandemic to be over so that we can get life back to normal. And I'm especially looking forward to traveling once again with Kosher River Cruises, where we're going to be touring Amsterdam in the late summer and then a few other trips coming up after that. One fascinating little incident associated with the Jews of Amsterdam is a remarkable moment that occurred to an exceptional individual named Menashe Ben
To legend, I paid the price.
Very important.
The self-proclaimed Kung Fu expert is a viral sensation, destroying his actors with ease, but Pacquiao was no actor. When they met in the ring, it was complete domination. Despite a huge height and weight disadvantage, it wasn't long before he was clinging on just to survive. Pacquiao began pleading to quit and stop the fight. Showing courage, he beat the count and was saved by the bell.
To make their way out of Portugal and then reclaim their Jewish identity and remain their way to Amsterdam. He was actually born probably in Lisbon to a crippled Jewish family. He was actually baptized under the name Manuel Giaspero. The Inquisition accused him that he was his father of practicing Judaism secretly and very narrowly escaped his gained alive in Africa. And so the family escaped from Portugal and made their way to Amsterdam, where they reclaimed their Jewish identities. Manuel was given the name Menashe. His brother was given the name Ephraim. Those are two children of Joseph that in Jewish tradition going to have gotten along nicely despite the fact that they were brothers. And this is one of the reasons why Jewish parents left their children the name of Menashe and Ephraim so that they all get along. And became a child prodigy. He's actually extremely talented, not only in Judaic studies, he had a very kind of like broad-minded approach to things. He studied widely and he was multiple languages. People like penetrate, he was very fanatical in his outlook and really established a continental presence for his intellect. He was not especially wealthy. He was given barely as a writer, and especially as a publisher. The specific incident of the 10 tribes occurred in 1644 when Antonio Ventimiglia, who was also one of the Portuguese conversos, who was living under a Christian identity and traveling the world. And he made his way to Ecuador when, and the story he tells is absolutely fantastic, he is guided by an indigenous guide to a population that lives across an impassable river. But when he encounters them on the other side of the river, they address him in Hebrew, they recite the Shema prayer in Hebrew. He reveals himself as a Jew. He proclaims that his parents are Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. He meets with the people on the other side of the river frequently, although he is never able to actually cross that river. He nevertheless sees them and speaks to them across the way. And they are apparently indigenous Ecuadorian peoples who are claimed to be of Jewish origin from the tribe of Reuben. Our Lady, of course, is from the tribe of Levi. Now, Aaron thinks it's an absolutely fantastic event. He travels back to Amsterdam and he relates his story there. Menachem ben Israel was present at the time when he related the story. He actually transcribed it. And although he doesn't publish it, the story begins to circulate and slowly gains the attention. In particular, applause from those who are especially interested in Alan Lee's story because there is a marinarial movement that specifically associates the rediscovery of the 10 lost tribes of Israel and their eventual conversion to Christianity as indispensable elements in the ultimate second coming of Jesus Christ. And there's a lot being published at this time, especially with the encounters with First Nations and indigenous people in America. Here's one copy of a publication that occurred just around this time by Thomas Thurgood, Jews in America, or probabilities that Americans are of that race, meaning the indigenous people, the First Nations, the Native Americans, are in fact Jews descended from the tribes. This is the second paragraph. With the removal of some contrary beliefs and earnest desires for secular endeavors to make them Christian. Right? That's the kind of like the larger religious project of the Protestant clergy. And so they begin tracking the story and then begin talking to the Passion of Israel. We also recall around the time of Shabtai Tzvi, there's a lot of messiness going on the continent in England and also among Jews at this time. Menachem ben Israel begins to get caught up in it. He begins to write the story of these Jews discovered in Ecuador. And although he obviously doesn't buy into the Christian end story, he does begin to write about it. He writes a book called Sefer Mitzvah Yishon, the book of the Hope of Israel. This particular publication, which was issued a couple hundred years later, in Lemberg, modern day Lviv. The subtitle is Al Davar Aseret HaShvatim Mishkan Mishkan, on the matter of the 10 tribes and the place that they're living. He also issues this in Spanish here. You see Esperanza de Israel, the Hope of Israel, and of course in English. There it is, the Hope of Israel. There's things Israel on the side. It's a fascinating story about how he got involved in this, and he became quite a bit more famous as a result of the story that in fact the people in Ecuador may be part of the lost tribe. As it happens, it's highly unlikely that they are the lost tribes. Right? Who were those lost tribes? Really recall in the late 8th century, the Jewish people in Israel were divided into two monarchies. The southern one was called Judah, the northern one was called Israel. And as a result of foreign invasion, a large proportion of the population of the northern kingdom of Israel was transported to these three areas, as far as the biblical time you can see here on this map. A couple hundred years later, then Judah would also be attacked, and a large population of this population would be deported to Babylon, specifically at the lakes of the Tigris and Euphrates Rivers. Here's a map of what these regions conditions would look like today. So the inhabitants of the northern peninsula were sent off to, let's say, western Syria and the Kurdistan region, and then out into Iran, Iraq, the very rough estimates. But there is some archaeological evidence that suggests that these were there. There's for example, pieces of clay that were filled with more inscriptions that clearly bear Jewish references. There are names found in some of the older records from young schools are discovered. There's also been some fascinating finds, although subject to some dispute by many archaeologists, that these particular strange devices are often found in the settlement dating back to the 18th. So it's quite possible that Jews were in fact living here. Well, so that's kind of like the end of the story with Michelle with regards to Trump. But it is fascinating because definitely developed his Messianic thinking and association with the idea of the Jews spreading out to all the corners of Europe, the Kansai Haaretz. And one space where he actually had quite an impact is in England, because at this time Jews were formally not allowed to live in England, and the Nashib in Israel had a dramatic impact on Oliver Cromwell in particular, with regards to the possibility of England living Jews. They had been expelled in 1290, and this was part of the unfolding of the Messianic era as an academic star. And that's just a very glimpse at some of the intellectual, spiritual, and political forms that were going on in Amsterdam. If you are able to travel, hopefully we'll all be able to travel after this pandemic is over. Please join me with Kosher River Cruises as we have a look at a lot of some sites of Jewish Amsterdam and the Netherlands late this summer. I hope I'll be able to see you on the cruise. Thanks very much for watching.
I got the baby in here. Kevin, if you touch this beautiful little man, I swear. Okay. That's it.
Here's hoping that the conditions will improve significantly over the next few months so that we'll be able to get back to travel. I'm especially looking forward to visiting Amsterdam in the late summer with the river cruises. Amsterdam is such a fascinating city. And let's just take a few minutes right now to talk about one of the figures who appeared in Amsterdam in the 18th century, the incredible Rabbi Rothschild. One of the most amazing things about the connection between Amsterdam and the Mall, as you is that Amsterdam was the city of refuge. Not only as we saw in previous videos, some of the Portuguese versos who were forced to accept, wanted to return to their own identities, did not do so in the Iberian Peninsula. They had to find a safer location. Amsterdam was one of those locations, and we see it in particular with Rabbi Rothschild. So first of all, who was Rabbi Rothschild? He was a child prodigy, a genius, who wrote quite really stellar works of literature that made a phenomenal impression on many different sectors of intellectual life in the 18th century. Perhaps he is most well known for a book called Silas Mishayim, The Path of the Just, which was regarded as absolutely incredible for the self-guide and ethical guide, a masterful statement of Jewish morality, and the way in which it could be applied to an individual in a personal program of development. I myself enjoyed it tremendously. I've studied it many times, and every time I make my way through it, I feel some incremental growth in my own personality and a desire to read it again. His work was accepted amazingly well across the spectrum, at least when you look over the course of the 18th century onward. For example, the remarkable diversity of people who really stood on top. There was the famous Moses, who was the enlightenment figure who argued that we should engage more fully with secular non-Jewish culture, that Judaism had something to offer the general European world, and that even European studies, culture, literature, art, music, science, and so on, also enrich the Jewish perspective, also in the world of literature, the famous professor at the University, Joseph Klausner, argued that the Ramchal was actually the first modern Hebrew writer that was actually producing works of, actually was a playwright in modern Hebrew, and that all modern Hebrew literature stems from this thinker. For those who are very close students of Ramchal, they know that actually one of his most cherished areas of intellectual activity was the Kabbalah, mysticism. And it's in this regard in particular that is especially beloved by Hasidim. The Maggid of Mezrich, for example, one of the most important early Hasidic leaders, argued that the generation was not worthy to understand the Ramchal. He was such a tremendously important figure. And on the other side of the Jewish spectrum, we've already talked about masculine, we talked about Hasidim, but Vilna Gaon, the great Litva, the Lithuanian traditionalist thinker, who in many ways was opposed to the Hasidim, also found the Ramchal's work incredibly valuable. He once famously wrote that there is not a single word out of place in Mesilat Yesharim until chapter 11. That's what that word is. Maybe the story also said that they were alive at the same time as the Ramchal. Their lifespans just overlapped very slightly. They walked all the way from Lithuania to Padua in Italy. The biography of Ramchal is phenomenal. As I mentioned, he came from Padua in northern Italy, where he was regarded as a child prodigy. He wrote his first book, he wrote grammar, which he actually wrote one of the first books of how to engage in public speaking, and he actually attracted himself a remarkable number of medical students at the University of Padua, which is one of the few schools in Europe that would admit Jewish students. They had some interesting kind of disabilities. They had the tuition, they had the offset some of the students non-Jewish students, but anyway, they did a medical degree at Padua. Some of the brighter Jewish medical students all over Europe were attracted to the special circle that formed around the Ramchal, specifically studying Kabbalah. However, this attracted a lot of particularly when Ramchal started discussing their radical ideas about Kabbalah, because he understood that this very close. That he was attracted in particular by a figure named Rabbi Rothschild. He thought that this young individual, who was in his early 20s at the time, was actually a secret follower of the disgraced Shabbatai Tzvi, who led a disastrous messianic movement in the 17th century that resulted in the disappointment of hundreds of thousands of Jews all around the world who had thought that this might actually be the moment when Jesus would return to Jerusalem. It was so amazing how widespread Shabbatai Tzvi was in some of these woodcuts that even non-Jews were talking about it because in fact so many Jews selling their properties and putting it off them where we had a very large problem and preparing to pick up a new Jerusalem. However, Shabbatai Tzvi, when he confronted the Ottoman Sultan, was given the alternative of continuing his quest of losing his head or converting to Islam. Shabbatai Tzvi decided to convert to Islam, disappointing so many of his followers, although a small number of them actually continued believing that if their purported Messiah had converted to Islam, then perhaps that meant they should do so as well. They became a sect known as the Dunya, who were active right up to the 20th century in politics and Turkey, for example. But back to the Ramchal. The Rothschild had felt that the Ramchal was actually a secret follower of Shabbatai Tzvi, and he raised the issue with the Jewish court that actually looked at them. They were somewhat troubled by what they saw because he was remarkably young. Kabbalah is usually studied by people at least at the age of 40. He was still unmarried, and in fact, he did not grow a beard. He was totally things that bothered him. So they insisted on interviewing him, and they made him promise that he would restrict his Kabbalistic teachings. And when he got married, that actually assuaged some of their concerns, so they let it be. After some time, however, this young Ramchal felt that he really wanted there were also some family reversals in business, and so he decided to leave Padua and travel north in Europe to more secure Frankfurt. But Rabbi Moshe Chagiz, who was unhappy with the fact that the Ramchal was let off without too many consequences in Padua, he sent letters ahead to Frankfurt telling the authorities there that they should arrest the Ramchal on suspicion of following Shabbat, and they had a second trial there in Frankfurt. He was once again forced to submit to a humiliating oath indicating he would not teach Kabbalah and so on, and most tragically, the Frankfurt Beacon seized all of his unpublished manuscripts in order to examine them for possible heresy, and finding none but still uncertain of their content, they decided to bury them as if to hide them away, and then they lost the sight of their burial. So many of the phenomenal works are lost to history, and so they're not even the teacher of the Ramchal, Rabbi Isaiah Bassan, marshaled a tremendously heroic defense of his faith, arguing that there was no reason for him to be persecuted on any suspicions. He was incredibly upright and especially talented young man. And so, in the end, after he took the second oath, they allowed him to travel on. He was finally in Amsterdam, where he found some rest. As we've spoken about in a couple previous videos, the Portuguese Jews in Amsterdam in particular had a predominant influence on admitting the Ramchal, giving him the respect he needed, a place to teach. He had an honest position and so on, and he enjoyed some of the best years of his life, of his short life, were in Amsterdam because they saw, among other things, not only his brilliance, but also they recalled some of the negative repercussions of the situation with Uriel Acosta that we spoke about previously, and also, not too far in the distance, was the excommunication of Spinoza, which engendered some controversy as well. So Ramchal was allowed to teach and study and write in Amsterdam, and he was there to do this remarkable work in the Silat Mishabim. One thing I'm especially excited about, if you haven't studied the Ramchal in a while, perhaps when you were in yeshiva, you had an opportunity to study the Ramchal, in the 1990s came a new version, an autographed version of it in the Ramchal's own hand, was discovered archives in the former Soviet Union. And this version is not like the one that has been studied for the last 200 years. It was a dialogue version in which the entire theme and plot of the certain kind of expressed the old friends who reunite after many years apart. One of them has kind of gone on like an exact comparison, but it's kind of become like a modern Orthodox. He is still very observant, but at the same time quite engaged in secular culture. And on the other hand, his old high school friend has become like a super effective. Plays the rhythm all day, recites psalms all day, very, very pious, very, very particular about their observance of the halacha. And the two of them get together and they start talking about their comparative experiences, and it is brilliant. It's so insightful. In many ways, I prefer the dialogue version, which the Ramchal decided not to publish, to the version that has been available. So much fascinating stuff. At any rate, I hope that you'll be able to join me on this cruise. We're definitely going to look at the Mesilat Yesharim because of its connection to Amsterdam, and I try to understand a little bit more of his thought and what he had to offer the world. Thank you very much for watching, and hope to see you on a cruise one day.
I am David Lawrence. I'm one of the directors of Kosher River Cruises, and I wanted to thank everybody who is attending. We thought we would reach out to some of our guests for a little taste of hopefully what will happen soon, more sooner than later, and to give everybody just an idea of some of the. I know we're all missing out on our opportunity to travel and all that other good stuff, and just to keep connected with you. I know the biggest question that everybody has right now is what's going on with the cruises. At this time, as Henry liked to say, we are in a state of ambiguity, meaning that everything depends on what the cruise lines do, what the governments will allow us. On rivers, it's very interesting because you're going across multiple territories and multiple countries and multiple borders. The Amsterdam cruise, obviously, we're in the Netherlands the entire time, but some of the issues are the ships coming up the Rhine from Germany. So there's a lot that goes into who's deciding where, when, what, and how, and we're keeping our communication is constantly open. We just don't have an idea right yet. The minute we do, we'll let everybody know what's happening. And like we have our Dream Now cruise later, everybody signs up for a cruise if they want, deposit necessary, and then that just holds your space. We hope, and we kind of need to know, obviously, same as you, for airfare and everything else, pretty much around 90 days prior to cruise, we're going to have that stop dead date or just, an update as to what's going on, because we all need to know what's happening so we can prepare for it. So we're hoping, praying that the cruise might run for our Netherlands. If not, then the first cruise that we'll be having our Douro cruise, which is in Portugal. That gives us a whole bunch more time to prepare for that, and hopefully things are a bit calmer. So I am now going to turn it over to David Krause, one of our directors, scholar in residence, all-around good guy, and he's going to take it from here. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, David. And thank you, everybody who have joined us today. It's so nice to see some of the familiar faces, although only behind the names on the screen. And so just very quickly, Henry had the great idea of doing this sort of a little tasting of the cruise in the form of a particularly interesting lecture on the Jews of Amsterdam and the Netherlands. And this is, for me personally, and I think you will agree, this is one of the most intriguing, one of the most interesting stories of any Jewish community on the European continent. And there's so many layers of history in Yiddishkeit in it. Amsterdam is known not just for the Jews. It was the nickname Mokko, which obviously comes from Yiddish, and it's sort of a version of Makom, the place to be. And Amsterdam really is a place to be. It has incredibly rich history, and so does the Dutch Jewry in general. And so this is what we're going to hear about today. Before I hand it over to Henry, I just want to give you a technical information. I am here to moderate the questions today. So in the Q&A section, please feel free to type in any questions you might have, and we will address them after Henry's lecture. So without further ado, Henry, is yours.
Wow, thank you so much. Everyone can hear me all right? And let's just have a quick look at the screen share. Is that coming through okay? Everyone sees the beautiful picture of the canal now in Amsterdam. Excellent. So, like all of you, I am incredibly excited about the potential trip to Amsterdam, and I am definitely putting in extra energy of petitions to the Supreme Being that he should allow this pandemic to, subside as soon as possible, and not only obviously for the human cost that it has placed upon all of us globally, but also in a very selfish way, so that we can get back on the road again, and especially on the rivers of Europe. And like David said, the truth is, Amsterdam is so incredibly fascinating. It is an unusual paradigm of the entire story of the Jewish experience of modernity, specifically how we cross the chasm from the pre-modern or medieval environment into the Judaism and the Jewish practice that we see around us today: Jewish sociology, Jewish society, Jewish achievements in the secular world. All of these really can be seen in a very tiny form as being birthed from Amsterdam, specifically in the first half of the 17th century. So in this brief lecture, that's really what I'd like to do is just to give us a sense of why was Amsterdam so incredibly important? Why was it such a mix of phenomenal influences, and why did Jews coming from Amsterdam really impact the entire European Jewish and beyond because of the strange confluence of factors that came together in the early 1600s. That's the overall plan for this lecture. It's really a short lecture. I'm hoping to keep the remarks somewhere around 30 minutes max, and then we'll have plenty of time for discussion of the ideas that come out of this introductory talk, and hopefully we will be able to continue much deeper discussion as we are enjoying Malcolm's fine cuisine and the beautiful sights that surround the windows of the cruise ship that we'll be together on shortly. Okay, so let me start with the origins of the community. Let me just explain a little bit about where Amsterdam is. Now, I know that many of you on this call are quite educated and quite well traveled and are aware of these things, so forgive me, but I'll just take a couple of minutes. For those of us, especially those of us in America, to know a little bit of the actual geography of the Netherlands and Amsterdam, and then we'll get to the Jewish part of it specifically. So this is a little detail map that shows you where Amsterdam is in the country known as the Netherlands. It's sometimes colloquially known as Holland, although strictly speaking, Holland is only two of the multiple provinces that are located within the Netherlands. The Netherlands means the Low Countries, and in fact, sometimes the nation will refer to the Netherlands as the Low Countries because they are quite literally low. The vast majority of the country is only about 1 meter or 3 feet above sea level. Think of it as kind of like New Orleans for the entire region, and in fact, New Orleans is an interesting comparison because there's a lot of similarities in culture. Maybe when you get that close to sea level, weird things happen. You want to have parties, Mardi Gras, Carnival, things like that. But at any rate, that's why it's called the Low Countries. The predominant language is Dutch, although there are 4 official languages of the Netherlands, one of which is, believe it or not, Yiddish. It is actually one of the official languages of the Netherlands. It's not associated with a particular province because Jews are settled in many of the regions, but nevertheless, it's a small tidbit. As you can see here, it is very close to England. Just on the outside of this, towards the left of this map is England. There's the British Channel that separates them. So Amsterdam is especially significant as a maritime center and as a mercantile center. That's in fact one of the reasons why Jews were so attracted to it, was because it had phenomenal potential for international commerce, especially when the New World was discovered. New York, of course, where I'm speaking to you from right now, was originally known, at least under European influence, as New Amsterdam, because it was settled originally by the Dutch. The local Dutch person in charge, a man named Stuyvesant, actually sent the first Jews into New York. It's hard to imagine New York without Jews, but in fact, he wanted to block them. There were handful of families that were arriving from Recife in South America, but his Dutch masters actually overruled them and said, no, let those Jews in, and boy, there goes the neighborhood. Anyways, this is a map of where the Netherlands and Amsterdam is. Looking at Jewish origins in the region, big go back quite far, although rather spotty, for about the 11th century. From the 11th century onward, you begin to see an increasing number of Jews in Ashkenaz proper, and Amsterdam is one of the most significant cities of Ashkenaz, particularly, as I mentioned, in the early 17th century onwards. This is a great map. It shows you the pattern of Jewish settlement by DNA sequencing, not by historical documentation, which has some really fascinating things. This is a study specifically looking at the Y chromosome of Jews who are from the tribe of Levi, which would mean they call themselves either Kohen or Levi today. And since it all descends through the male, only men serve as Levium or Kohanim, so we usually trace it on the Y chromosome. And then you see from this map, 40%, this is 100%. Of or a statistically very large number of Kohanim and Levium have genetic history which can be traced. You see the lower right, the number one, from Israel proper, which stands to reason because of the Hebrew origins of an ancestor born 3,000 years ago, Aaron the Kohen, who is, by the way, consistent with the DNA patterns we have today. And although many historians, myself included, often felt that Jews migrated across the coast of North Africa through Spain and then into Ashkenaz, it has become abundantly clear that the alternate route, which was through Italy, was far more significant. We know that there were early Jewish communities set up in the 1st century of the Common Era, some even prior to that, and there was a significant expansion with the tens of thousands of Jewish slaves that were taken from Israel and brought to Rome after the First Roman-Jewish War. Those are numbers that Josephus, an ancient historian, provides us with. And fascinatingly, if you look around where the number 2 is in this map, modern geneticists have calculated that about 40% of Ashkenazi Jews today trace their origins to 4 in north of Italy sometime around the year 1000.
Another one.
I find it ironic there are 4 women, probably their names were Sarah, Rebecca, Rachel, and Leah, just guessing. But at any rate,
another one.
The genetic origins of a large chunk of Ashkenazi
another
Jews
one.
are specifically associated with these 4
another one.
Likely converts to Judaism who lived around the same time in northern Italy. Anyway,
another
that
one.
Creates the nucleus of the community in the Rhineland, which was known to Jews as Ashkenaz, named after a figure that occurs in the book of Genesis. And then, as a result of pressures that are both political and anti-Semitic and economic, a large majority of them move to the east, where they populate the regions of Lithuania, Estonia, a certain amount of Estonia, Latvia, especially Poland and Ukraine, later Russia. And that's why most Ashkenazi Jews in America hail from Eastern Europe, but their roots come via the Rhineland of Ashkenaz. Following that, if you look where the number 4 is, there's a reintegration of Sephardic Jewish genes as well. But to bring this all to a close, the Jews of Amsterdam, while historically there are very old medieval roots from the numbers shown from number 1 to 2 here, there's a much more significant migration after the Spanish expulsion of 1492. That's what I'd like to take you through again. This is extremely important for the background of Amsterdam Jewry in particular, and also very helpful for us because the cruise that God willing will be going on after we enjoy Amsterdam will be on the Douro River into Portugal, which will be a fascinating opportunity to see some of the legacy of Sephardic Jews. So this map here, migration of Spanish and especially Portuguese Jews in the 16th century and beyond. Understand this migration, let me just take you back about a century to the year 1391, when a wave of pogroms swept through the Iberian Peninsula, and one of the unusual aspects of these pogroms was that they were accompanied by forced conversions to Christianity, forced baptism. This was, technically speaking, upon prevention of canon law. The church did not authorize these forced baptisms, but as a result of Catholic dogma that was essentially not changed until the 1960s, once these Jews were forcibly baptized against their will, they were nevertheless Christians. And so you had this large, rather indigestible mass of people who continued to regard themselves as Jews, continued to live as Jews in Jewish communities, observing Judaism, and yet they had the status of being endowed Christians with all of the rights and privileges that go along with that, and with none of the disabilities that had been laid on the Jewish population. They could attend universities, they could advance in virtually any field that they chose, and even in the church hierarchy. And they had a distinct advantage over the large mass of the Spanish population because they were literate, they were numerate, and they were urbanized. And those three things meant that all of these Jews / Christians against their will had, all the doors suddenly thrown open to them to advance in Sephardic society. So over the course of that 15th century, the 1400s, you had this situation developing where, there was a mockery of Christian theology because these obvious Jews were nevertheless allowed to ignore all of these barriers, and they advanced very far into society. By the time you get to the last quarter of that century, there is a serious backlash against the situation, which motivates the Spanish crown to invoke the Inquisition. The Spanish Inquisition was specifically directed at the so-called new Christians, that is, people who were practicing Judaism but were baptized, and that includes their descendants, who were taking advantage of their legal status and still practicing Jewish rites. The Inquisition was, technically speaking, not directed at Jews who were never baptized. They were, restricted into certain living areas and all kinds of disabilities based on their economic advancement and trade activity and so on. But they were, strictly speaking, not part of the problem because they were not pushing up against the Spanish establishment. The Spanish Inquisition, which we'll talk about a lot more when we're speaking about the Douro River trip, but as I'm sure you're familiar, it was a horrendous kind of purge atmosphere that completely subsumed Spanish society, where people were economically incentivized to betray their neighbors, because once a person was accused and condemned of Judaizing, of secretly practicing Judaism, their property was forfeit. And that property was now shared by the church, the crown, and the people who betrayed them. So there was like an incentive to rat on your neighbor. Once a neighbor was accused of Judaism, it could be anything small, like, for example, they never seem to eat pork at their house, or I've seen that they don't do work on Saturdays. Those people were arrested, tortured horribly, and forced to confess and to give up names of everybody else they know who were also Judaizers. And this created a massive ripple effect where the Inquisition literally took over society, and people at high levels of authority were accused of the Inquisition, by the Inquisition, and were forced to undergo this terrible situation. The culmination of Inquisition trials was the auto da fe, in which the church would, technically speaking, release the accused to secular authorities. The church, strictly speaking, never put anyone to death in the Inquisition, but they used the term relax. They relaxed their hold over these people to the secular authorities, who would have these public burnings that were absolutely horrific. And they lasted right up until the 18th century. The Inquisition did not die in the 15th century.
Is it just me? Just me? Oh, this shit's so good, I shouldn't have to fuck for free.
It's not working. The Spanish Inquisition has gone way out of control. He's upside down. And so the Grand Inquisitor, a man named Torquemada, goes to the Spanish crown, Queen Isabella, and King Ferdinand, and says, we think we know what went wrong here. We left the original Jews in place. The reason why generations of these baptized new Christians are not converting is because they still have the Jews to go to. They still have a place where they can learn Torah, where they can get kosher food, where they can hang out with other Jews. So what we need to do is get rid of those Jews, and then we'll be able to put an end to all of this. The crown agrees, and in 1492, on the horrible day of Tisha B'Av, of course, the decree is implemented, and the Jews are forced shortly thereafter to flee the peninsula. And this map shows the direction of their flight. Quite a few of them made their way across the Mediterranean basin to Constantinople, to Israel, to Tzfat in particular, and many to North Africa. And there were two major areas that we have to look at. One of which we're going to spend more time on in the next slide, is of course Amsterdam. You can see that they made their way, especially through Portugal and then to the north to Amsterdam. You also have that massive wave of illegal Jewish migration into Portugal.
Lock in.
So let's look at Portugal for a second now. Portugal was, for a very brief period of time, quite literally 5 years, a place of refuge for Jews. Even though they tried to hold back the wave of migration, the Portuguese allowed the Jews to practice Judaism until 1497. At that point, as a result of some geopolitical changes, the desire to unite with Spain, for example, and a desire to not expel the Jews because they really provided lots of economic advantage to the western part of the peninsula. In 1497, the Jews of Portugal were forcibly converted en masse. They were all made Christians. There were incredible negative incentives placed to force them to convert. Among other things, the Portuguese deported about 2,500 Jewish children, literally separating them from their parents, to an island off the coast of Africa, where many of them were literally consumed by the wildlife on that island of Sao Tome. And so the Jews were completely broken, forcibly baptized, and then shortly thereafter they imposed the Inquisition again. This is one of the reasons why you have the term Spanish and Portuguese that is typically applied to synagogues in the New World, the Spanish and Portuguese synagogue in New York, another one in London, and so on, because there were two different populations. There were those Jews who were expelled from Spain in 1492, who technically speaking never had to pretend they were Christian. And then you have those Jews who fled to Portugal, were forcibly converted to Christianity, and then over a period of several generations managed to escape Portugal, but they left with a tremendous lacuna in their knowledge of Judaism because they have been held back from any kind of instruction in Judaism, an open practice for as much as a century. So that brings us finally to Amsterdam. And Amsterdam was a place of refuge for these Jews in particular. Those Spanish Jews who had fled to Portugal and then sometimes waited as much as 100 years before they could finally leave the horrible Portuguese Inquisition and escaped to Amsterdam. Many of them failed over the course of that century, and we know a lot about it because we have the Inquisition records. Trials were held in Lisbon in particular, also in Coimbra, which God willing we'll visit on the Douro tour again. And we know a lot about what these Jews had to say for themselves as they were attempting to leave Portugal. But one of the most tragic examples of their background when they got to Amsterdam, which was at the time a very liberal kind of environment, much like it is today. They're open to the idea of multiple populations living there, and they're open to possibilities. We see in the figure of Uriel da Costa, who is shown here in black, with the kind of a fanciful image of Spinoza, the great philosopher, sitting on his knee. It is unlikely that anything like this actually happened in real life, but they did reside in Amsterdam for a very brief period of time. But let me just return for a second to the origins of this migration, which begins really in the 1580s. That's when we begin to see some Portuguese Jews beginning to organize themselves in a synagogue in Amsterdam. Now, the story that we have of the origins of the Portuguese community in Amsterdam are shrouded in legend, but we do have a history that was written in the 1600s, 1660s, that records an amazing story of the secret gathering of Portuguese Jews in Amsterdam on Yom Kippur. Suddenly there's a knock at the door, this is I think 1582, there's a knock at the door, and the sheriff's office breaks in, and the Jews there are accused of being of secretly practicing Judaism in that place. Amsterdam at this point did not officially allow Jews to reside there, but they were residing as Portuguese individuals, right? Because they were technically Christian. The rabbi and his son were arrested, were brought before the magistrate on Yom Kippur, and they explained that in fact they weren't doing anything. I forgot one small detail. They were accused, actually, they had no idea, according to the original story, they had no idea that they were Jews. They accused them of being Catholics, which was, for the Dutch at this time, quite a bit worse because they were warring with Catholics. And so they were brought before the king, the magistrate, and the magistrate asked for the report from the sheriff. And in fact, they amazingly found no Catholic paraphernalia in the house. There's no crucifixes, no chalices, nothing like that. And so the rabbi explained the truth is we're not Catholics, we're Jews. And so the magistrate said, Jews? Well, okay then, no problem. And he let them go. And this is the fanciful version of the story of the beginnings of the official community. About a dozen years later, they were granted official permission to exist. But at that time, the Dutch simply turned a blind eye to them. Now, fascinatingly, the story is basically true, but there's some key details. The reason we know there's because we also have the police report. And the police report said a few different things. The first thing is, it was Yom Kippur, it was about 10 years later than reported. And the police broke in not because they suspected them of being Catholics, but because they suspected them of white-collar crimes. They suspected there's some kind of conspiracy going on to subvert the tariffs and taxes of the state. And they arrested the rabbi, and they pleaded before the magistrate that they had nothing to do with any of this, kind of white-collar crime, and all they were doing is praying according to the rites and rituals of Yom Kippur. And that's when the magistrate said, okay, fine, you guys are not white-collar criminals, it's all as far as we can tell, and he let them be. That's the origins of the community. Now, later on, as I mentioned, they would eventually gain official recognition, but not in all parts of the Netherlands. In fact, there are many parts of the Netherlands where Jews were forbidden to reside. There are other parts where they are allowed to reside, but only in certain small restricted numbers. and they all had to sign statements of good behavior. And even in those places where they were required to reside, they had all kinds of disabilities, like if they were drawn into a court case, they were intrinsically believed to be liars, and they had to take the ore judaico, the Jewish oath, which meant they had to undergo a ritual humiliation in order to prove that they would tell the truth. Not only putting their hand, for example, on a Tanakh, which is a very common thing. You put your hand on the Bible and you swear to tell the truth, whole truth, that kind of thing. But Jews were required to, for example, their chest, stand on a newly slaughtered pigskin, sometimes even hold a Torah scroll to swear they would tell the truth, because they were intrinsically considered to be untrustworthy. At any rate, by the time you get to the year 1600, you definitely have a small, officially tolerated presence of Jews in Amsterdam. And they're primarily these Portuguese migrants. They are functionally illiterate in Judaism. They have been living for a century now without any access to Jewish teachings, to Jewish texts, and they practice a kind of like half and half Judaism, half and half Christianity. They take advantage of their Christian identity to be able to travel wherever they want in Europe, and only when they feel sufficiently safe do they begin to reveal themselves to be actually Jewish. This happens, incidentally, in the town I mentioned earlier, Recife, which was actually a Portuguese-held island off the coast of Brazil, which many Jews fled to as Christians. And when Amsterdam took over that small island in the 1650s, they essentially came out of the closet and said, "Hooray! The Dutch now control us. We can be Jewish." And they revealed their identity.
Stop talking. They're in the back.
Discovered that in 1654, as a result of the treaty, the Portuguese took the island over again, and now they are in trouble with the Inquisition, and so they fled northward to land in Manhattan and establish the Jewish community. Okay, so if we go back to Amsterdam now, we have figures like Uriel da Costa, who I spoke about in the video a little while ago, who is a remarkable figure. His parents tell him as an adult that actually he's Jewish. Typically, Portuguese children are not told of their Jewish identity because fear they would reveal their identities to their friends. Because children talk and don't understand the significance of it. So when he learned that he was Jewish and that they were going to leave Portugal and make their way to Amsterdam, he was like overwhelmed. He was delighted. It was fantastic. But he was sorely disappointed when he got to Amsterdam and he saw that Jews don't always behave as wonderfully as the characters that he read about in the Old Testament when he was living in Portugal. And he became quite a gadfly to the Portuguese Jewish community in Amsterdam, so much so that they actually excommunicated him 3 times. The idea being that by trying to moderate their control over his behavior, he would stop making such a mess and stop, representing Judaism as being somehow hypocritical to the larger world. Uriel da Costa was a very great intellectual. He actually wrote books in Portuguese in order to communicate, and in Latin, by the way, how he felt about Judaism, and it was like an embarrassment to the community. He ultimately, after a ritual circumcision, a ritual humiliation, he actually committed suicide, which was in itself also a terrible humiliation to the entire community. But he served as a role model, not necessarily a positive one, for Baruch Spinoza, shown here, who is perhaps the most famous Jew to emerge from Amsterdam of all time. Spinoza, who was about 25 years the junior of Acosta, was a lens grinder, in fact died from lung ailment, from inhaling the dust of lenses that he was grinding all the time. But he developed, partially from his Portuguese roots of skepticism, a very different approach to Judaism, which directly challenged the authority of the rabbis, among other things. The rabbis, wishing to control this kind of heretical behavior, not only heretical vis-a-vis traditional Judaism, but even more seriously, heretical vis-a-vis Christianity. We should not forget that the Portuguese Jewish community was still quite tenuous in the beginning of the 17th century, and although Amsterdam was a comparatively liberal place, the Jews were quite worried that they would lose their privileged position there and they would be expelled. This was something that was happening all over the continent. And so they especially wanted to make sure that all members of the community kept their heads down, did not make waves, didn't make a fuss, and didn't draw unnecessary attention to them, particularly by promoting heretical approaches to the Bible, which reminds me of a joke I can't help. I gotta tell you this big joke. Two Jews are being led out to a firing squad. As they're being led out, they placed in front of the wall, and they're putting the blindfolds on them. One of them starts saying, "Wait, don't do this. It's a mistake. I'm totally innocent. I can prove it. Please don't shoot me. Please don't kill me." And the other one says to him, "Shut. Don't make trouble." Because the idea was that the Jewish community was trying to self-police themselves, trying to control their heterogeneous elements, which were only bound to grow in Amsterdam, given the nature of the Portuguese population. And they failed to do so with Spinoza. They placed him, like Acosta, under a cherem, under a ban. No one is allowed to stand within 4 feet of him. No one was allowed to do business with him. No one was allowed to speak to him. And you get this picture of Spinoza here from this brilliant picture by Shmuel Herschenberg from 1907, one of the early artists of Israel, originally from Poland, who composed this image. You can see that he's like lost in a book. He's dressed in Portuguese, Dutch fashion, and he has no idea of the impact he's making on these traditionalist Jews in the background, who are alternately afraid of him. One of them is literally blocking the door to the synagogue. Another looks like he's coming down to pick up a rock to throw at him. Obviously, it's a very pro-Spinoza kind of image, but it carries some of the meaning of this. Now, there's a lot more to say about the second half of the 17th century, especially the influence of Shabbos, the false messiah, who actually found an increasingly large following in Amsterdam, one of these major centers in Western Europe as a whole. But I'm not going to take us too far in that direction. Suffice to say that there are
I think from responsibility with the fucking billion because I didn't realize how we haven't done Jesus
however, with this one idea of Amsterdam
I realized,
as a
brother,
refuge.
I think maybe one or two people knew who the
Although
was,
the Jewish
but
community
majority of
struggled
people don't
to
know
contain
how to
its
block, like how to actually block. You know, like they might know where to go,
exceptional
but when
individuals
they
like
block, they just
Acosta
put
and
their
like
car in front
Spinoza.
of a cop and
There's
stood
no
still.
question that they
And you know how
value
like that just
highly the idea of
they get plowed out of the
Amsterdam
way.
being a point of refuge,
People
being a
need to learn
place
how to
where
rolling block, like how
Jews
to like
could flee
move
to
like
in the short term
like the group that we
as they
go
were
with needs to
waiting
like
for Messianic redemption in Israel. And we see this
yeah,
in
exactly.
particular in
So
one
that's the plan today.
place,
Let's go through some shit right
graphically
now.
at any rate.
Let's get a group
What you're
together.
looking at
Let's make
right
sure we
here
plan things
is
out. I'm gonna tell people
one of the
specifically
most
what they're going
literary
and how they're
products
blessed too.
of
Also,
the
like I said,
Spanish,
I
the
think I
Sephardic
should be planning it
diaspora.
out as the
This is
driver
the
too.
so-called
I don't
Ferrara
think I need to
Bible,
rely
which
on
was
someone else
published
making
in
the calls
Italy
on where to
in the
block.
middle of
Was
the
it?
16th century.
And
And it was a translation from Hebrew into Spanish, very valued by Bible scholars of the day, and it was largely translated by Spanish and Portuguese refugees who made their way to Italy, and there was a very, very great sponsorship by two amazing women of that century, Gracia Nasi and also Benita Abravanel, very important figures from Spain, who used their great wealth to promote Jewish causes. At any rate, on the frontispiece here, on the title page, as you can see here, there's this strange choice of an image of a ship in distress, lost at sea with a broken mast, surrounded by monsters and these strange looking like wind gods on the outside graphics, as if to say that the Spanish expulsion had tossed the Jews out into the Mediterranean, out into the Atlantic on uncertain destinations. And after great difficulty, they managed to find their way to places like Ferrara and places like Amsterdam. To show you the Amsterdam people, this is a very small detail from what you may actually have in your home. The Maxwell House Haggadah, which was based originally on the 1695 Amsterdam printing of the Haggadah, which featured some amazing illustrations by a man named Abraham Bar Yaakov. Abraham Bar Yaakov was actually a Christian. He served as a Protestant minister before leaving Germany and migrating to Amsterdam so he could study Judaism. He ended up converting to Judaism and displayed great talent as an engraver. He created these illustrations for one of the most popular Haggadahs in all history, which has graced tens of thousands of Jewish tables in America alone. It is largely a result of this one unusual individual's conversion to Judaism and his interpretation of the stories in the Haggadah. And this little detail is on the title page. It's his signature. You can see at the bottom there, Avraham Bar Yaakov, but he's portraying something which has no occurrence in the Haggadah whatsoever, but it's his own personal view of his life connected inextricably with Amsterdam. As you can see in the top left, there is again that motif, like in the Ferrara Bible, of the ship at sea in distress, people falling overboard, the terrible sea monsters about to swallow them, but he transvalues that by putting in the lower right corner the figure of Jonah, disgorged by the great whale or great fish onto dry land to safety. And as he looks over his shoulder at the horrible danger that he has survived, that's when he reflects on the tremendous kindness that Amsterdam showed him by being that place of refuge, intellectually and spiritually. And this is part of the Amsterdam Jewish story in a very small image. So I'm hoping that you'll have the opportunity to speak at much more length about the entire history of the Jews of Amsterdam from their earliest origins up until the 21st century. But for now, I will conclude, and I'm going to hand this back to David. And I look forward to hearing your questions in the Q&A box. Thank you for your attention.
Wow, thank you, Henry. This was, I have to tell you, such a interesting and thoroughly executed lecture that, believe it or not, there are no questions because you said it all. So, thank you very much. And
question, David. If no one else is ready to ask. No, everyone is afraid to ask the first question. So if someone wants to start with the second question, we'll be good with that.
Maybe I will again act as the thumb during the Haggadah, asking simple questions, because I know you don't like hard questions. I will leave that for the vote. I will think of something very, very difficult and then I will pop it. Maybe just very briefly, if you can talk a bit on the role of the Hebrew print in Amsterdam, because Amsterdam obviously was very important printing center in the Jewish world.
Yeah, sure. That is a fascinating question. Thank you for asking it. We have to place this in context of the time, right? The printing press comes out in the middle of the 15th century. Jews are early adopters. They're loving it. This is a great way because, the Jews are al-Kitab, as the Arabs call us, the people of the book. And they really meant the people of the script. But manuscripts are like hugely expensive, prone to error, very easily damaged, fragile, hard to replace. With the printing press, and especially movable type, all of a sudden, you have the opportunity for a tremendous new industry. And Jews are big consumers of written material. So there are a few big centers that develop. The Spaniards try to get into it early on, but of course they're expelled
72-hour
first
water
Talmuds, for
protection with
example,
only 9
come
ingredients isn't a myth.
from Spain in the 1480s, and then the Venetians in particular, in the beginning of the 16th century, they start printing big time. Amsterdam is kind of like the third wave of publishing for Jews. And you have a few major printing houses that are established there, largely because of very favorable tax policies and the absence of church oversight. In Catholic countries, the church begins to say, wait a second, what exactly are you Jews writing here? Because it's all in Hebrew, we don't know what you're saying, and they have to impose lots of censors and things like that. In Amsterdam, you don't have that church oversight, and you have the mercantile connection where they're shipping books out everywhere across the ocean as well. So there is this effervescence of Jewish printing. Also, bear in mind that these Portuguese Jews, they're essentially Baalei Tshuva. They're essentially to Judaism with a Christian background, a secular background, if you will, for that time and place. And they're willing to entertain new ideas. It doesn't have to be Orthodox, small O Orthodox. You can give us nuance. You know, one of the most important Amsterdam Jews of the time was Manasseh ben Israel, who published the theory that some of the 10 tribes that were lost in the 8th century before the Common Era were actually alive and well and living in Colombia, in South America. And that was a hugely popular book, very influential across the ocean, translated into English as well. It's available under the title The Hope of Israel. So that there's some fascinating, beautiful things with printing in Amsterdam.
Thank you very much. We have another question, which is from an anonymous Andy. Any idea why Dutch Jews, alone among all other Jews, wait only 1 hour between meat and milk?
Yeah, I think the one answer to that is probably the proximity of Swiss chocolate, Toblerone, right? Like once you've got such a great chocolate like that, you really want to eat it as soon as possible. Okay, that's a joke. I hope you laughed at that. It's an excellent question. I've never actually thought about how that particular minhag or custom developed. From a halakhic perspective, I'm not a rabbi, but from a halakhic perspective, when you look at the passage in the Talmud that talks about meat and milk, it doesn't specify a specific amount of time. And when you get to the expositors of halakha, especially the Shulchan Aruch, 15th, 16th century and onward, that's when it begins to find its expression in text in a very reified fashion. So most of the Talmudic commentators of the early medieval period do the process of digestion. How long does it actually take to digest meat so that you're not really consuming meat and milk together? And then especially the sense of taste, so you don't taste meat and milk together. That's why you have the development of a more strict opinion, perhaps in Eastern Europe, of 6 hours. In Germany, per se, it's 3 hour time limit. And in Amsterdam, only, in Holland, only 1 hour. I'll have to look further into it to see if there is a justification on a historic basis. But excellent question, anyways. I'm going to be thinking about that once I have lunch today.
Thank you. I think there are no more questions, so I would like to conclude the lecture part. Thank you so much, Henry. This is as always just pure pleasure to listen to you and learn from you. And I really hope that we will continue on the boat, and we will. We all know that, and I'm looking forward to that. So thank you, and now I will hand over to David Lawrence, who has a few concluding remarks.
Thank you so much, Henry. What we do on our cruises, I mean, Henry is an integral part of the team, and makes it, a really special experience. When we do our cruises, we're going all over the world, but we always try to have that Jewish aspect of it. We are a community of Jews traveling together, learning together, and that's all part of our process. When we our cruises are meant to be education in both secular, exactly what we're seeing, but to understand and the Jewish part of it, and to understand the secular part and the Jewish part, you got to understand both sides of the coin, and that's what makes it really special. What we do is, and when we create this community, people, Henry is always around, whether they're impromptu talks over dinner or whenever people can ask questions, people can have their time. There's so much going on. As you know, and people have been on our cruises before, they start at 8 in the morning and finish at 11 at night. So there's always something scheduled, and there's always something happening. Do as much as you want, or do as little as you want. And again, this is something that we've tried for the last, I guess, cruising has been doing this for about 25 years. Malcolm is one of the experts in cruising from large ships. We've moved over to small ships because we enjoy being just a community of Jews traveling together, and we think that's what makes this a really special experience. People who came in a little bit later, we are waiting to hear what's happening in Europe, what is the governments, how they're allowing the rivers to flow, who's allowed on the river, when, what are the protocols. Once we know what's happening, we'll let you know exactly what's happening. We have, like I said, our free now cruise later, which is just sign up, no deposit necessary when the cruise is confirmed. And at that point, you can make a decision if you want to come or not. And if Amsterdam doesn't go, if the Netherlands doesn't go, again, our next cruises will start in October in Portugal. And then for next year, we have everything from, as you see on our website, updated all the time. I'd like to thank everybody once again for coming. Please contact us if you have any questions whatsoever. I'm happy to answer them, and spread the word. We're here, and we're looking to travel all together soon. Once again, thank you, everybody.
Because you're being honest, but just to make yourself you're playing more. You go to the tips because you want to be honest, make my handicap worse, but you're actually better than that. So it's really not honest, but within the rule set, I think handicaps are just really interesting because there's the vanity aspect where you don't want to tell people that your handicap is higher, but that helps you win money. But
It's like an honest lie.
Yeah. I would think that you would like.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I'm really excited to share with you today the results of a study
I wish I could have that in all things. I just played my buddy
talking about the genetic history of early
my buddy Tom, his
Ashkenazi
girlfriend,
Jews.
tennis.
I'm just beginning my research now to prepare for the
less than once a week,
season
and
with
they
Kosher
play once or
Riverboat
twice.
Cruises. Looking
And I
forward to
played for
visiting the
years, I played
Netherlands
for years in
and
high school,
Belgium,
and I
then
wish
a
we
little
could
later
have
going
handicapped
to
ourselves.
the
Although
Rhone
it was
River
great.
again to the south of France.
25,
So
21.
let's start with
We played
this new study, which is absolutely fascinating. Talks about the genetic history of early Ashkenazi Jews. So first of all, let's understand what are the regions we're speaking about. If you look at this map here, you see basically the settlement of Ashkenazi Jews begins in this northern central part of Europe, primarily Germany, the Rhineland, and these locations were where we begin to see Jews showing up from the 6th through the 11th century, especially around the Rhine, started getting much more concrete historical data. Then, of course, goes up towards the east, in particular, eventually
No, I swear to God, it's like $60 a year, and then you get paid for it for time or something.
I only ask because when I'm driving around LA, all the tennis courts is very busy, and I have friends that play tennis too, and I'm like, how do you do it?
Most if you're not going there and you're going to a regular tennis court, the LA parks, you have to reserve for it.
So it's kind of like a tea time, you book a time, and then you show up.
And
it's
the
over
model,
an hour. That's why I haven't played for so long, because we'll be spontaneous, let's go play tennis, but then you just
look at with you today, just to confirm it, indicates that most Ashkenazi Jews, or at least a plurality of them, have their roots in the Middle East,
You were too far away.
region of ancient
I
Israel,
yelled at you.
with the
It's just
strongest
bad.
mixture of Italian
Back in
and
conversation.
that they migrated from the
Oh, I actually won this
Israel
in the
to
tennis
the
match.
peninsula before they
This is
made
when
their way
Tom works at
to
Paramount. This
the
is
heartland of Ashkenaz in
Nickelodeon
Northern
Big
Europe.
Tots.
There's
Yeah.
also a significant admixture of
Guess who will be going
Sephardic
to
Jewry.
Nickelodeon
You
Big
see them
Tots?
coming
It's
from
good.
the
You love it.
Iberian Peninsula after perhaps a trek
Yeah,
across
look at this
North
picture.
Africa,
Terrible.
and then moving into Provence, the southern France, and
That's
into
good. Look at him.
the
I
Ashkenazi
wouldn't.
heartland.
You
But
couldn't. Yeah, you
the
gotta
main
zoom in on
trend
50
of
screen TV.
migration, which has
I tried to wear
historically been
green
accepted
shorts to
based
the
on literary
I was gonna
evidence,
ask about
like the
shorts look
Hieronymus
cute.
family,
They're
settled
free
there,
bird
and so on.
dogs
It's always
that I got
been
from Theo
through
6
the
years
Italian
ago.
history. Partial DNA results have indicated that there's support for DNA research has definitely been cutting edge of historical work, looking at these original populations. One of the studies that we looked at a little while ago was
after the hour, but
the
then like
discovery
5
of
hours
the
later,
remains
it's
of
like I'm
17
playing
people
again.
who were
Justin and I got
sadly
tennis
thrown
rackets
down a
and
well in
played.
Norwich, England. Radiocarbon dating of the remains suggested that they came from the 12th century, a period when there were great massacres of Jews connected to the Third Crusade. And in fact, when the DNA analysis was performed on these remains, it did confirm that these were Ashkenazic Jews, very well matched to contemporary Ashkenazi. And as you can see from this image here, which comes from the Natural History Museum, they were able to actually reconstruct their faces
Whitaker or Sean
Connery saying
you're the man now, dog. Shred is so terrible.
They're also able to reconstruct some of their complexion, eye culture, color, and things like that. They were also able to determine, for example, that the children had blue eyes and red hair, which was sort of a stereotypical way of depicting Jews in the 12th century as well. So it's just fascinating to see these kind of episodic bits of information. The problem, however, is that in Jewish law, Jews are prohibited from simply digging up graves and then taking DNA samples. That's totally unacceptable. And in fact, in Israel, whenever there's some kind of construction going on and they find the remains of some ancient cemetery, they have to take all kinds of precautions. They can't even dive in and start dissecting the remains of these ancient.
That's you. You're
So
kind of
there's
have like a
always
whole
been a
different
great
vibe. This is how
difficulty
you
in
look like
actually
every single day.
conducting
Now that
this
you move.
research. Very grateful to my colleague, Dr. Ellie Dolgan, who is a science writer, who shared with me this fascinating study that's going to be appearing in a very prestigious journal soon. And it gave us the results of a new study that comes from Erfurt, Germany.
What's the status
Let
on
me
the
show you that study and
He hit his head
explain
again.
how they did this in greater detail. The genetic history of early Ashkenazi Jews. So first of all, it's getting worse and worse. So I'm hoping, I'm praying, I'm wishing that which has a known, maybe this is like the curse is wrong bottom, and everything is uphill from there. The title of the article is "Genome-wide Data from Medieval German Jews show that the Ashkenazi founder event predated the 14th century, and there are over 20 authors, really prestigious institutions all over the world, led by S. Waldman, together this amazing piece of research. It's about 100 pages long in total. I was so fascinated to read it. Here's a photograph of the actual discovery itself. It's a cemetery just outside the city walls of ancient Erfurt, or medieval Erfurt. You can see in the top picture, the city wall is just there on the right, and in the bottom you see actually the discovery of the remains. Now, once it was suggested that these were in fact Jews, the study actually went to premier authorities of Jewish law to ensure that the remains were treated with proper respect. In fact, the research was conducted entirely on teeth that were detached from the skulls of the deceased, which constitutes a different category of remains. And it was much more lenient with regard to accepting the DNA in the moment we were really upset, they looked at differences in the enamel, just something like that. Just I remember something, I don't know what it was about, but at the studio, something happened, absolutely fascinating. And then you just slammed the door because you were pissed off, and it was like the loudest I've ever heard. Founder event and something called the genetic bottleneck, which together gives us a much
That
clearer
was a joke,
picture
right? That was a
of
joke
how
that
Jews
the impetus of Casey's
Please have a look at this
shit. I do
diagram,
remember
which
that
I
time.
painstakingly created
I
for
was
you
mad at the person
that
no longer
illustrates
works with us.
how I see the idea of a
Oh,
giant
shit.
ball. You've got these curving lines,
Yeah,
and they move upwards.
I'm not immune to an
On the
outburst.
bottom
I'm not
of
immune
this
to an
bottleneck, you
outburst.
have
I'm not immune
Jews
to
in
outbursts.
ancient Israel.
I,
At the top, you have modern Ashkenazi Jews. We're speaking specifically about Ashkenazi Jews because that's the results of the Air Force research. So the Jews nation of Israel, you know, there's really no category of race within traditional Judaism. There is a category of religion, there's a category of tribal affiliation.
don't be up and down.
And you
Always
see
like this.
in
That's not.
lots of literary sources that there are tons of people from outside the Jewish world coming into the Jewish genetic population. So, for example, in the Bible, there's descriptions of
the place, but you can rent
the
a demo for
Moabite
$6,
woman Ruth,
and if
who
you break it,
first
probably
comes in and
$400
marries Boaz,
for this
and later
racket. And
one of her
I
offspring
would just like
is
mess and just
descendants
hit
of
it on the
David,
ground, but
King
just
David,
barely straight, like pulling back.
Pater, who was
Just
the
to
father
like,
of
I put a little
Herod. He was Idumean.
but
You have
it's just like
Helena of Adia
I
Bene,
can't
who
in that
converts to
moment. I
Judaism.
fuck up, hit a bad shot. I can't pull back. Oh my god!
You've got
Damn it!
lots and lots of examples
I'm much better than I used to be as a youth. I had terrible anger issues. I broke my hand twice.
Then there is a significant historical displacement
and I had to go to anger management, etc.
Jewish wars, starting with the Great War of 66 to 74 of the Common Era. A massive number of Jews are displaced from ancient Israel and taken as slaves to Rome. That number is expanded with the Shakopsu rebellion 70 odd years later, and there's already an existing Jewish diaspora community living in the Italian Peninsula, so that's when you have a significant population of Jews moving to that part of the world. So, beginning in the first, second century in particular, you have Jews who are also marrying South Italian, and then later North Italian, and the genetic base of those Jews who are displaced to Italy is naturally expanded by their connections with other people. Of course, we're not getting here into a discussion of the various types of relationships. Certainly some of them involve conversion of one form or another. Some of them might involve forced relations, of course, rapes, but at any rate, you definitely have an admixture of DNA during the early part of late antiquity. Then you get to something which we call the bounds. This is the period when Italian Jews migrate to the Ashkenazic heartland in central Germany, around the Rhine. And that is genetically calculated to be about 5 generations ago. You work with a number of 25 years per generation. The authors statistically suggest that founder event dates to somewhere around the year 800, and that corresponds with a lot of the data that we have from other sources, including literary sources.
Welcome.
When you calculate that based on the airborne remains,
What's up?
it's very clear that the people who were buried in airborne
What did you say, Pimp?
descendants of people who have this combination.
Are you ready for it?
Middle Eastern and Italian DNA.
What's your first joke?
You say.
You're gonna record it? I think you're gonna fuck up the recording. I think you might do well, but you're not gonna record it correctly. No.
Second, he has said for years he's not signing another contract. And third, there's a lot of like, where could he land? I'm telling you, I could be way off on this. I don't think we hear much about him again. Maybe he does some other projects where he's like an executive producer or something, but I think he wants to enjoy his retirement. He's got a wife that's 20 years younger than him. He's got a house in the Hamptons. He's got one in Florida. I don't think he's going, oh man, I really got to end up somewhere. Maybe Ironheart will hire me. I don't think so. I think we'd love to have him. But I don't think he cares. At some point, this whole my politics are better than your politics, and my company survives because of my politics, yours fails because of your politics, that stuff's got to stop. Just the dumbest thing. We all make debate. The great Dr. Wendy Wollstone in After Dark starts at 7 o'clock. We'll talk with Dr. Wendy about something she said this week that I thought really show which gender is superior. That is next. Chris Merrill, KFI, AM 640, live everywhere. The iHeartRadio app, Virginia Davis, live. KFI 24 hours.
Here's the latest. A major water fix in the valley hits a critical stage, but residents are being told not to turn on the tap yet. California joins nearly 20 states in a fight over Medicaid privacy, and pressure mounts on Israel's prime minister to pull back from a planned takeover of Gaza City. We're going to check the 10 freeway next. Live radio, trusted DJs, breaking news, live play-by-play. This music and podcasts just for you. It's the free iHeartRadio your way. Join the millions who already have it. Download the free iHeartRadio app, the #1 app for radio.
It's easy to tell if you've had way too many to drive. But what if you've had just one too many to drive? Never underestimate just a few. Less driving is drunk driving. A public service announcement brought to you by the U.S. Department of Transportation, the Ad Council, and the station.
President Trump is calling for the CEO of Intel to resign. It was to do social arguing that Liquid Dan is currently conflicted and must resign immediately. Trump's comments follow Arkansas Senator Tom Cotton's letter to the semiconductor firm questioning Dan over concerns with its ties to China. Reuters previously reported that the Intel executive had investments in hundreds of Chinese tech firms, with at least 8 having ties to the Chinese military. The president is using charts put together by a Fox Business analyst to defend firing of the Bureau of Labor Statistics Commissioner Martin Slides.
In the Oval Office, Stephen Moore told Trump he fired stats chief overestimated job growth by 1.5 million jobs over the last 2 years of the Biden administration. Trump fired Erica McIntyre after the Bureau revised the May insurance cuts downward, claiming she was politically motivated.
The company that makes Barbie dolls is trying to block a copyright request from a Washington, D.C.-based podcaster. Ken Riverine wants to copyright the name of this critical podcast, which is called Coffee with Ken. But Mattel has filed a lawsuit to try to block that request, saying their brand could be damaged by the use of the name Ken in the podcast title. Riverine says he's planning to fight the lawsuit, saying the complaint is an overreach since Ken is such a common name. I'm Tammy Trujillo. A San Francisco jury says Meta and Google collected data from users of these Flow targeted tracking app. They had sued Meta, Google, and others accusing them of collecting private health data for targeted advertising. Flow, Google, and Interface company Flurry settled out of court, but jurors found Meta intentionally eavesdropped on users without their knowledge. Financial damages are still to be determined. TV movies in theaters this weekend. Disney Lexi sequel Freakier Friday and Weapons, both aiming to make up to $30 billion. I'm Monica Nelson with your consumer and business news. 2 new films at the box office this weekend. Off to good starts. The horror film Weapons making $5.7 million in previews, while the body swap comedy sequel Freakier Friday made $3.1 million in previews. You're me, and I'm you, then you and us. I'm Grandma, sweetheart. The Freakier Friday sequel starring Lindsay Lohan and Jamie Lee Curtis expected to make $27 to $30 million. Weapons has been getting great reviews with a 96% critic rating on Rotten Tomatoes and is expected to make between $25 and $30 million in its first weekend. Kelly Clarkson's ex-husband dead at the age of 48. A representative for the family confirmed Brandon Blackstock, who is also Clarkson's former talent manager, battled cancer for 2 documentary series hits Peacock September 4th. That's entertainment. I'm Jennifer Bolsoni.
Loves basketball court open because the players get dribbling.
Road-worthy, but also one of the simplest ways to share other.
Big announcement. Can I have a drum roll, please? A drum roll, Lloyd.
That's how I drum roll.
People ask me, how can I become a great boss? And the answer is having a happy.
Innovate sells products made out of paper, toilet tissue, toilet seat protectors, and local newspapers. And that is in order of quality.
Here is one of my articles I'm particularly proud of. I'm scrolling, and I'm learning a lot. A little town, where you're waiting like a factory line.
My name is Ned Sampson. I am your new editor-in-chief.
Have you read this paper?
Uh-huh.
How do you think it compares to any other paper?
It sucks. But we are going to make it better. I hope it's not too disruptive to have me come in and sort of shake everything up.
Oh, no, don't be so self-deprecating.
Welcome, volunteers, to your first staff meeting as workers for the Toledo Truth Teller. How many of you have actually written for a paper? I wrote a paper in junior high. Not quite the same thing. I've tweeted. You've tweeted? I'm in a group text. This is terrific. Let's go. How is it doing? 7 highly motivated, tenacious Buckeyes are out there hunting for news. You'd be a fool to bet against that.
Not again. I'm not agreeing to any of this. I will make this unusable.
Who's that?
So anyway, Bush is the hospital because he was in that car accident this week on his way to work, and it showed work. So we got his pay, we penalized him, and we got him down. So he loses some seat work. But he was in ICU. His ID burned up.
This says no left turn, but then the GPS is telling me to turn left. Someone is not breaking the law.
Yes, those things. It's I don't like kick.
Nothing is there.
I can't see my shot. I knew we were going the wrong way.
I know. I'm sorry.
Okay. No one found it.
Okay.
No one even has a clue yet. Oh, we do.
I just pulled up to the temple. That's crazy.
Because there's kids outside with shiesty.
Well, I talked the locals down. I was like, we're not going inside. I had to, someone called someone on the phone. I was like, security for the temple. I couldn't talk to them. I'm stressed.
I don't like that gas, and then pause. Oh, okay. Shut the fuck up. I'm on tossing. Yeah, we gotta.
That's our fun. Actually,
He's not on the rhythm. Hey guys, Steph for the food.
damn.
I'm feeling a lot better.
You can lick me, right?
But
Anyway, we interrupted by a piece of shit.
You can like just for practice.
6, 8, 100, 120, 130.
You can like me for practice.
There we go. Nash, you take care of all the orders for this place. Oh my god, this fucking bullshit in a fucking way. 130. 130.
From the west side.
2468 100.
Seen him 10 times, right?
15. Wow. Hell yeah.
You've seen? That's a lie.
It's the character I made.
He loves Hootie. You like his solo stuff more, or because I do? Wagon Wheel?
Yeah.
Rock Me, Mama, or All Right, or
Like, all right.
This,
I like that.
or I love All Right.
I saw Chris Rock the other day.
Where? That's
Santa Monica.
Santa Monica.
Just walking with coffee. Wow. I looked at him.
Did you slap him?
Yeah.
Yeah. You guys see that Will Smith bit? I don't know how old it is, but you guys know what bit about.
Oh, yeah.
It's good. I don't really have much. I wish I would have done it.
So I wish you wouldn't have said it more.
Look, fine. There's a couple something we pushed off a couple weeks.
What's that?
Your AI Tinder conversation. Unless
We talked about last week.
did we actually?
Yes. Yeah. you were going out to talk to your Armenian friends to get your orders. You were waiting on their orders. Yeah, bro. It's not everything. Yeah.
Update: have not wrangled the white Arabian horse for Red Dead.
Oh, I was gonna ask you about that.
I got on it, and I'm getting closer. We're gonna get it.
People in the comments were saying like RDR and stuff. I'm like, what does Renner to Ritter have to do with this episode? And then I realized, Red Dead Redemption, you goof.
I know. It's incredible. I woke up last night yelling, "I'm sorry!" And she's like, "Oh, who are you apologizing to?" I was like, "It was the game. I was playing the game."
Great game to play to like
That's really how much are you playing right now?
I played about 4 hours.
You know, honestly, that makes me happy.
That's the most I have.
That makes me happy because you don't seem like the type of guy that can just chill and do the one thing at a time and like just have fun and get immersed in something. So that makes me happy that you're doing that.
I have the same thought about myself.
Yeah.
I'm like, turn on, only focused on the game.
Yeah.
I do have a really bad phone addiction. Like, always looking stuff up. Like, I'm out on a walk, I'm looking stuff up on my phone. I'm just staring at one big 75-inch screen, you know, being one with nature.
But looking stuff up on your phone, you could also chalk that to like semi-producing.
It's 100% how I justify it, but I've taken it too far. I should just do an hour on Twitter in the morning. Fucking, you can get all the stuff. The next day, the stuff you miss.
Welcome. What's going on? How are you, Havens?
Good or funny or fun? I think.
Okay. You're locked in today. Do you know why? Why? Because
I have one question and one question only.
Yeah.
Are you slinging dick like it's going out of style? I just asked you the question. You don't even know what it is.
Oh, the Are You Ready part? So I was just getting a bad echo. I'm still getting the. I thought it was the. Hold on, let me see.
Just mute the other account that I have there.
Yeah, that's what I thought I did. Yeah, I thought I did. Let me see. No, it's alright, whatever. Yeah, how's it going, man? Are you alright?
Yeah, I'm kicking ass, taking names. How are you, pimp?
I'm good.
Are you slanging dick like it's going out of style?
Not really.
Why not?
I mean, I have to like. I got other priorities.
What's a bigger priority than slanging dick?
Yeah.
What's a bigger priority than slanging dick?
Yeah, man. This echo's wild.
Yo, dog, just mute the other one.
I did. It's like it's in this mute. The mute buttons. Oh, mute soundboard. Yeah, I turned off the. Well, let me. I'm gonna mute the. I'm gonna mute the one with like you in it, and I'm gonna.
That's not gonna work.
You know what? I think it's me.
Protect his family from disaster. Steve used his camera phone. By taking pictures of important documents, Steve can always have them stored online. Learn more simple disaster prep tips at ready.gov. A message from Female the Echo.
Oh man, This is like the part of the movie when you find out that that you're like you're the serial killer.
What in the fuck are you saying?
But meanwhile, it was actually you the whole time.
Yeah, maybe you are, dog. Are you gonna try to kill me?
I'm saying like. No, I'm saying like I thought the echo was you, but I think it's actually coming from me.
That's right, baby.
Yeah.
So what's good? What's new?
Oh, so one of my viewers had a question for you.
What's your viewer's question?
Let me see. I'm just double checking. I think she had a. So okay, so it's Chris from Vermont. She wants to know. Wait, so I'm just trying to see. Ask the rabbi to send me photos. Wait, oh yeah. She needs one to have 5 people a day. Oh, she needs like people to join her political party.
Tight. What's the name of her political party?
So she wants to know if you have any advice on. I forgot the name of her political party. What's the name, Chris?
How are we supposed to promote it if you don't know the name?
No, we don't need to promote it. She just wants to know, like, what's it called? Like how to attract more people to it. And I was saying maybe because you're good with like attracting people to your channel and stuff.
Yeah, she could use bots to be able to promote it.
What was that? Yeah.
Shout out to Chris in Vermont.
So yeah, so then she asked, yeah, Chris from Vermont. I'm the one echoing. It's my fault, guys. It's all my fault. I could deafen myself, maybe.
I'm actually going to talk to one of the founders of this app a little later.
Noise suppression. No.
First, are you as enamored?
Are you sure you have that other account muted?
Anyway.
Yo, I just asked you a question. Are you sure you have that other account muted?
Yeah. You know what's weird? Oh, I know what it is. I think it's because I had you open in the other tab. My bad, man. That was the whole thing this whole time. I found out that
You were the serial killer.
I found out I just found out I was the serial killer this whole time.
Word, dog.
Because I had you, because I had you open in the other tab.
All right, what do you want me to do about it? So, Chris in Vermont, she wants to know how to promote her political party. Has she considered? Has she considered creating a bot to do it?
Yeah. What do you use to create a bot? Like, is there a service or something? Or?
I do it for free. I use a piece of software known as JitBit Macro Recorder.
What was that first word?
JitBit. JitBit. JIT. BIT.
JIT.
No, JIT BIT. Bit. JIT. Bit.
Oh, bit. Oh, I see. Oh, cool. See, Chris, I'll give you this. I'll give you the link to this, Chris. Best macro recorder for Windows. So then you can just do some macro recording. So this is how you record your keyboard strokes. And then so you can just record yourself going to kick and then go into a channel and then or Twitch too, maybe, I don't know. And say, hey, are you from Vermont? Vote for me.
Yeah, I wouldn't recommend that because nobody's from Vermont. But what I would recommend is using Snapchat because Snapchat has location services and then she can get everybody around her.
Oh, so you can, you mean Snapchat advertising or just is there a way to just send a message to everyone around you?
There's a way to send messages to everyone around you?
Oh, cool. Yeah, I haven't used it much. So yeah, so you can do that too, Chris. You can send out some messages on Snapchat to everyone around you, and you can just what's the range? Is it 5 miles, 100 miles?
It's variable. Another one she could use is Whisper. Whisper is definitely location based, and that I think 50 miles.
Oh, cool. Whisper and Snapchat. Chris wants me to share her website.
Yeah, what is it?
It's Chris Erickson, CRIS Erickson, ERICSON.com. So that's CRIS and then ERICSON.com.
Oh, she's a marijuana legalization advocate. Chris Erickson, you're amazing, girl. Good on you. Hey, if you're watching me right now or in the future, everybody go to chriserickson.com. Check her out. She's an American marijuana legalization activist and perennial candidate for public office in Vermont. She's amazing. Everyone should love her and love what she stands for.
Thank you. Oh, she said thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Rabbi.
You're welcome, Adam.
There's no name of the party yet. Oh yeah, she said there's no name of the party. It's just being formed.
That's okay.
Zai wanted me to ask you about Epstein. Do you think he killed himself, or do you think it's like whatever, murder?
I think he's still alive.
Oh, you think he's still alive?
Word.
Where do you think he is? Like, what do you think's going on?
I mean, he had the money for a private island, multiple private islands, so he could be anywhere in the world. But he has high-powered friends who could probably house him. Ghislaine Maxwell was being housed in New Hampshire, and like there was a global search for her, and she was there for months and nobody knew about it. So he could just be hanging out in one of their houses. My evidence for this, and it's pretty clear to me that he was not killed, is number one, there's no video of him being killed. Number two, the guy who they said the pictures of the guy who they said was Jeffrey Epstein has different ears and a different nose than Jeffrey Epstein does. So it's like they used a body double, basically someone who was like on ice, so to speak, ready to just be put on a stretcher, have some pictures taken of them, and Jeffrey Epstein left. And then I can tell you as well, days after he quote unquote died, there were pictures taken of Little St. James Island, and it showed some gray-haired man who looked just like Jeffrey Epstein pointing the workers there. He was like on an ATV, and somebody, there was a YouTuber who took a drone and was flying a drone over it, and so there's a lot of evidence to me that he's still alive. You'll never hear that in the mainstream, but unless I see a video of him literally killing himself, I'm gonna have doubts. Another thing is they had cameras on him 24 hours a day. They had cameras in his cell. It would be very easy for them to just be like, here's the video of him in his cell. Even if they, in the way that they said that his body, the way he was murdered, he had like multiple lacerations on his neck or whatever. Look, it's very easy. If he's some intelligence asset, he just needs to have basically a body that looks like him, which is just basically a 50-year-old gray-haired male, which is what they got. If you look at the one, if you look at his autopsy photos, or what, it wasn't even an autopsy, but the photos of his supposed dead body, when you look at the ear, which is very difficult to recreate, and it's like an identifier of a human. You look at the ear that they have of that body versus the ear that he had in all the pictures. It's pretty obvious to me they're not the same guy. Even the face looks different. They literally just took some guy with gray hair who somewhat looked like him, took some bad angles, and said, "Oh, here's the body." But in my opinion, if he had all this power, he was a billionaire. He owned multiple islands. He had so much power that he could just walk in and out of jail whenever he wanted when he was in Florida, that it's very easy for him to just get his intelligence cronies and say, look, all I need you to do is get a body that looks like me. We'll say that I killed myself in jail or somebody killed me or whatever, and I'm just going to walk out and I'm going to go live with my friends or go live on another island somewhere and just chill. And he also had enough money to be able to get in touch with plastic surgeons to be able to change his look. So I don't know. I just don't believe it. And I'm entitled to that opinion. People can say that I don't know what I'm talking about, and I will just say to them, let's look at the evidence. There's no video of him killing himself. There's no video. Everybody talks about these videos, but none exist. Then let's talk about the one or the two pictures I've seen of the body that they say was him, and the ears are different, and even to me the face is different. So we have basically a look-alike body swap, and he just perhaps walked out of jail. There's no evidence that, and they have literally cameras on him. If something happened to me right now, there are a bunch of cameras on me, and people would be able to say, okay, this is what happened to Rabbi. He's got cameras on him 24 hours a day. And Jeffrey Epstein had the same thing. It should be very easy for the Metropolitan Police to pull up that video. The fact that they don't, and the fact that they use what's called the red herring. They say Epstein doesn't kill himself. But nobody talks about Epstein just didn't die. Nobody talks about he just got away. And I think that's what happened.
Clockwork doesn't want to click on Chris's link. There's nothing wrong with Chris's link, Clockwork. It's funny. But yeah, man, I don't know. I think your points make sense, man. This guy was really rich. He was really connected. It makes sense that he was able to just like escape or whatever. If anyone was able to. Plus, he was Trump's best friend for like 15 years. And I think Trump was the guy in charge at the time he was in jail or whatever. So
all valid points as well. I mean, if you want to see for yourself, I think I'll probably be able to look. Okay, so if I go to Epstein, dead body, and if I just look that up, okay, so I'm just going to go to images, and it's very difficult to find. It should show up right away, but it's very difficult to find, and they want it to be difficult to find. They don't want people digging into this. And okay, Epstein dead body photo. Oh wait, I think I saw it. Yeah. Okay, so it's from TMZ. So TMZ, they have a picture of him, and it doesn't look like the same guy. It looks like a different person to me. His hairline's different. Welcome. How are you? What up, baby William artist? What's good? How old are you? How old are you? Okay, it takes too long for you to answer that question. You need to go. You have to be at least 18 to be here. Take care. Bye-bye.
No, I don't.
Yeah, you do.
Can I read you? Can I read you what Clockwork was saying to Chris and back and forth?
Absolutely.
So Chris said Clockwork. Chris Erickson. By the way, William, if you live in Vermont, Chris needs Vermont borders. So Chris says Clockwork. ChrisErickson.com. And then Clockwork says, yeah, not going to click some random link. And then Chris says, Clockwork, I am Chris Erickson, ChrisErickson.com. And then Clockwork says, and who is that? Chris says, Chris Erickson is me. And an old woman in Vermont. I'm a poor senior citizen trying to start a new party. Walker says, I'm fine with weed. It's already legal here. Something tells me we are not politically aligned. Maybe you guys are politically aligned. Let's see. You don't have to click a link, Clockwork. Just Google me, Chris Erickson. Nothing personal. Just don't click random links. I hate to say it, but this guy has to be a Reddit mod. Oh, that was a different subject. I don't know what a Reddit mod is. Let's see. Wait. Look, Rick. It's just if you're a Vermont registered voter and you want to help start a new political party in Vermont, please email Chris Erickson, whatever. Do you believe it is time to stop the Jewish state of Israel from committing ongoing genocide against Palestinians? Do you believe it is time to make marijuana cannabis legal under federal law? Do you believe it is time to stop giving corporations hard-earned taxpayer dollars as subsidies? Do you believe that when our hard-earned taxpayer dollars are used for medical research, that we the people should have ownership rights in the resulting prescription drugs and medical devices? Yeah, not only medical research, like anything, because if we give the public universities money to do all this research, then we should have the patents. We should own the patents. But do you believe that when our hard-earned taxpayer dollars are used for military research, then we should have the ownership? Yeah, and we can stop the rich from getting richer using our hard-earned tax dollars and giving us no shares of the profit. People like Bernie Sanders will simply simplify our problems by telling you that we need to tax the rich. Then he goes and takes political campaign donations from PACs, political action committees. We take donations from nonprofits created by corporations, so that the money trail is not clear and transparent. The corporations are giving money to the nonprofits, who give it to the PACs, who give it to the Bernie Sanders, who then claim he doesn't take money from corporations. And he says the rich corporations should not be taxed more. But he does not think about it. Nothing has changed in the years Bernie Sanders has been in political office. Property taxes in Vermont are higher than ever, and there are more homeless people in Vermont. People call two parties the most political power: Democrats and Republicans, the Union Party. Because politicians on both sides are taking money from these corporations, different PACs. I think that's a good summary.
Which means excessive flattery or praise, like we all use with our boss, right? Often given insincerely in order to gain favor or advantage. So the robots are programmed to go, "That was amazing, Dr. Wendy. What a great idea."
I almost gave myself a heart attack. Take care, man.
We are wired to seek affirmation from others. It's actually linked to our self-esteem and our feelings.
Well, anyway, that motherfucker. The TMZ pictures don't look like that motherfucker.
Flattery, even it's sincere, it boosts our roots and want more of it, right? When someone praises us, we tend to feel valued, and we also feel a subtle obligation to return the favor. So, the more positive things the robot says to us, we also have a cognitive bias called the halo effect. That means that when people are really positive, we trust them more. That is how swindlers work, right? We trust people who are nice. So here's the thing. That dude that I was talking about that really lost his mind. Oh, by the way, guess how he came out of his delusion? He tried to verify his mathematical theorem with another robot, with Google's Gemini. He said, "Is this possibly true?" And Gemini was like, "No, that's not true at all." And then he spent a lot of time
to be sure. Another fascinating thing is that the narrowing of this genetic bottleneck, because the people who were born from 800 in Ashkenaz till about 1350 are basically drawn from this very small sample of people. And in fact, the authors observe that modern Ashkenazi Jews, even after another 700 years, are also really closely linked to the genetic profile that they see among the Erfurt domain. So even though there's been a tremendous amount of change in the Jewish world over the last...
Yo, Zoot, are you ready to lose? Zoot, are you ready to lose?
Yeah.
All right, pimp. Why'd you abandon me the other day?
We still haven't finished the Olympics.
No, we finished. We finished because you were a jerk off.
No, we haven't finished. We're at basketball.
Nope, it's over, baby. You lost.
No, we're doing the Olympics. We gotta finish.
Nope. I told you don't leave.
No, we're gonna finish.
And you left. You have an invitation. Everybody's waiting on you to accept the invitation.
We gotta finish.
Zoot, the world does not stop and start at your behest.
The dog.
How many hours until you do your stand-up?
Also, no matter what you think you've come up with, verify everything. I'm actually going to think about my plum crisp recipe.
7.
I'm going to verify.
All right, you remember you said that you're a prodigy at stand-up?
Savant.
Savant? Do you think you're a savant at stand-up?
Yeah.
Okay. And you're going to record yourself, right?
Yeah. What does a savant mean?
It's like someone who's a genius at something. I like how you call yourself a savant, and you didn't even know what it was.
The genius at something, but an idiot at everything else.
Not necessarily.
An animal shelter in South Orange County is going wild. Mission Viejo Animal Services Center is launching Wild Tunes, a program to play music in a shelter.
That's savant syndrome.
No, you don't. You need to be a savant at something.
You know, I've realized something.
What's that, pimp?
Intelligence really comes from interest, and to be a savant, you need to be interested in the thing you're doing more than anyone else, and you'll be the best at it.
Not necessarily, but generally.
No, I've been watching. Yeah, I went to school with this kid, and he was in this special unit, right? Special unit for people with intellectual disabilities. Right?
Right.
So there were two parts of the school. There was mainstream school and then there was the intellectual disability part. I was in the mainstream school.
You were in the what?
I was in the mainstream school.
In the normal part?
Yeah. And they showed us this kid could not. He was sort of nonverbal. He could say stuff, but when he talked, it was absolute mutter. It was just mumbling mess. The words didn't even make any sense when he talked. He could draw I've never seen anyone draw. He drew this eagle this artwork of this eagle on a tree, and it was honestly fucking Da Vinci in Picasso level. It was one of the most insane artworks I've ever seen.
Okay, well that guy could have been a savant. You, on the other hand, you've yet to show that you can, do your eagle. Why were you in the normal class when you think you have all these disabilities?
Because some of people with intellectual disabilities, I don't have an intellectual disability.
Doug, you say you got 4 of them.
Neurodivergency is not an intellectual disability.
How is it not?
How is neurodivergency not an intellectual disability?
Right.
Doesn't affect intelligence.
Aren't intellect and intelligence quite similar?
Intellectual disability means not intelligent. Means you're not intellectually functioning.
So then, How do you have an intellectual disability?
So I don't.
Didn't you say you have 4 of them?
What? Neurodivergencies?
Yeah.
Undiagnosed or diagnosed?
Dog, whatever they told you at that fucking place. They said you had Tourette's, which I believe. They said you have autism. I don't really think that. They said that you have ADHD, whatever that is. And they said that you have something else too. And then you were upset. And I am in agreement with you that you were like, they just need to make money. So they'll tell you whatever you want to be told that you have.
Yep. Here's the reality, right?
What's the reality, pimp?
You're not autistic until either you're diagnosed autistic or you want to be autistic. That's the actual reality.
Is that the reality, big dog?
Yeah. Out of all the neurodivergencies, it's the one that makes the least sense.
Okay, well,
it doesn't. Because it's a spectrum of things with personality traits. Anyone could be on the fucking spectrum. Like, you have one thing. Oh, you're on the spectrum. Like, it just doesn't make any sense. It's so broad.
The fact that we call it a spectrum means everybody's on it.
Yeah, that's what I mean. It's
okay.
So broad. And it's like, where you're at.
All right, Zoot. Get it, big dog. Maybe you're a savant at archery.
Definitely not.
That was a miss.
Savant syndrome can go away, though.
Okay.
It often does.
Okay. So maybe your savant syndrome for being a stand-up comedian is going away. Dog, why don't you just work? Like, we could seriously come up with a minute of comedy for you that's really funny, and then you have something to say tonight.
I do have something to say.
But it's not funny.
It's fun.
All right, big dog, then what are you going to say?
You say.
What are you going to say?
I want to be a super person. I can't write any jokes. I have to do it in my head.
That's not true, though.
Takes more skill.
Yeah, it takes more skill.
He came up with this back in 1998, saying that women may cheat to get better genetic traits from an affair partner while keeping financial support and parenting support of a male partner. It goes like this. She's got sugar daddy dad at home who may not have the best genes in the world, but boy, the house is nice. Or maybe he's just a good dad. But then she goes out to the nightclub with her single girlfriends, or she hangs out outside the Laker locker room. Anyway, she sees better genes.
You have 0 wins.
Make sure that the one she's living with thinks it's his. Well, that cuckold. Laying an egg in another bird's nest to make them to the work of parenting. It happens all over the animal kingdom. This is one reason I heard this study once. Oh my god, I thought it was so funny. Where they did
The rabbi.
intrusive studies.
Yo, pimp.
Being studied. Did you know that they were being studied on women who had just
Yo, big dog, I'm waiting. What?
and they found out. Guys have never freaked out.
What does a lack of eye contact actually mean?
It could show disinterest. It could show creation of a barrier. It could show fear. It could show lack of awareness. It could show lack of attention. It could be a disability.
That's symptoms of ADHD, right?
Not necessarily. I have known people who are out there to remain nameless. I've been very close with them, and they have thought that they were better than other people, and they wouldn't make eye contact with them. If you're ever on a Hollywood movie set, a lot of times they'll tell you don't make eye contact with the big star because they don't want to make eye contact with you.
Why is that?
They just feel that they're better than you are. They don't have to look you in the eye. It creates a barrier.
I mean, do those Hollywood stars look people in the eye when they're acting?
Yeah, because then they feel the people are on the same level as they are. But if it's just like some intern, they'll tell the intern, don't look so-and-so in the eye. They don't like to be looked in the eye. I've been on a red carpet.
Red carpet for what?
I was in a series of commercials, and there was like it wasn't just commercials, it was like a television show in LA. It's called This Is LA, and they had red carpet thing at Mount Yoshimoto, which is in Hollywood. It's like a big hoity-toity.
Let me look this up. So this is LA?
Yeah.
Who's going to step out of their marriage and go with that uglier person? And after they're married with somebody for a long time, they never look as great to you. And maybe they got a little couch potato-ish. I don't know.
2017?
Around then.
They spent money on this study to find out that women have affairs with men who are more attractive women. They also found that the women said that their main partner, the primary,
How many episodes you in?
was definitely
I was just in one.
going out with playboys, so looking for those cheaters.
I was just in one.
They did not find their partners overall more desirable than any other race. In other words, they were cute, and that was it. So these interviews
What season?
support the dual
I don't know.
marriage idea, right? It doesn't support the main switching. They weren't relationship shopping. They were going to somebody with better genes, maybe if they got pregnant, they have that good day operation.
What did you do in it?
They interviewed me for a technology project I started.
A what project?
A technology project, an app I started.
That is a term for splitting mating goals between two different partners.
Oh, 8 years ago.
Okay.
Different benefits for different partners, and this supports that other research I said. They say, oh, my wife doesn't listen to me. We can't really talk. But when I go to the Holiday Inn and I meet this woman, she listens to me.
Do you know that you have an invitation?
Did you know that I'm going to go look for kangaroos there?
And you're going to do stand-up comedy?
Yeah.
She wanted extra help with her kids. What? If she's having an affair with, he's going to help her with kids.
Are you going to go?
Sometimes girls will hang around and pretend to be like the great.
Zoot, you have an invitation. Zoot. Zoot, are you going to go?
Yeah. Hey, Rabbi.
Then go. What up, pimp?
Repeat these numbers.
I'm focused on the game.
4581.
4581.
What is that backwards?
1854.
Testing your short-term memory.
Cool, dog. Are you going to go?
You're listening to the Dr. Michael Show on KFI AM 640 live and everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Here we go. I don't know if that was a good move or not. Do you know why I said I don't know if it was a good move or not?
No, I don't know. Why did you say that?
Retard.
Calm down with your words. Zoot, WTF, dog.
What's the best?
Check it out for free now. iHeartRadio. Anywhere you can listen. iHeartRadio is there.
History of cinema. Few films have been as successful as The Godfather. Francis Ford Coppola's gangster epics set a new standard, not just for movies about the mafia.
Rabbi, one.
I don't.
Godfather's prospects for success were far from short. In fact, before its release, they were pretty bleak.
That was a good move.
My co-host Mark Steele and I strip back the march of movie history and talk to never before heard from sources to get at what really made the process so arduous. Leave the Gun, Take the Penalty is based on my co-host Mark's best-selling book of the same title. And on this show, we call upon his years of research to help unpack the story behind Godfather's birth from start to finish. We sift through innumerable accounts, many of them conflicting, and try to get to the truth of what really happened.
We're tied, Zoot. Hydro Rush.
Everything was very arduous chess game.
Many others. We still aren't entirely sure what's true and what's not, but we can promise that our 10-part series gives everyone who is involved a chance to tell their side of the story. Listen and subscribe to Leave the Gun, Take the Penalty. Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart, and the free iHeart app. Listen now.
From the producers who brought you Princess of South Beach comes The Setup, a new romantic comedy podcast starring Harvey Ian and Christian Navarro.
You're up, pimp.
Follows one man's search for love in the Big Apple. The thing is that I actually every time I opened it, I got hit with this wave of nausea, and then my heart started beating like so fast. Meet Juan, the lonely museum curator. His true love, art. His biggest fear, never.
Oh, big one. Big move, son.
But when the perfect man walks into his life, well, I guess I'm saying I think so. He actually is too good to be true.
This is Colin O'Connor.
To pull off this heist, they'll have to get to
She's so wanting to do this.
and jump into the deep end together. When you're dating a con man, how do you know if it's true love?
Not just one.
Are you sure?
Listen to The Setup. Listen on America's #1 podcast.
Big dog, you're up.
Open the free iHeart app and listen.
Big dog.
My name is Paola Pedro, a medium and the host of the Ghost Therapy podcast. Where it's
You're doing pretty well, you know that?
It's about learning through them and their perspective.
Slide down.
Listen to the Ghost Therapy podcast on the iHeartRadio app. iHeart is America's #1
You just helped me.
network.
I don't know if that's true,
More podcasts like this.
but I know that I just took the lead, son.
I'm going to too.
Calm down, dude. You don't need to say you're going to kill anybody.
Oh, here we go.
Dude, how did you get so many turns? That was garbage.
Because I took an extra move.
Yeah, I see that, dog.
Oh, don't do that. Rabbi,
Yo, pimp.
you're moving the berries further away.
What do you want me to do, big dog?
Oh, I forgot to evolve.
Oh,
I forgot to evolve.
you didn't evolve, son.
Oh, you know what I just realized?
What's that, big dog?
That we're all fire.
We'll talk about it after 1 o'clock tomorrow on the John Cobell Show.
That we can both win from just going for fire.
Word, dog. Are you going to go?
Evolving. I'm in front of you by a bit. I think this is a good move. Oh, I just helped you. I gave you an extra move.
FOOSH on GoFundMe. Do you want to tell us what happened on Thursday?
Yeah, so we've been talking about it pretty much since Friday throughout the show. She was coming into work on the Tim Conway Jr. show. He's the board out for Tim Conway Jr. as well as Mo Kelly. And on 95 and a car cut him off and we swerved to try to avoid car. Hit a medium and it flipped over it and the car burst into flames. There were three amazing Samaritans that pulled him out of the vehicle. And
Big dog. What are your thoughts on this move?
So that was in really bad shape, but they were able to tie it up with something and save it. And he was unconscious. I believe all of his identification, his phone, and everything.
You suck.
In the car.
Calm down.
So he was
Are you gonna go?
I just realized I'm gonna do something. I thought I had another fucking phone.
You don't, Sphinx. Major miss. One of the biggest misses that we've ever seen in this game.
That was bad. That's bad for me. That is really bad for me. I lose 2 mana. Oh, the worst part is I lose 2 mana. The worst part for you is I just hit you here. Rabbi Rothschild.
What up, pimp?
You're a gangster.
I am. I'm the East Side pimp and the West Side gangster. I'm the West Side gangster and the East Side pimp, baby. Oh, what a big miss. What a big miss. You fucked up.
Why are you going for an extra move? Can he win? Can he win now?
That's a good question, isn't it? No, the question is when did they get married? They got
Can
married.
he win?
Already had dementia, and then she's got rid of. She moved in
Rabbi,
last minute. That's what I mean. On the other hand,
you actually helped me, you dickhead.
I know I did. Are you gonna go?
sometimes it is.
Yo, dog, are you gonna go?
I'm trying to figure it out.
Sometimes people date young.
Yeah, let me figure out how to win.
Just because they want somebody to help them out. Sometimes it could be financial care. Sometimes it could be sexual care, domestic care, all kinds of child care. So it's hard to judge a relationship from the outside. If they've been married for a really long time,
You won.
years,
You won.
29 and he was 69, and maybe he had some financial security for her.
You won.
She doesn't love him. Like, why should we judge just because
It's over, baby. It's over. Big dog.
Let's go again.
Are you sure you want to go again?
Yeah, I'm gonna win next game.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
So that's the answer to that. All right, let me head to my social media. If you want to come on Instagram, come ahead. The handle is Dr. Wendy Walsh, Dr. Wendy Walsh.
Oh, we're playing the same level.
All right, here's the first question. Dear Dr. Wendy, how can I tell if my partner is truly the one?
Rushing red. Okay, same roof.
I love my partner. Sometimes I wonder if we're truly compatible.
Are you gonna go? Are you gonna go?
Yeah, I'm thinking.
Okay, we'll think.
How can I tell if my partner is truly the one, or if I'm just settling because it's comfortable?
Oh, I can't believe you're gonna do that.
There are many, many the ones out there. There isn't like one soulmate. If you have good relationship skills, you will be attractive to more people, and you will be attracted to more people because you'll have compassion and empathy and be able to build some emotional.
How did this help you?
And also,
Why didn't you go for the purple?
you know what?
Because I could go for the berries, baby. Extra move.
I love my partner, but sometimes I wonder if we're truly compatible long term, or if I'm just afraid to be alone. The plug that is right. Do you have an attachment
I feel like that was a good move.
where you have an
Are you proud of it?
style and you literally are afraid to be alone, so you'll
No.
be with anybody?
Why not?
You and your therapist can come to the end of that
Um,
question.
No matter what you do, you're going to help me.
That there's no such thing as just the one. And relationships should feel comfortable.
You still help me.
Okay, let's see what you've got, big dog.
I don't feel the same excitement I used to. Is this what happens when
I fucked up.
Yeah, you did.
I pressed the wrong way.
I mean, what do you want me to do about it?
my mom used to say to me when
Anyway,
I was coming home from school, I'm bored.
gonna do a little bit of damage.
If you're bored, you're bored. You'll be excited.
Oh, and then he just heals anyway, so my damage doesn't even count.
That's correct.
Actually, that actually might have helped.
Because when you first meet somebody, your brain gets assaulted with a neuro cocktail of hormones that feels so delicious.
You just got psycho bitten.
And over time, your brain gets used to these hormones, just like a drug. And you need a bigger fix and a bigger fix to try to get that same kind of excitement. Right? Just know that this is normal. You should not be worried. There, that answers your first question. There's always a follow-up question. And this one is, I feel bored lately. Is this a normal fix for something wrong? I will tell you what's wrong. Two of you forgot to add novelty to your relationship. It's really important that you do other things together. That you
Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Zoot. You know you got 3 blues. Oh, fuck you. Oh.
Oh my gosh, this is so amazing. I do want to say this,
Big dog, are you gonna go? Are you gonna go? No way, and you're gonna hurt me? Oh, that was fortunate.
He comes home from his day and goes, get this. And I know when he says get this, there's a good story coming. This is what keeps people together, right? So, bored. That's what my mom says.
Yo, pimp, you're up, baby.
I think I asked this question before.
What's that?
Does redoing the IQ test change anything?
I think it prepares you for it, so it doesn't make you any smarter necessarily. You might do better, but the results are the results.
Okay, what if you score like fucking insanely low, and then you prepare, and then you score like fucking insanely high?
Well, I mean, you're just kind of prepared for the test.
I mean, isn't that like every test in school though?
Yeah, but those tests in school test how well you know the material. So that's basically what you would be doing, is how well you know the material, not how intelligent you are.
Well, there's things in an IQ test that you can't really prepare, that you can't help. Like doing digit span, for example. If you do digit span, that digit span is your short-term memory. You can't improve short-term memory.
Instagram has a new feature that lets users share their location with friends, but ABC's Christian Cordero says some people are raising privacy concerns.
Right, you can improve short-term memory, but you can't know the answers to the questions, short-term memory questions.
Okay.
Because they always change.
Okay.
So you can train to increase your short-term memory, which means that your short-term memory can improve.
Redistricting plans say they don't believe the governor or attorney general can remove them from office. Minority leader Gene Blue says the legal move will not work.
Did you know that I just evolved?
The only areas you would be cheating on to improve from IQ tests would be general knowledge. By knowing the general knowledge questions, the IQ test, which would be cheating.
Okay.
That's really the only area that you can really cheat on.
Okay. Are you gonna go? Dude, that was good. Welcome, Mr. Aquarius.
I'm a guy right now.
So are we. So we'll be patient with you.
No.
Oh, yeah, but we'll be done in a second. We'll be done in a second.
Hey, Bill.
European leaders say it's important to pressure Moscow while protecting Ukrainian and European security interests. Let's go to a work zone on the 605 in Whittier.
How was your day, Miss Aquarius?
It was good. How was yours?
It was lovely, thank you.
That's good. You're welcome. Thank you.
You're welcome. Zoot, what are your thoughts on this move? Calm down, Zoot. That was good. That was a good move.
Not good.
It was a very good move. It was an excellent move. There you go, big dog. That's what I'm talking about, big man. Oh, no, Zoot. No, Zoot. Zoot, no. Zoot.
This is not good for you.
No, so just do it. Oh, Zoot. That's big time. You're up, Zoot. Zoot, you're up. Zoot, what are you going to do?
What's my best move here?
No one knows.
My best move is to block you from your next move.
Are you sure?
Yeah. You know what your best move is, Robert?
Yep.
That wasn't your best move.
Are you sure?
Yep.
Let's see what
you know what my best move is?
Let's see it. That was good. That was a really good move, Zoot.
Send me a DM on Instagram Here's one. Dear Dr. Yankee, my partner and I express love very differently. I show love through words and physical touch, but my partner is more about acts of service.
Zoot, what are your thoughts on this move?
How do we bridge the gap between our love languages? We need to stop this love language nonsense, everybody. It's not a proven psychological theory. It's not adaptive across relationships. You can't generalize it, blah, 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 blah. But if we're going to speak that language, let me just say this. You understand this language.
Zoot, are you ready for this? Zoot. Zoot, are you ready for this? Zoot, are you ready for this? It doesn't really hurt you. Oh, Zoot. What are you going to do?
Rest of my teeth if y'all thought it might make a do one day.
Take your time. Zoot, are you gonna go?
Oh shit. Now I would have gone with the other one. However, it just makes more sense to do this because I can do this. I ran out of time.
No. You evolved.
Wait, does evolving take a move?
Yeah.
Oh really?
Yeah, dog.
I didn't know that.
Oh, baby. Zoot, you're on the rope, son.
I didn't know that evolving takes a move.
Well, what do you want me to do about it? You just got an extra move right there, son.
Oh shit.
What are you gonna do, Zoot?
I don't think you can win a next move.
You just
but you can get a very, very big advantage.
You just hydro rushed me.
I know. You can get a very, very big advantage.
That big advantage. So, are you winning?
He is not. Zoot, what are your thoughts? What are your thoughts on the move, Zoot?
I'm terrible.
Zoot. Zoot, you could win. Zoot, you just won. Oh, no, you didn't. Because you're... No, he didn't. Oh, Zoot. Zoot. Dog.
Oh, you just won. You just won. You just won.
What a close game. All right, Miss Aquarius.
I could have won.
Yes, you could have. All right, Miss Aquarius, are you ready? Zoot, you ready?
When's the 15th of August?
It is in 5 days.
All right, okay. Come on,
So Friday?
all right.
Something like that. Zoot, come on. We're waiting on you, dude. Zoot, you have 10 seconds, 9 seconds, 8 seconds, 7 seconds, 6 seconds, 5 seconds, 4 seconds, 3 seconds, 2 seconds. Come on, Zoot.
I don't think you want to play. Zoot, do you not want to play?
He does. Zoot, you have an invitation. Zoot. Zoot, accept the invitation. Zoot, come on. Zoot. 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 Zoot, what are you doing, dude? Zoot. There he goes. Get it, Miss Aquarius. What a perfect strike.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Zoot, you're up. Zoot got 4. Get it, Zoot. That's all right. You got 8. I ain't mad at you.
Come on, Rabbi.
Get it. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. High five. High five. Zoot, you're up, baby.
Hey, that was a good spare.
That was an excellent spare.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Get it, Zoot. There you go. Ooh, that's a tough split.
Hey.
Get it.
Check her out.
Get it. Get it, Zoot.
No,
Get it,
it's
Miss
me.
Aquarius. Get it, Miss Aquarius.
That was good.
I know. Get it, Miss Aquarius. Get it, Miss Aquarius. Get it, Miss Aquarius. There you go.
Good job, Zoot. You up.
That was you. You're up, Zoot.
That was Zoot.
No, you didn't.
Yeah, we're going in reverse order. The lowest, whoever gets the lowest score wins.
I don't think that's how it works, big dog.
Right, let's go.
That's how it wins. Right.
Ooh, what a fortunate spare. What a spare. Oh, Miss Aquarius. This is an important shot. And she got it. Beautifully.
Thank you. Thank you.
Zoot.
Come on, Zoot.
Nice strike. There you go.
Yeah.
Good job, Zoot. High five. Oh, what a terrible shot.
Rabbi's favorite movie is Idiotic.
Let's go.
No, it's not. Get it, Miss Aquarius.
Nope.
Yep. That's good. You've got 64.
Rabbi's favorite movie is Idiotic.
No, it's not. That's not even how do you pronounce it. It's idiocracy. Get it, Zoot.
Zoot.
Get it, Zoot.
Thank you.
That's a miss. Zoot, get it this time. There you go.
Oh, let's go, let's go.
Nice
Yeah,
spare.
that's there. Perfect.
Zoot might get second place. Get it, get it, get it.
That was a good strike. Yeah.
Oh, good job, Zoot.
Let's go. He might be leading. Let's go. If you do, I will be so happy. Come on, Rabbi.
I beat Rabbi.
Oh.
How does it feel to lose to me?
Zoot, I didn't lose to anybody. We all win.
That's right.
Now let's see you win the whole thing. Beat Miss Aquarius. Beat me.
Yeah, beat me. Yeah,
Now's your chance, Zoot. This is an invitation.
That's the lowest score you've ever gotten.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
No, it's not a loser though. We all win. No losers in the game. Okay?
Word.
Rabbi's gonna win.
Oh, for sure.
Zoot's gonna win.
No doubt. No
And
doubt.
I want y'all. I had one of mine. Come on, Zoot.
Get it, Zoot.
Oh no. Alright, I'm still gonna be in front of Aquarius.
It's Miss Aquarius.
Retire. Retire. As long as Rabbi doesn't get a bear, yeah, we...
I'm so sick of hearing them talk about women's basketball.
I'm happy with that. Aquarius, right.
It's Miss Aquarius.
It's Ms. Aquarius.
It's Miss
You made me
Aquarius.
miss. No, you get a strike. Strike.
Get it.
Well, that was clearly going to be a strike.
Oh, good. Come on, come on.
Rabbi's going to do a better job than me. He's going to get a strike, yeah.
Strike, brother. Yay! Good job.
Word, dog.
Aquarius is good. Miss Aquarius is going to get a strike, yeah.
Maybe. That looks good. Now this is a tough split. Get it, girl.
All right. Let's go, Zoo.
I gotta go.
Zoot, finish the
I
game.
got a phone call.
Then call him back.
I don't think she likes it. I don't like this. You gotta sit here and wait for this. Let's go. This will hold up the game. All right, bye.
No doubt.
Yay, good job.
No doubt. No doubt, no doubt. Get it, Miss Aquarius. Perfect.
Ooh, it shouldn't have down there.
Yeah, you should have. That's... You get this one.
Oh, yeah, good.
Beautiful.
Thank you, Rabbi.
You're welcome.
Yay. Oh, yes, 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 yes.
There's this dating app that's taking place on dating apps. People are getting literally burnt out.
They don't like losing, do we, Rabbi?
No one does. But we don't lose. We don't lose.
Right, you're going to have to talk to him and tell him. No,
Absolutely.
he's still a winner. I don't get mad. Because I'm a winner.
Word.
First of all, tell me what your day jobs were when you came up with this new dating.
Nice job.
Thank you.
I am a nurse practitioner, and Julie is a physician assistant. And at the time, we were actually both working in healthcare in COVID. And I was working in the field of maternity, although my training is primary care. And Julie was working.
Good job.
All right, Miss Aquarius. You win, I win.
Yes, I win, you win, you win, I win. Yay.
Good job, Miss Aquarius.
You too, Rabbi. Good job. I'll see you tomorrow.
Sweet dreams.
You too.
Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome. Thank you.
You're welcome.
See you later, God's willing.
God willing. Take care.
You too.
Thank you.
The problem that we've encountered as single women is that dating apps have completely changed dating culture and what it means to be single. And it has taken
Look at this athleticism, though. Are you all seeing this? You seeing this athleticism? Are you all seeing this athleticism?
Through friends or family, right?
Exactly. It was through TikTok. It was from going to single weekends or single events and having that shared context. And now it's just so arbitrary. there will be chemistry on that date. But the reality is there's no shared concept, and so the majority of the time it feels like a waste of your time.
You know, I always say that relationships are a bridge between tribes. And if you don't have the tribe involved, then what have you got? Just a bridge then? So let's talk about your solution. Your app is called Foreplay Social. First, when I got the pitch from your publicist, I was like, Foreplay? Is this another porn site? I did not want to talk about this. But I get it's cute and clever. What is Foreplay Social?
So Foreplay Social, spelled FOURPLAY, is an app designed by a psychopather and myself to make dating healthier and more social, emotionally, physically. And it lets single friends pair up and create a shared profile and then connect with other parents of single friends so that they can go out together in a group outing rather than going on a one-on-one first date.
So it's team dating.
It's team dating, essentially. It's social dating.
So if everything's a double date, you make a profile with your bestie, somebody else makes it with their bestie. And what is the algorithm look for? Like, is it hard to find another two matches, or is only one? Like, do two people really swing it because they're only two that match? How's this work?
Great question. So basically, most of the single people who are on a team have preferences, and then our app uses a combination of your preferences to find other teams that satisfy both of your preferences. So we find you like a pair of friends that match.
Now that sounds like finding a needle in a haystack. It's hard enough to find one person to match, but now you gotta find two people.
Yeah. So what's great about it is that you actually only have to have one like from one of the teams in order to count as the entire team liking it. So it's called team on board, like you and your friend are a team. And if either you or your friend sends a like to another team, then that registers as a like. And if either that person on another team or their teammate likes you back, that's a match. And so what we're really trying to do is get people away from thinking that they're going to be able to figure out their perfect person from an app.
Did you still seem to have a very similar profile?
In a setting where we have not given them any expectations.
Yeah.
It's a way to get people together. Now, I just want to play devil's
Last week I had a very small dinner. As we all know, I'm on the path to not fat by Labor Day. Kev said I look slim today. Texted Jess that Kev said I look slimmer today. She said, let's go. So last week I had a very small dinner before the day being here, and I just had a protein shake. So I was a little bit irritable. I was a little bit short. And maybe the temper was starting to flare up a little bit here and there. A little pepper of temper here and there. But today I learned from my mistake, and I said, Case, you're just a hungry boy. So bring something to eat. So I brought some buffalo. And I ate those, and that's probably why I'm firing on every single cylinder known to man.
I agree. I concur. No notes.
I yield my time.
What's your guys' favorite chick flick?
Does this count? Because easy answer if this counts. Meek.
Mine too.
I don't think that counts.
Why does that count?
Because it's too
Universal
good.
to universal.
Chick flicks have to suck. And it's like, and then chick flicks have to be about like
This counts.
Meek.
Mine too.
I don't think that counts.
Why does that count?
Because it's too
Universal
good.
to universal.
Chick flicks have to suck. And it's like, and then chick flicks have to be about like romance.
Then my answer that is definitely a chick flick, and I feel like it's most people's answer. Crazy Stupid Love with Steve Carell and Ryan Gosling.
That's good.
Hilarious, great movie. I've honestly never talked to someone who's seen it and doesn't like it.
There you go. Chin, what's your favorite chick flick?
What's that holiday movie? Hugh Grant's in it.
What's that? In 4 Weddings and a Funeral?
No, it honestly has holiday in it.
Oh my gosh, it's always something when you watch on here Christmas time because it's a Christmas movie. Damn it!
Love Actually.
Absolute or something. Love Actually. There you go. That's. I thought that was amazing.
There's a Christmas rom-com called The Holiday, but that does not star Grant. You're thinking of Love
But
Actually.
I think it's Love Actually. Have you guys ever seen something called Untamed Heart?
No.
It was with Christian Slater versus Tomei.
Is that funny?
No, it's just a.
Yep,
You guys are saying like chick. Romantic, whatever. But so it's not funny, but it was such a great romantic movie. But it's so stupid as well, so it's worth watching.
White Man Can't Jump. Oh, that's her. Rosie Perez.
Yeah.
Rosie Perez. And that features Double D.
Oh, she was there too, yeah.
She was by Butcher, but it was Kanye. Graduation. Guys, Mark's trying to figure some stuff out. Favorite rom-com?
Mean Girls isn't one of them, is it?
Oh, you hilarious! That's exactly how I started.
That's my wife's favorite movie.
I said
it's the best movie. It is good. It's really good.
It's literally one of the. I don't think it's a. I know mine.
It's not a rom-com.
It's not. No, it's not. I know. My original question was chick flick because rom-com can take us to a whole different.
Oh, my bad. I changed your question.
You did.
No, because you have to.
What is a chick flick?
Mean Girls isn't a chick flick. It's just a movie starring what? Or girls.
Yeah. What's like just a?
I think a rom-com.
No. I don't know, because rom-com is like, we're kind of making it like.
Then the opposite of a chick flick would just be any movie that has men. No, because it could just be a romantic movie. Like, romantic but not funny. Notebook.
That's the lane I was going.
Yeah, so take out the comedy, just romantic.
That's what I'm going for. Because rom-coms is too easy. Like, everybody has, like.
But I feel like
it's a Hitch, and like there's a bunch of movies.
I feel like rom-com are mostly like Crazy Stupid Love. I would say is actually.
Wait, you might be right because I can think of movies that are rom-coms that aren't chick flicks.
Exactly.
Like my favorite rom-com is When Harry Met Sally. That's not chick flick. It's not chick flick. Okay, so you're right. So you're kind of changing my whole perspective here. And hey, man, that's what it is. Me for being open, wildly open-minded. Yeah. Okay, so the question was chick flick. So what are chick flicks? I don't really know what a good.
Yeah, is it just like movies that girls love that guys are not into?
I guess the opposite of a chick flick would be like an action movie, right?
Yes.
I feel like we're getting close.
Yeah, we're getting close.
I feel like when it came out, it might have qualified this, but it's become such a blockbuster. It is such Titanic. Is that a chick flick?
Oh,
I fucking love.
But that's like a.
It was like the most, like the highest box office of all time at one point. So
Yeah, I don't think it's a chick. I wouldn't consider that one.
it is borderline. Like to make the case, is Pretty Woman a chick flick? I would. I like that. Is Aaron Brockovich a chick flick?
Yeah.
I love. Then I'm gonna go Aaron Brockovich. I love Aaron Brockovich.
That's the one. Okay, here's the definition of a chick. Oh, that's what I was looking up. A movie, typically romantic comedies or dramas. Okay, so we're right to think that is primarily intended to appeal to a female audience.
Oh shit, that was a huge photo.
I think you can't tell Mean Girls because it's so universally loved. It's unfair.
I'm watching that.
Oh, like La La Land.
I watched it today.
You're not even lying.
I watched it.
Not even lying. I did. So it's a genre that specifically caters to women's interests and it's marketed toward women.
You know what I'm realizing as I look at, here we go, it's Titanic chick flick.
And
Quora, they're like, no, it's both. Quora sucks.
Devil Wears Prada is pretty good.
I was just going to say, looking at the screen, I love all chick flicks. Devil Wears Prada, Legally Blonde, great.
Classic.
A Walk to Remember, not bad. Watched it for class.
Clueless.
I think
All
he
right.
gets into the leaves, man.
Awesome.
Clueless Cat.
Yeah.
10 Things I Hate About You, is that on there?
Yeah.
10 Things I Hate About You, chick flick.
Yeah, that's a good one.
That is incredible.
Yeah.
That's the one with Heath Ledger, right?
Yeah. And the girl who played, the girl who played Alice Mack from The Secret World of Alice Mack on Nickelodeon, she was in it. And one time I called it the Big Help Pledge Drive, and you call in, you pledge hours, and you could talk. Every once in a while, they have live phone hours. I pledged like thousands of hours just talking to eventually talked to Alex Mack.
Wow, really?
Yeah, I owed them a bunch of hours. Yeah. Wow.
That's a big story.
Yeah. And did you guys also know the famous Chet Jackson is dead?
Yeah, he committed suicide. Very sad.
Just saw that this season was pretty devastating. Just getting over it.
Nice. Yeah. So
Question, Kev. Yeah, let's give it up for Kev. Give it up for Kev. Haven't had a good one in a while. Wow, Mark, way to tarnish the great segment.
I haven't really had one.
No,
To be fair, I haven't
Kevin's not
really.
even here with us right now. We have this guy.
Yeah.
That's why.
Jet set, baby.
Oh, picture.
I haven't really had
Gotta
one.
admit that.
Yeah. No, you gotta think of a new person. What's your name?
I'm Chuck Shuck.
Chuck Shuck?
Yeah.
I like that. I like that a lot.
Mark's Vladimir Putin. Vladimir Putin.
There's a
From Sweden. I do. Oh, Patty the bag. Oh, those are the type of wigs that Patty Bats wear, but actually.
right.
Dude, you know it's a good wig? The ones that the UFC fighters wear, like the Russian guys.
Oh, it's a hat.
The hat, whatever the fuck it is.
Yeah.
I thought that was a wig? I don't know what it is. I didn't say Mark.
That was dumb, Mark.
You thought that was a wig?
No one's hair looks like that.
Oh, my hair is coming out. Uh-oh. Oh, no. Look, I'm a Buffon haircut. Look, it does kind of look like a Buffon haircut. I think I just meant something that they wear on their head. Oh, okay. I didn't think it was a wig. Okay.
Is that serious?
By the way, I looked up
Guys, Russian guys.
Yeah. Love that.
Okay, I take it back.
Skinner Lampert. And also, what does
Alright, that looks more like a wig than that. Yeah, but no, there's a different one.
what does Shavkat, Shavkat, what hat does he wear? Is he another hat?
Yeah. Maybe that's what I was thinking. That's what I was thinking.
That's fur, baby. That's fur. That's like a beaver fur.
There it is.
I know my hair. I love this name. This guy, this it's Shavkat Rachmanov.
Yeah.
Incredible. You said it.
Yeah.
Incredible. And he's a great character. Like, so, someone put out like they interview fighters and like favorite movie, favorite this. For a lot of them, he had none. But then it was like favorite animal, horse. Favorite thing to do, ride a horse. Favorite food, horse.
Favorite movie, horse.
Sea biscuit. Nice. Horse movie. Go. Name game. Horse movies. Sea biscuit.
I just said that, Mark. That's your.
Mark's out. I'm stalling. 3 left. No, you're out. No, I'm stalling.
That's really hard. I'm really good at movies.
I got a good one. There. The Secretariat. Damn. I didn't. Triple crown. Did they both?
I don't know. I'm done. Chin, I know you know horses.
Oh my god.
Movie with a horse and his daughter.
I need to get the best
can't remember the name.
That was insane.
Wait, does it have to be like the name of a horse or something? Or it just has to be about horses?
So,
not horses. 8 seconds.
Nice.
It's called Flicka.
Someone said the black
It's about a horse.
Someone said Black Beauty, but there's also another black horse.
Kevin.
Black Stallion? Yeah. Guessed it. Who's in it? I don't know. Let me look. Jason Momoa.
Kevin.
Oh, this is a fun game. We'll get to this.
Yeah.
Oh, damn.
Crazy. Pushing the limit. That's alright. That was fun.
I don't know who's in it. I don't feel like looking either.
Nice.
1979.
Honestly, it's an option.
That's not who's starring in it. Alec Ramsey. I look who that is. All right, so we got the Horse Whisperer.
Jeez.
Could have just made, dude. You could have just made that up. Yeah.
Holy shit.
Made that up. I was going for Spirit also.
The horse.
Hidalgo. I don't know if that's really about a horse or not, but
Viggo Mortensen. There you go.
War Horse.
Don't let your eyes rise.
Drumline. Of course, or what's the other?
We take that first swing. Come on, dude.
What's the one where they swim? There's always like the civil rights sports movies. There's varsity or Remember the Titans, Drumline.
You guys know what I'm
There was one with Sandra Bullock and the football player.
Just watch that on Players.
Blindside?
Blindside. Not exactly civil rights.
Yeah.
It's usually the team joining a sport that they're not accepted into.
Now, how do I go ahead and Google this one movie? You know, just take it off the screen.
Black Swift. We knew.
There's a lot there.
Title Black Swift movie.
My God. One of the most creepiest critters in the world.
You are like a little bit off today.
Mr. Shady freaking HD, my Nebraska twin. What's up? Yo, Shady. Pritzky's your rehearsal last night.
A fucking idiot.
Pritzky was just...
Feel the
So if you end up seeing any of that playlist,
If you look
shout out Pritzky and then shout out Shady. You'll see Shady a lot.
Tells me Black Swift movie 2007 film.
Shady is our resident what he made. He be
I was
cooking.
like, oh, that's what it's called. Right.
That man cooked.
I don't know. I'm tired.
Maybe it is called Black Swim Team movie and
Let's go, dude.
What if that was like the first draft?
that'd be insane. Wait, you have a joke going?
Man, I'm good games today, Shady, but dude, rank service.
Good job.
I know they're getting DDoS or some shit, dude.
Is it good? I never had no
Your purpose to good, sir.
Oh, that's a good wording, man.
It's still from another podcast I left up.
Oh, wow. You're a hack.
Brandon Walker always will just break out a Bernie Mac.
Controller.
That's it, Bob.
So now you want to be,
You know what that guy do? It's for my
The
mother.
new mode? What would I hate? That's fine, bro. Nah, rate's not as bad anymore nowadays, you know? The better of wolves become better of wolves.
Yeah.
Oh my God, you know, epic rate game. That's
Look
the
at
growth.
that. Let's see a pumpkin pie. I was like, bitch.
Alright, now we got a bunch of Apex servers here, so I should be on Apex.
You know I ain't never
Wait,
had
no,
no
you this
pumpkin
fucking
pie.
go. Otherwise, Princey's gonna be out here like, this motherfucker out here running clips of weed. Probably how to play the game. Probably he's just a dumb little bitch.
I just get that step up to the moment. Exactly like the Azalea.
You just had a pause there where
You
you
been nutty?
one,
Bro.
two, and it was like, felt just like 1 second too long. I'm like, I'm ready to explode.
I think
Shady.
I also like how you control your hair right now. It feels like it's a part of your head. You're kind of just like, so sexual with it.
Anyway, I established what's the classic fucking the Razer USB shit. The Razer's software was fucking everything, right? So my audio was like teeny and like ugh.
You know why this?
Anyway, I sorted it out today.
You know, your podcast looks really
I
good.
hear
For the folks at
everything.
home, you can't see this. He's
My
wearing
first
jeans.
ring game, which we won,
Yeah.
I legitimately would have died
The camo.
3 separate times. But I heard the motherfuckers.
Yeah.
But you're like,
I swear you can watch it.
We need the full fit.
So
I heard
that's
3
why
separate
he's
times where I
wearing
definitely would have died.
Booty in the blow.
So I'm using the sound. I'll show you how I fixed it, dude, because it's very unintuitive.
Camo hat,
So
cheeks
this
up
is
the
how I
back,
fixed it.
jean
I went into, so I disabled spatial audio in the Razer software, right? And then I exited Synapse, and I was still having the issues. So I went to volume, no, not that one. I went to sound settings.
I can't believe
Again, I
I
went into this. Audio enhancements was device default, and it still had THX spatial audio. So I turned that off. Okay, and I turned on spatial sound from Windows.
Posted your swing on your story.
It fixed it. It fixed it
And you
all.
looked skinnier and you looked fit, and the
So,
swing was pretty good.
even if we have
I figured out something in my swing that I used to do that I
THX audio
left
off
to the
in
wayside and I
Synapse
brought it back.
and Synapse closed, it's still fucking on.
I was talking here inches.
I know.
So anyway, I disabled it here,
It landed
and
right
that's
on
what fixed it for me. And then I turned this on because I was like, oh, I wonder if it's like, it's just the same. It's the same with having the THX shit.
perfect
Like I
drive
can hear all
right
the
if I
footsteps
started.
and
There's a
shit.
tree right in the middle of the fairway, right
So,
as dead.
yeah.
Left of the tree is kind of
You
a
wanna
safe
play
play. I said, no, I'm going across the play.
A little bit of caustic
my
for the
target.
homie. Alright, I got you, I got you.
And then I had
Spatial audio? Yes, mate. Space audio. And you would think,
Mark had just
you know,
hit the false
all
front
these
and rolled back.
scientists
With that impact,
tell you that in space there's no fucking audio, bro.
And there's a backstop on the green. Play the backstop. spin it back.
Next story is okay. What the fuck were you trying to show me that yesterday, cunt? No, it's not the spatial audio fixed it.
Rolled it back down the back slope.
It's the THX audio is breaking
and
it.
it was 2 feet from the pin.
So even without spatial audio
I
on,
love a hole like
it
that.
was
They say like
fixed.
you hit one good shot and it'll bring you back. For me, like having a perfect hole.
GTA cuts Nintendo audio to turn on spatial audio. That's fucking stupid.
I remember all these good holes that I have. Like
Shady,
it's not
thank you
just
so
one
much for
shot. It's the
Post
collective of the
Britsky,
holes.
yes, Battlefield 6 is sick. Are you a Battlefield player as well? Oh my god.
And if you could do that for 18 holes, then you have the best. This was the
Where you
pitching
have met
one.
and your best friend goes,
He was talking about my
let's fucking go.
iron
Oh, what am I
The feeling you take, you're talking about
Council.
just the
Fuck
area.
off.
I just had a point where I lobbed
The
it,
council didn't take my
hit
beat.
the
So
big
I
fly,
got it.
he sprints back, gets it over, and then I sat it down and dropped it. It was like impossible to get to. It was like, that's why I want to play tennis, just for a
So
point.
I'm really
Let's check out this
looking
amazing
for,
golf ball whacker guy.
upgrades, and I think we have the ultimate thing.
It will Sasso.
Channel is always coming in on Discover Weekly. Yeah, alright. It's on shuffle too, so I don't know where to go back on it.
Because we haven't gotten a hole in one as a gang.
Your code flip, you dabble in
No one has or not.
Britsky,
I don't think
you know one of
I
these code
call yourself
motherfuckers
I know, dude.
who eats the
Our friend
clip
Dave.
and goddamn Dobres are you?
Look up
No, you would do
Dave
that, I can
Lang,
tell you.
WRS 92nd.
Goddamn, this
Dave
fucking
Lang,
Nate
another
is just an
former
influx of
pro
cool
player,
players who find out how to fucking play
has
golf.
the butt bad. He's sending us like
Yeah, I fucked this stuff good.
pictures of him at the range at like 5 a.m. like playing 9 holes
Oh, I
after
thought
playing
you
all
had
around. No, and just
I
playing like
believe you. I saw
playing
you
all the
playing
time.
yesterday,
Yeah, he
and
already broke 100.
I could see you were
playing
team
for a month.
I believe. He's not playing
He never played. Just started playing.
Britsky, you cursed
Obsessed
me.
with it. And yeah,
I got a
this is
fucking
Dave
game on
Lang.
this
He's
server
so
3 hours
sick
ago.
at skating, and now he almost got a hole in one the other day. So I was like, if he gets a hole in one after playing a month, that's why. I was a little bit like sick of playing that out in my head. Like, I think I would be jealous. Like, out of all the people, he would do the
No, we were saying we were gonna. Oh wait, because I'm on fucking Sydney. Yeah.
This guy's an athletic.
Southeast one.
Dude, I was like,
sorry, yeah, that's why. No. I was on the fucking Sydney line. AP Southeast one is the second.
Skating is so compartmentalized.
Yeah, make it stronger, man.
Mega ramp stuff.
Maybe put like 250 bullets in the bag, dude.
Hit it, Mark.
The
And this stuff
extender
is
clip.
crazy. We went to this place. It's at Woodward West.
I'm pretty sure Extender was saying they should do it.
At the edge of the court. Yeah. The shit he does. Look at this. That was.
Yeah, that's the big area. That's fucking.
I think that
Dude, I was standing at the top of that quarter pipe. I was standing at the top of that quarter pipe.
I reckon in like Battlefield 1,
You would know. Never dropped in. So I did.
You had to
pull
pull
the
the
mega
button
ramp,
and
and
it'd be
there's
like,
like a mini mega off to the side. So I did that. I was fucking with that. See the mini mega off to the side. But the quarter pipe was just too big.
for external.
Yeah. Plus, that's just not my world at all. I did not grow up skating park. Look at that.
You dug into the old classic crates for this one, Caroline, man.
This fucking glass of 900.
I remember this track.
Some of my favorite. He has to duct tape the skates safe because he's going so fast. If you get speed wobbles at that speed, and then you're that's you guys.
I would put him,
So fucked. Disaster on fucking huge rail and then the 70s. All in midair. Tell me what he's doing. Okay.
Diligence, Buster off. It's free on internet.
Disaster going in backwards?
No, disaster just means it's like a gap to the rail. Like the rail doesn't start.
Yeah.
So massive launch to the rail.
Risky, you can't judge me for being a stinky bitch because this was a request from external.
So he just started playing golf, so watch out.
Shady, thanks for your host. Know what you go down to
Justice House, like that ramp at the end.
What was the rabbit hole?
It's so big.
He's in the air forever before he got in.
Where do sesame seeds come
Air is
from?
like
Am I right?
consistent. Like, is this the same thing that was in the XP? Or they like kind of?
Wait,
Yeah,
you're a Vantage. So I'm a Fuse man, but Vantage was second most. Harry Bag free.
Going on, like Lading wasn't good.
Yeah, blading wasn't, but the skateboard was.
Yeah.
Like my favorite moments I've ever seen live.
Yeah, it's like that.
Jake Brown did play.
Yeah, and that's why it's like when those guys fall, it's so crazy.
Jake Brown should have taped up his shoes like that guy did his skates.
Yeah. They went flying. Anyway, let's watch Sean Kelso's WRS upload.
errors and omissions. Even though you could say it could work, but Casey was talking about how he played at a golf course that was like Jurassic Park, and then I jokingly said, "Oh, you saw a Brontosaurus in Jurassic Park, and that is actually a Brachiosaurus." So apologies by me, and that concludes errors and omissions. That's why Sean Kelsey. Thank you for doing so. Chin's still here. Oh, that's right. Did you see the guy counting your words? Yeah, sorry, we don't have headphones. Because I've been talking.
Yeah, no one's saying anything back. They just keep talking. No one's answering.
John's like very technical. As you can see, 3-time basset on that. 270 backslide to fish break.
What is this?
It's our friend Sean Kelso.
What is this?
Hey, Chin.
Hey, Kev.
What do you do if you're really good at something, but everybody hates it? That's in my that's in the book.
The book, yeah.
I said a lot. Like in my head, like you're so calm and chill.
Honestly, bro, no one hates rollerblades.
I know.
People
have
hate
one joke.
People. Well, okay. I'm probably just comparing
People talk shit. People talk shit.
I'm probably comparing it more to dudes on scooters, like at the skate park. Dudes on scooters. People hate them way more than rollerbladers. Because rollerbladers know what's up.
Because we've been around now, and now scooters are the new rollerblades because they haven't been around for long. Exactly. But people are ripping on scooters. I don't hate on scooters. Unless you're just a little kid going fucking whipping up a bar spin.
The buzzing in my ear is
let me hear this.
Unreal.
It's bad. It's bad. All right, we're gonna wrap this episode up.
Did you see Bobby Lee doing rollerblades?
No. Let's watch it on the Patreon.
It's not anything worth watching on the Patreon.
Let's act like it is something worth watching. I like episode. Okay, you want to watch right now?
It's 2 seconds.
All right.
He was balls in his shit. He was putting it. Andrew gave him rollerblades. They were $20 rollerblades, and he balls in his shit. That's all.
Very nice. Very nice.
You know how much that would have blown up the Patreon had we teased that? Anybody have anything they want to plug? Combat Buddy this Saturday. And also, I don't remember his name, but there's this one guy I keep watching on Instagram, but just funny Shia LaBeouf impression.
Oh, I saw that guy. Let's watch that guy on the Patreon. Also on the Patreon, I want to show you guys what's his name? Dennis Washington.
Oh, yeah.
Shit, I've been watching.
We'll also read your tweets.
Oh, yeah, we'll read my tweets.
We had segments.
We had segments planned, but the hair took over.
Yeah. I was critical of Mark's tweets last week and Nick's tweets the week before that. So now I'm putting my tweets where my mouth is. You guys can roast my tweets. Folks at home, roast my tweets.
I actually thought you were pretty supportive of mine.
I was, but I was trying to.
Yeah, I think you more or less roasted my tweets.
I roasted Mark's shitty tweets.
That's okay. Hey.
And everybody let me know in the comments if I look more like Jonathan Van Ness or Anomaly/Dream Rare. He's a guy.
Okay, thanks for watching.
Love you. Bye.
Welcome to the After Hours Podcast. Welcome to the After Hours Podcast.
I never had no pumpkin pie. I stole it from another podcast I love called Brandon.
Wow. You're a hack.
Brandon Walker always will just break out a Bernie Mac bit. He's like, no, I'm sitting at the bar.
So now you want to be,
you know, that guy dude. This woman come up to me, she's like, hey, you like pumpkin pie? Damn it.
Welcome to the After Hours Podcast. Welcome to the After Hours Podcast. Welcome to the After Hours Podcast. Welcome to the After Hours Podcast.
Welcome to the after hour. Welcome to the motherfucking after hour.
Welcome to the After Hour.
Please swear in the first 7 seconds of YouTube videos.
You can now.
Oh, what?
Yeah.
Is that true?
Yes. According to Colby.
On a new segment, according to Colby.
According to Colby. Yeah, you can swear in the beginning and they don't care.
Cool, Jack.
We played golf on Sunday, me and Mark and Bill and Mike. And on the 18th hole, it's at Goose Creek. It's got dog leg right, and it's got water all on the right side. Mark it's in the air forever, and we're like, go, go, go. And it's splashed in the water. He's like, all right, that happens, especially if you play a fade like Mark does. And then, so he dropped, and then the second shot, it's like, a 9-iron or something. That one just yeah. Pretty much every dude. I was fine all day. Yeah. Just that hole. I checked the scorecard. You were only 2 over on the back until that hole. Yeah. And then he just couldn't get the ball on the earth. It just kept going in the water. No, I had two tee shots. Oh, that's right. Both of them when walked. No, one of them I just dumped a foot 20 yards ahead of me. Yeah. Because I topped it, hit behind the ball. The second one didn't carry in the water, like you said. Third shot in the water. I'm like, dude, come on. I want to end on a good note here. And it was even exemplified by the fact that I hit a beautiful high 260-yard draw right over the water. Yeah. And then took my second shot right on the green.
When you're keeping score, can you just sacrifice a hole? Is there a limit?
I like to play a triple as a max.
That'd be great for me.
Yeah, I mean,
I'd say I hit about then a 128.
Yeah. Yeah, good joke. Good fast math joke.
Yep. So it's 350. My handicap's 54.
So that's 18 times 3? No.
72. No, 8, whatever it is. You got
it. Right. 18 times 3. 50.
So 54 plus 71 or 72?
Yeah.
My favorite podcast, Boy Dad, they talk about golf quite a bit on there too. Francis is going to be in the Invitational, which is all Paige Sporanic, anybody from the golf world is in it. Andrew Santino is actually in it. But right before he played, he shot the best round of his life twice in a row, 69 and a 71.
No.
And so he dropped his handicap 1.8.
He shot under par.
Yeah,
Francis did.
He's a freak athlete.
He's not that good.
Andrew Santino.
No, Francis.
Oh.
I said Andrew Santino isn't. He was a D1 lacrosse player. He's really good at it.
I've seen him play.
Okay. I think he said he was a 6 handicap, went to a 4.2 or something with those 2 scores. But basically, the point was he played so well before this tournament, so he fucked his handicap right before.
Some people will be sandbaggers, so if they shoot a good round, they just won't put it in the index.
Dude, there was one we played with some guy at Casino or Balboa, whatever it was, and he was playing from the tips, and he's trying to raise my handicap.
Yeah.
I'm like, just put your score in.
Yeah, I played with a guy at Rustic who played from the tips, and he was a 12, but he just wanted his handicap to stay high because when he gambles,
yeah, exactly.
It's such an interesting thing because you're being honest, but just to make yourself you're playing more. You go to the tips because you want to be honest, make my handicap worse, but you're actually better at stats, so it's really not honest. But within the rule set, I think handicaps are just really interesting because there's the vanity aspect where you don't want to tell people that your handicap is higher, but that helps you win money.
It's like an honest lie.
Yeah.
I would think that you would like the handicap system because basically it's just for gambling.
Yeah. I wish they could have that in all things. I just played my buddy Tom's girlfriend tennis. She played for a year last week, and they played once or twice. And I haven't played for years, but I played in school, and I wish we could play together. Although it was pretty easy. I won 25-21. We played a game where you serve it, you just beat it to someone. And then serve it, it's makes it easier for people who are serving you I'll throw it to you, and then they hit that. You just hit it off about and then that person can be like, oh, I don't want that again.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So the person receiving knows they can get a good one. But it was really fun. I was dry heaving after an hour in the heat on Sunday, but I think we're back in it. Was it a rematch?
What courts did you play at?
The Beverly Hills Tennis Center.
Okay.
It's extremely cheap. It's $900
an hour.
No, I swear to God, it's $60 for the year, and then you can pay $14 per time. or something.
I always I only ask because when I'm driving around LA, all of the tennis courts are just very busy, and I have friends that play tennis too. And I'm like, how do you do it?
Most if you're not going there and you're going to a regular tennis court, the LA parks, you have to reserve a court.
So it's kind of like a tea time. You book a time and then you show up.
And it's
like an hour.
That's why I haven't played for so long, because we'll be spontaneous, oh, let's go play tennis, but then you can't. There's no court.
You have to be a little bit more.
I'm getting back into it. I'll send you guys a picture of me and just looking like you're doing it out there. No one said anything. That's okay.
There's a picture when you were too far away in the picture.
I yelled at you.
It was a bad.
All right, we're gonna keep that for her.
Tell us about this shirt. What a fun shirt.
Oh, I actually won this in the tennis match.
Congratulations.
This is my Tom works at Paramount. This is Nickelodeon VidCon staff t-shirts.
Shout out to Tom.
Guess who will be going to Nickelodeon VidCon next year? This guy.
I met you. Oh, wow. Yeah, look at this picture. Terrible.
No, he looks good. Look at him.
I wouldn't. You couldn't tell. Yeah. Zoom in on a 50-inch.
They allege that the company deceptively marketed its popular tequila brands Casamigos and Don Julio as 100% agave, while including non-agave derived alcohol. The lawsuits filed in federal courts in California and New York allege Diageo misled consumers into paying premium prices for products that don't meet the standards implied by the labeling. The company denied the allegations. Deborah Mark, KFI News. Baseball history in Atlanta. ABC's Morgan Norwood says this moment has been 150 years in the making.
And with that first pitch, Jen Powell has officially made history.
Jen Powell breaking the gender barrier in Major League Baseball, becoming the first woman to umpire a regular season MLB game. After umpiring the bases yesterday, Powell called balls and strikes behind home plate today. President Trump is set to meet with Russian President Putin in Alaska this week, aiming for a deal to end the war in Ukraine.
There was a time when anyone would tremble upon hearing the name John D. Rockefeller. Not only was he the world's first billionaire, he's one of the richest people in history. His empire standard
concessions without ironclad security guarantees, including potential NATO membership for Ukraine.
Trump exploded a peace deal that trades land for an end to the war, an idea Ukrainian President Zelensky firmly rejects.
There was a time when anyone would tremble upon hearing the name John D. Rockefeller. Not only was he the world's first billionaire, he's one of the richest people in history. His empire, Standard Oil, became the most dominant monopoly in the world by brutally crushing competitors, taking control of multiple industries, bribing the government into submission, and treating business as if it was war. Because of his ruthless business practices and secretive deals, Rockefeller made many enemies. His career is filled with bitter rivalries like with Andrew Carnegie, and even ferocious battles against US presidents. But before he was the titan of the oil industry, Rockefeller was at the very bottom of society. His story is one of only a handful of cases where someone manages to rise from the depth of poverty to the peak of wealth and power. Rockefeller's story is at times inspiring, and at times chilling. It's an example of what happens when political ambition goes completely unchecked. So, let's take you back to 1839, where a young John D. Rockefeller is born into poverty. In 1839, John D. Rockefeller was the first child born into a family of peasant farmers with no cash to spare. In his small town of less than 1,000, the most mysterious character to be found was undoubtedly John's father, who was known as Devil Bill. Instead of helping on the family farm, Bill did just about anything else. He was an athlete, ventriloquist, hunter, hypnotist, and even an animal trainer. Once he won a bear in a competition, he kept it as a pet and taught it to do tricks. Bill did a little of this, a little of that, but not much of anything. Bill would also spontaneously skip out in the middle of the night, leaving John and his siblings to fend for themselves for weeks or even months, only to reappear in a luxurious carriage and shower John and his siblings with toys and gifts. And this confused John, because his family lived in a crumbling old house, wore tattered clothes, and they were hungry and cold every night. They lived a pitiful life, with occasional bouts of luxury when his father returned. And the reason for that was because Bill lived a secret double life as a con artist. Whenever he disappeared, Bill changed his name from William Rockefeller to Dr. William Levingston, and traveled from town to town selling useless herbal teas and potions to the sick and desperate. Because Bill was usually far away running scams, John's mother enlisted John's help working at the farm, where she instilled a strong religious faith and sense of duty in him while they plowed the fields. For a boy younger than 10, balancing school and farming was backbreaking, but it taught him the value of discipline and hard work. John was proud to be helping his family out. In fact, he even started coming up with other ways to make money. For example, John once followed a wild turkey into the woods, stole its eggs, and raised the hatchlings. When they matured into turkeys, John sold some of them for a tidy profit and kept the rest so he could get more eggs and repeat the process. Despite his young age, John was now pitching in a few dollars every week and was making a serious impact on the family's finances. It looked like the Rockefellers would finally have a decent and stable life. However, when John was 10, his father Bill was accused of sexually assaulting a young woman. Even though nothing was proven, the Rockefellers still faced public disgrace, and so they were forced to pack their bags and find a new home. Bill would dial back his schemes, his infidelity, and focus on keeping his relationships to his family. But instead, he did the complete opposite. While using his fake identity as Uncle William Livingston, Bill married another woman in a different state where no one recognized him. Of course, he kept this a secret, and neither John's mother nor the other woman ever knew he had 2 wives. But the effect was evident. Bill was almost never around. So the Rockefellers moved from town to town, and John took on more responsibility as the unofficial head of the household. All whilst going to school, he kept finding ways to make money, manage the family's finances, and he even started giving out very small loans. Finally, the Rockefellers found a good home in Cleveland, Ohio. But now that John was 16 and nearly done with school, he wondered what the next phase of his life would be. John wanted to go to college, but by this point he had 4 siblings and a 5th on the way. And since John's father was absent even more than normal now that he had his secret other wife, John's mother relied on John to help pay for their food, housing, and education. This meant college was out of the question. John had to get to work immediately, and so just 2 months before his graduation, John dropped out of school and began looking for a job in Cleveland. He was after something big, so he made a list of all the biggest railroads, banks, and wholesale merchants in the city. However, every time John showed up to an interview, people laughed in his face when they found out he was only 16 years old. John faced rejection after rejection, but no amount of humiliation was going to stop him, and after 6 long weeks, he got an interview at a small firm that needed help with bookkeeping. When they saw John's excellent penmanship, they decided to give him a chance and told him to get to work immediately, not even mentioning how much he'd get paid. John was ecstatic, and for the rest of his life, he celebrated September 26th as a personal holiday he called Job Day. To him, it was even more important than his own birthday. Even though it was not a massive operation, John's first job taught him how to deal with suppliers, pay bills, and see the inner workings of a real business for the first time. One day, his boss came in with a check for $4,000 and put it inside a safe. John knew the safe's combination, so when his boss was gone, he opened it up just so he could hold the note in his hands. Hypnotized by how much it represented, John dreamed of someday making as much money as his bosses. And so every morning before heading off to work, he began repeating himself, "I am bound to be rich." On the last day of 1855, John's bosses gave him his payments, $50, which meant he'd only earned a little over 50 cents a day. It wasn't much, but since he'd done such a good job, his bosses raised his salary to $300 per year, the equivalent of around $11,000 today. The raise gave John something he deeply wanted, independence from his father. Now, with his mother's help, he could finally give his family the stable life they yearned for. And from early on in his career, John personally gave around 10% of his salary to various charitable causes. But after 2 years of diligent work, a recession slowed the business down. One of the founders quit the firm. All of his responsibilities fell to John, who became the company's lead accountant. However, John knew the economic downturn had caused a sharp decline in the firm's revenues, and he suspected that soon the firm may have to close down completely. And yet, John wasn't worried. His 2 years of experience in the job had given him a huge amount of confidence, and so John was already planning his biggest move yet. John D. Rockefeller was ready to start his own company.
Number 1 on your car radio preset and the new improved iHeartRadio app. Free members sound and serving AM 640.
During his first job, John had become friends with Maurice Clark, a 28-year-old chemist who worked down the street from him. Even though John was just 18 years old at this point, he'd developed a good reputation as a bookkeeper in Cleveland. And one day Maurice told him he was planning on starting a produce business and suggested that they partner up together. After saving up a bit of money, they formed Clark and Rockefeller and got to work buying and reselling grain, fish, beans, meat, and other foods. It was tough at first. John and Maurice were often exhausted from the customers out on the road, but owning their own business gave them immense pride. And even though he was a bit shy and quiet at first, John was a capable salesman. Because he was so mature, everyone called him Mr. Rockefeller. The older men in the industry easily trusted him, and the list of clients at Clark and Rockefeller quickly grew. In fact, their biggest problem was that they didn't have the capital needed to scale the business and handle even more clients. But John and Maurice found a smart way to solve this problem. If they wanted to seek a $5,000 loan, they would go around Cleveland saying their firm was looking to invest $10,000, very publicly giving the impression that they had plenty of cash. This simple trick meant the banks were more willing to give them money. And the extra loans they got put them in a great position when the American Civil War broke out, as business picked up even more. As a devout Baptist, John was very strongly opposed to slavery, so he wanted the Union to win the war. However, John was still responsible for feeding his family of 6, and if he stopped working, they wouldn't have any income. So instead of serving in the army himself, John paid $300 for a substitute, and even paid to equip several more Union soldiers. The war gave a huge boost to the economy of the northern states, and Cleveland became an important strategic location for the Union. Local food prices were massively inflated, so John's produce business quadrupled almost overnight. In 1862, John and Maurice made a profit of $78,000, over $500,000 in today's money. Not bad for a 23-year-old, but the opportunity to multiply his wealth even more soon came across John's desk. You see, before electricity, people used to light their homes at night by burning oil inside of a lamp. Usually, this oil came from whale fat, but finding and hunting down whales was costly and difficult, and sadly, some whales have been hunted down to the point of extinction. However, in 1859, someone in Pennsylvania discovered that by using a small wooden structure known as an oil derrick, you could industrial amounts of crude oil that dripped straight into the ground. Mining crude oil this way was cheap and was fairly easy. Profits came quickly, and since so many people were made rich by the oil boom, crude oil was given a name of gold. And that's when John was introduced to Samuel Andrews, a young man who was looking for investors to build a crude oil refinery in Cleveland, which was only a day's ride away from the Pennsylvania oil regions. Andrews had a huge advantage over most of the competition. He discovered that if you applied sulfuric acid to crude oil, it would essentially purify it and turn it into kerosene. When burned, kerosene lasted longer and shined brighter than crude oil. It was a simple process, but the secret was closely guarded by the few who had discovered it. Now that John and Maurice had plenty of money to spare because of how successful their produce business was, they thought it would be wise to diversify their business, and thus they loaned Andrews $4,000 to set up his oil refinery. But again, they considered this as a side venture. John and Maurice kept managing the produce business and let Andrews handle the refinery by himself. Setting it up was remarkably simple, and because kerosene was a superior product to crude oil, it began selling like crazy. John couldn't ignore the numbers anymore. Within only a year, the oil refinery had become the most profitable side of the business. Together, John and Maurice decided to make a bold move. They abandoned previous business and went all in on the oil industry. However, their initial enthusiasm was met by a massive challenge. The supply of oil was always in an unpredictable state. At this point, oil had only been found in one small region of Pennsylvania, so many people thought that it would eventually run out. Whenever someone struck a massive oil field, an entire town of oil hospitals would form around the site, drill every last drop, and the town would disappear. Because of this, there were areas where oil was overabundant and prices would dip as low as 10 cents. But on the flip side, if it seemed like the oil was running out, then prices would suddenly rise all the way up to $14. So to say that the oil market was turbulent would be an understatement. To make the effect slightly, John decided to stay out of mining oil and concentrate only on refined oil. For John and Maurice, the situation was still extremely stressful. When oil was easy to find, they weren't as profitable as prices were low. When the wells were running dry, they feared that the last drop would finally be found and they would have to sell. The uncertainty was too much to handle for Maurice, and in 1865, he agreed to sell his share of the business to John. His career, scared to his bones, but with a calm exterior, John agreed to buy Maurice's share of the company for $72,500, or $1.35 billion in today's money. Maurice was cashing out, whilst John was doubling down and going all in on the seemingly risky oil business. However, it seemed like John's daily affirmation that he was bound to be rich was quickly becoming a reality, because just as the deal was going down, a gigantic new oil field was found in the Pennsylvania oil regions, finally undoing any doubts he had about oil running out. Of course, the market was still very competitive, so if John truly wanted to become as wealthy as he desired, he would have to brutally crush his competition.
Its president was the legendary William Taylor. Much of the opposite. William S. Bailey owns CPM. The whole world series.
The year before buying
Bill Peller's across the table, like he said, I I find it not to come on these shows and tell me what the answer.
Mike Leaney, the agent, looks over, buddy. You tell him.
I don't know what to say. I'll have him tell you about it.
It's fucking good. The new Pokemon will be my thing, dude. Come on. Are you a fan of the Arpa Bros? Of who? Arpa Bros? No. That's gonna tell you about my shoes that I got on right now. Oh. So they're like shit. Blossom's versions. There's 3 different cups. These are Blossom's got like Musto sneaker game stuff. He might. Let me see those. I said, let me see those. I didn't say words. So, what's the camera again? I'll drop this off in case. Those are fucking sick. 0.05% jeans. Yeah. Those are crazy. I noticed the pink shoes. I just didn't know what they were from. And they got a little glow to them. They kind of glow in the dark as well. But, no.
KFI AM 640. You can listen to new and full-length episodes on the iHeartRadio app or wherever.
Yeah, online.
And don't forget to
check out your
event with Rabbi. Come back to more from this episode. Time to see the latest in KFI Baseball.
Here's the latest. More shelter turning up the tunes for its first decade. This year's to be done in August for the Emerson Footwear and Complete. Well-trained and triple digits at catching sports on guard. We're going to go to the 60 freeway when we come back.
The Radio app has over 100 commercial-free stations waiting for you to explore.
I got some place. Yeah, I watched that.
Hello, motherfucker.
Saturday workouts.
Oh God, no! Get back in! Get back in! Get back in! They're fucking everywhere. Yeah, thanks for the follow. I can't look at the moment. It's getting quite hairy. Oh, it's Google Rabbit again. This motherfucker. Look at this motherfucker. See, every fucking time, dude.
Voodoo is all connected on a single platform, simple and affordable. You can save money without missing out on features. Check out Odoo at ODO.com. That's ODO. By now, you know I'm a huge fan of Selman's. Matter of fact, we have a special event coming up. Neil Sinatra and I are
Yeah, let's try it.
Selman's at the Anaheim White House restaurant. It's going to be a garlic onion night.
Oh, that's not supposed to check out.
California. It's our menu. It's our event. We're inviting 5 listeners and a guest to join us for one incredible foodie night, ending with Selman's, so you don't have to lose your friends and family after dinner. During the month of August, any purchase at Selman's will automatically enter you. Go to Selmans.com and Selmans.com. This is how Selmans. Get that line for exclusive offer. By the way, just watching Neil and I stuff our faces is an afternoon. Hope to see you there. Stinky garlic, onion bread, custards. Any purchase at Selman's will automatically enter you. Go to Selmans.com. Promo code JFI.
The Free Radio app has over 100 commercial-free stations waiting for you to explore. Like 80s rock. Featuring bands Billy Idol, Smith, Def Leppard, and more for your summer road trips.
I just fucking. Get the fuck out of here, bro! Disgusting fucking broadcast loser. Bro, please fucking found something valuable with your life. Kafamı bir saniye başka bir yere çevirdim, hemen hesap açıp gelmişsin ya. Allah'ın işsiz maymunu ya. Bro, I just turned my head, I just turned my head for like 2 seconds, bro. And you already created a new account. Oh my god, insane. I mean, do these people actually scam? I mean, can they even scam someone?
No.
This is bullshit.
The word chutzpah refers to audacity. This is audacious. Freddie would go on to write The Longest Yard, starring Burt Reynolds, and Walker, Texas Ranger, starring Chuck Norris. He was one of the producers of the $2 Million Baby, which won a handful of Oscars. I could go on. I realized what Al Ruddy is. He is chutzpah. But this is a very specific kind of
Take a break from my Mac.
Remember, this show is being made only 20 years after the Nazis stopped terrorizing Europe. Haley admired Ruddy.
I'm seeing majority people say 3 and 4. Depending on how the next one goes, it's going to determine if I do.
Yo, welcome. What's going on, TJ Boomin? What's good in the hood, son? How you living, pimp? Yo, can you hear me? Yo, TJ Boomin. How you living, son? Can you hear me, baby? Do you talk? Yeah, I didn't want to fucking talk with you anyway.
She was asking me where he was because he turned his phone on silent to avoid calls, but didn't turn the location off, which was very stupid, and wouldn't answer her calls or texts. Mind you, he was cheating. He was in a car with another girl, which is his second baby mama. So tell me why his first baby mama ended up pulling up to the alley that's in the back of my house, and him and the girl in the car in the back seat. She pulled around to the back. Their clothes was halfway off. And she said, so what's up? This what we doing now? Trying to fight the second baby. But she wouldn't get out the car. My brother trying to hold her back from fighting her. Mind you, the girl didn't even get out the car. Tell me why the girl go holler out the window, I'm pregnant, I can't fight, just bragging. I was like, that's dirty. Mind you, it was 8, 9 in the morning when I said ghetto. And here my messy, I told my brother, so you out here being a hoe? Why you ain't break up with us? Then do what you did. He said, because I didn't want to break up with her. Pissed me off. Oh, it's ghetto over there. It is ghetto over there.
Anything I can do, I live in honestly.
G-A-T-T-T-O.
I hope so. Cousin in Flores. I own a piece of a cut roll in New York that we cut with their dresses.
Check. God is ghetto.
And I work very hard, very honest and sincere.
Colombo's media tour was to promote an organization he had started called the Italian American Civil Rights League.
Well, we believe that we are the scapegoats. We are the labeled and stigmatized. And I maintain, and I'll keep saying, that it's each and every Italian American through the United States that there is a conspiracy against.
I asked the writer Nick Pileggi about it.
What was he like? From everything I hear, and I've seen him speaking on occasion, that it roots with him. He was as mild and calm and relaxed as you could imagine. He was like a dry goods salesman.
Pileggi grew up with Colombo in Bensonhurst, Brooklyn.
He came up with this idea of the Italian American Civil Rights but their premise was that Italians would
What? How did you drop that? Bro.
What was Joe Colombo's real job, aside from running a funeral home, a gun shop, and selling real estate? He was a big-time mafia known as the Rabbi family. Old man Giuseppe Rabbi dies in 1960.
That's a touchdown, bro. How does that work?
Colombo and a group of his associates started picketing the Manhattan headquarters of the FBI. That protest eventually rose to 5,000. They come up with Christopher Columbus, the greatest Italian immigrant of them all. By the summer of 1970, they have 45,000 dues-paying members. They throw themselves a big party in Madison Square Garden, starring, of course, Frank Sinatra. They go after Alka-Seltzer for their most famous TV commercial, in which an Italian man, overseen by his doting wife, eats one too many spicy meatballs.
sometimes you eat more than you should, and when it's spicy besides, Mama Mia, do you need Alka-Seltzer?
Italians eating meatballs, according to Joe Colombo, perpetuates harmful stereotypes about Italians.
Mama Mia, that's a spicy meatball.
Here's my favorite story involving Joe Colombo. In the late 1960s, Johnny Carson was a king of late-night TV and one of the most famous television personalities in the country. According to his former intern, Henry Bushkin, Carson was out drinking one night at Chili's, a bar in Manhattan run by a close friend of Frank Sinatra's, Chili Rizzo. This is Bushkin telling the story on the Artie Lang show a few years ago.
It was on, I think, 52nd and 8th, a famous watering hole, and Johnny was in there one night with McMahon.
Johnny being Johnny Carson, McMahon being his sidekick, Ed McMahon.
And they tried to pick up the wrong girls. He happened to be the wife and sister of a well-known mafioso type of character who was not sensitive about stuff like that. Not happy. Irritated, I'd say.
Carson ends up being thrown down the stairs at Chili's. He's so banged up, there's no way he can go on television. Then he learns that the mobster in question has put out a contract on his life. He takes the week off work. He's petrified. So what happens? Joe Colombo makes a deal with Carson's network, NBC.
The Colossus Day Parade was about to come up. It was like 3 weeks away.
Right.
And no network would agree to cover it then because they knew it was the 5 families in New York that were sponsoring this parade. So 8 Italian Americans look, so Carson's hiding out, and the deal was struck. If NBC covers the parade, but like Carson got. So that year, NBC is the only network that covered the parade. Carson gets it.
And what happens the following year, 1971, when Joe Colombo stages the second, even more elaborate Columbus Day event intended for the world that the Italian-American community of New York is peaceful and law-abiding? Someone shoots him. You're listening to Religious History, a podcast about and don't forget to check out my new book, Revenge of the Tipping Point. Out now. We'll be right back with more from this episode of Revisionist History after we get the latest in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
An animal shelter in South Orange County is going wild. Mission Viejo Animal Services Center is launching.
You people, I'm using the term loosely here. I know you're probably a giant pink bat or a robot business. Towers under attack. But you people need to handle this. And I mean yesterday. I mean, if this is an insurance scheme, say more. I can keep it.
Every week, I'll sit down with fascinating guests. It wasn't nearly as bad as what I went through emotionally. The pregnancy, I had with my daughter. I'm straight up crazy. Let's hope we're getting started. Was it helpful for people to come in when you were with your ex-husband and be like, usually with somebody that people are broken down themselves? This is a window into my world. Stories that make it. Welcome to Color Wonderland. Listen on America's number one podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now.
What?
So sick of hearing men talk about women's basketball. If only there were a professional WNBA player with their own podcast I could listen to. You ready? Hey, this is Lindsey Brown.
Listen, I'm chilling out. I'm just having my girl with me. So what? They talk about this shit.
And not just in the WNBA, but with
You talking about this? It's the kick shit.
We've got to analysis, insights.
I told you gotta wait until I got texted. Nigga B, yeah, text me back. You gotta wait. You gotta wait. I know what you're talking about. I know what you're talking about. Guys, I just gotta wait. People be busy.
Hey everybody, it's me, Katie Muller. Here to talk to you about a new podcast called Casuals, starting January 21st. It's a sports podcast, but for people who don't necessarily consider themselves as listeners of sports podcasts. It's just regular people laughing about sports, not explaining. They might explain, but it's going to be about something very silly, not about something as serious. We're just not going to take it seriously. If this makes sense, you guys kind of get the vibe. Tuesday and Thursday,
No points left.
But if you click it now, you'll never miss an episode. And that's ideal. America's number one podcast network. Open the free iHeart app and explore podcasts like this. And I'm Maggie Freeman.
They found 23 already. Yes, as Fiore, people could.
Tune in as Kate takes on the crime in the true Cover Banner style. Listen on America's number one podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now.
Just take any business owner that calls us at 800-500-8320. Just call the email address. And we'll email it. It's phenomenal.
Coin.
It's an incredible gift. See if you agree. 3 ways to double sales in 12 months. Jason's training.
Did I go in that way?
This year alone, Jason has made my training explode. My sales growth is by over 200%. I'm expecting on to close to $5-6 million this year just off the street. Again, call the email address. We'll give you a program that others have paid dearly to receive. 800-500-8320. 800-500-8320. That's 800.
Hot dono spot of the night.
Thinking about podcasting? Think again. More Americans listen.
Gee, the snowman appreciated that pride 2 months during the game.
Spotify and Pandora. And as the number one podcaster, iHeart's twice as large as the next two combined. So whatever your customers are into, true crime, sports, comedy, culture, they'll hear your message. Plus, only iHeart
Easy there, Claudia. Easy there. We're gonna catch up with chat. Hey, boss man. Get some good rest. Thanks for hanging with us tonight.
Now let's get those results growing for you. Think podcasting can help your business? Think iHeart. Streaming, radio, and podcasting. Let us show you at iHeartAdvertising.com. That's iHeartAdvertising.com. Or call 844-844-iHeart. One more time. Call 844-844-iHeart. And get podcasting working for you.
Our iHeartRadio Music Festival, presented by Capital One, is coming back to Las Vegas, September 19th and 20th, streaming live only on Hulu. Tickets are on sale now at AXS.com. AXS.com. This week's Marketers Report. Corey Marchesotto,
Yeah.
Sports, talks about partnerships.
I see brands as antennas. So we send out the posting, and what comes back is people who want to be a part of the story. Why are we partnering with iHeart? Because we want to advance women in sports.
As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia can get more people to hear your message than anyone else. For better results for every budget, visit iHeartAdvertising.com. K4 for $188 a month. Easy credit. KiaCarson.com. Our iHeartRadio Music Festival, presented by Capital One, is back in Vegas. All of the arena streaming live only on Hulu. Weekend full of superstar performances. Keep listening for the next chance to win your way there. Capital One is the proud presenting partner of iHeartRadio Music Festival, bringing great products, rewards, and services to its customers. What's in your wallet?
I'm just like tired, but like there's nothing that I can do about it. Is it 8? Should I give people help? Because some people are messaging me for help.
They wouldn't do the same for you, right?
I don't know. Well,
They're too, like, behind us. Let them find it. We had to find out stuff from our races.
well,
Unless we were there on the scene.
oh, well, that's true, I guess.
Enough spare them for the sake of those 50 righteous people. So the Lord says, okay, if you can find 50 righteous, I will spare the cities. Abraham then says, what if there are only 45 righteous men? You wouldn't want to kill 45 perfectly innocent men for the sake of 5 in the margin. God says, you're right, let's make it 45. To which Abraham responds, why not 30? I mean, same logic. God says, okay, then keep going. In the end, Abraham gets him down to 10. Abraham is being very Israeli. Israel is what is called a low power distance culture, meaning that it's a place where there is very little respect for hierarchy or formality in social interaction. France is the opposite kind of place, high power distance culture. Nobody just calls up God directly in France. In France, Abraham would have to file an application in the Department of Divine Communication, wait 3 months for an appointment, then present some kind of formal legal writ on behalf of the righteous of Gomorrah. Not in Israel. My friend Millie says that since coming to America, she has struggled with the transition to a land of excessive social nicety. Like this past winter, when she was dealing with her children's school.
Like if I say, for example, you can we have less snow days? Like, even if it's a snow day, like, can't you just leave the school open? I'm just asking. My husband says that's fine. Like, you don't think about what their point of view is. You don't think about what the teachers have to do to get to school. You don't think about their safety. You don't think about the other kids. And that's true. But I just want to know like, why can't I just ask questions? So that's it. Yes.
Let's say you were in Israel, and the same scenario. I mean, I realize it's not as visual, but suppose you're making the same request of the school, and I'm the principal of the school, and I would like you to ask me as an Israeli, ask me why the school can't stay open.
Excuse me. You know, my kids at home, I don't have the time to take care of them. They need to be sent to school. You need to keep the school open so I can leave my kids there. And everybody else agrees with me. You want me to ask? I'm going to get 20 people who agree with me. You want it? Would be like not spot. This would be very nice.
And what the principal in Israel would respond to that?
Excuse me, I'm not working for you. I'm running a school. I have a long way to come from home. Driving in the snow is no easy. So please, and also there's also insurance and all things that you don't think about. So please, you know what? Call me later after I put my own kids down and we talk on the phone, okay? This is a big conversation. She wouldn't hate me. She would just like continue arguing with me and then she would tell me to shut up. But she wouldn't like here they don't even like answer my email. It's embarrassing.
Not long after I spoke with Millie Avital, there was a hearing in front of 3 federal judges at a courthouse in San Francisco. It was about the treatment of migrant children detained at the border. An issue was whether the conditions under which the children were being held violated a previous legal commitment made by the government to provide safe and sanitary conditions in detention centers. The Department of Justice sent an attorney, Sarah Pena, to make the case that the government was in compliance with the safe and sanitary standard. Her principal argument was that the term safe and sanitary didn't have an explicit definition.
And that's any number of things like those categories.
That's Pena. And this is one of the judges, Marcia Berzon.
But sleep surely means, right? You can't be safe and sanitary or safe as a human being if you can't sleep. Well, and you said in your briefs it doesn't say anything about sleeping, so therefore there's nothing in here about being able to sleep.
The children, it turned out, didn't have beds or blankets, or in some cases, even room to lie down. So Berzon wonders, how is that not a violation of the agreement to provide decent living conditions? And Fabian answers.
I think the concern there is, Your Honor, the court, finding that sleep, for example, is relevant to a finding of no safe and sanitary conditions is one thing, but the ultimate conclusion is safe and sanitary is a singular category in the agreement.
You probably need to be a lawyer to understand what Fabian is saying, and I'm not a lawyer. So I'm going to have to guess the government's argument. It goes like this. Sleep is one thing, safe and sanitary are another. If the agreement had meant for sleep to fall under the requirement of safe and sanitary, it would have said so. Then Judge William Fletcher chimes in. Maybe sleep wasn't explicitly part of the safe and sanitary definition because it's too obvious.
I think that inconceivable that the government would say that that is safe and sanitary.
From sleeping blankets, the discussion moved on to toothpaste, toothbrushes, and soap.
It wasn't, high class with soap. It was soap. That sounds like part of safe and sanitary. Are you agreeing with that?
What I'm disagreeing with is that the court ultimately concluded these things.
Yes, she was disagreeing. All of this went on for some time. I would encourage you to listen to the full hearing for yourself, since if you are an American, it was your government, paid for by your tax dollars, that was doing the arguing. And ask yourself, how did we come to this? There are 1,000 answers, obviously, but maybe one of them is that over the years, our moral vocabulary has become impoverished, which is a problem, because
because you cannot make sense of things that you cannot describe. And lumping together audacity and shamelessness creates enough to drive a tank through. You're listening to Revisionist History, a podcast brought to you by Pushkin Industries and KFI AM 640. You can listen to new and full-length episodes on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts. And don't forget to check out my new book, Revenge of the Tipping Point, out now. With more from this episode of Revisionist History after we get the latest on the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
Here's the latest. The fix is in tonight for 9,000 Granada Hills and Quarter Ranch residents. The broken valve that left them without water for nearly a week has finally been replaced. California joins nearly 20 states in a fight over Medicaid cuts, and pressure mounts on Israel's prime minister to pull back on a planned takeover of Gaza City. We're going to check the 10th freeway. I'm back.
The iHeartRadio app, your favorite radio station, fits right in your pocket. Live shows, news, sports, exclusive music channels, and voices that don't just go viral. They are the voices of your local community. Join the millions who already have it. iHeartRadio, the #1 app for radio.
145, over 92.
180 over 111. And heart attack. Cardiac arrest.
Strep. The blood pressure notes could change your life. Lowering your high blood sugar could save you from a heart attack or stroke. If you stop your treatment and restart it, or talk to your doctor about creating what works better for you, start taking the right steps, then manage your BP downward. Now, trying to get better, stroke it out. Brought to you by the American Heart Association, American Medical Association, and the Ad Council.
President Trump is calling for the CEO of Intel to resign. He posted to social arguing that Liquid Dan is currently conflicted and must resign immediately. Trump's comments follow Arkansas Senator Tom Cotton's letter to resign. That confirmed questioning Canada on concerns with his ties to China. Reuters previously reported that the Intel executive had investments in hundreds of Chinese tech firms, with at least 8 having ties to the Chinese military. The president is using charts put together by a Fox Business analyst to defend his firing of the Bureau of Labor Statistics Commissioner Mark explains.
In the Oval Office, Stephen Moore told Trump the fired stats chief overestimated job growth by 1.5 million jobs over the last 2 years of the Biden administration. It's an era with the work of I don't think it's an era, everything in its purpose. Trump fired Erica Megatrucker after the Bureau revised the May and June reports downward, claiming she was politically motivated.
The company that makes Barbie dolls is trying to block the copyright request from a Washington, D.C.-based podcaster. And River Eye wants to copyright the name of his political podcast, which is called Coffee with Ken. But Mattel has filed a lawsuit to try to block that request, saying their brand could be damaged by the use of the name Ken in the podcast title. River Eye says he's planning to file a lawsuit, saying the complaint is an overreach since Ken is such a common name. I'm Tammy Trujillo. The San Francisco Jury said that collected data from users of the Flow radio tracking app. People have sued Meta and others of using them, collecting private health data for targeted advertising. Flow, Google, and the analytics company Flurry settled out of court, but jurors found that it intentionally used on users without their knowledge. Financial damages are still to be determined. 2 new movies in theaters this weekend: Disney's legacy sequel Freakier Friday and Weapons, both aiming to make up to $30 million. I'm Monica Nelson with your consumer and business news.
Hello everyone, it's Billy Corgan here, and welcome to my new show about Gibson Others.
I'm doing the cool with the eyebrows, so I don't really want to be real rich or anybody. So let's get real here.
Gibson Others is a long-form show we explore great artists, musicians, anybody I truly admire. We want to hear fresh stories, we want to hear fresh perspectives, we want to understand the times from their individuated perspectives. Most granted national however, bands, worship. Now we're on the Today Show. We got these big moments that are definitely cracking the side next. Right, but if I can get away with it, join me on the Magnificent Others. Very curious, one-of-a-kind exploration of his great minds.
Listen on America's Podcast Network. iHeart. Open the free iHeart app. Listen now. iHeart is America's #1 podcast network. Open the free iHeart app and explore podcasts like this.
Have you ever wondered if Ben is lying to you?
Why is my cat not here? I thought he's eating my lunch.
Hypnotism is real. Uses suggestion in order to enhance your cognitive control.
What's inside?
Black hole.
Black holes could be a
consequence of the way that we understand the universe. We have answers for you in the new original podcast, Science Stuff. Join me, Jorge Jam, as we tackle questions you've always wanted to know the answer to. From animals, space, our brains, and our bodies. Give yourself permission to be a science geek. Listen to Science Stuff. Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now. The real estate market feels more uncertain than ever these days. Homes are sitting longer for sale, prices are falling, and sellers are outnumbering buyers like never before. Do you want to sell your house now, but worried about it sitting on the market for too long? Call Wedgwood Homes first to discuss your options. Do you have a house that needs repairs? Ready to downsize, relocate, or sell an inherited property? Dealing with rental headaches or financial stress? Wedgwood Homes offers a fast, reliable, all-cash offer. Wedgwood Homes buys homes as is, no repairs, no commissions, no hassle. Close this list 3 days or on your timeline. Skip the stress of traditional listing. Call Wedgwood Homes. Our offers are firm and no last-minute price drops like other cash buyers. Call 800-307-2010. No obligation all-cash offer. 800-307-2010. 307-2010. California's trusted home buyer for 40 years. Or visit us at wedgwoodhomes.com.
Our iHeartRadio Music Festival, presented by Capital One, is back in Vegas. Hall Arena, streaming live only on Hulu. Weekend full of superstar performances. And keep listening for the next chance to win your way there. The 2025 iHeartRadio Music Festival is brought to you by Metro. With their new lower prices, the celebration starts way before the festival. Big savings so you can focus on your favorite artists, not your phone bill. Only at Metro by T-Mobile.
Get a better pharmacy experience right inside your Sam's Club. Friendly, knowledgeable pharmacists are here to help, and most prescriptions are ready in under 20 minutes. Can't make it in? Choose same-day prescription delivery. All the value you expect from Sam's Club is at the pharmacy too, and Plus members save even more with over 600 generic prescriptions for $10 or less. Pick up your prescriptions and all your club favorites in one easy when you join Sam's Club today. Terms and conditions apply. See samsclub.com/pharmacy or your local Sam's Club pharmacy for details. The iHeartRadio app, your favorite radio station, fits right in your pocket. Live shows, news, sports, exclusive music channels, voices that don't just go viral. They are the voices of your local community. Join the millions who already have it. iHeartRadio, the #1 app for radio.
Next time we go bomb a country, if we do in the Middle East, if we just drop air conditioners instead of bombs, I think it would be over in a week. All of a sudden, world peace. Try to do an air conditioner. You know, a lot of people with those air conditioners land on them. Yeah, you put a little AC in the guy's, house, and he's good. Jim Conway Jr. Yeah, I can go, man. We're going to come out tomorrow afternoon at 4 on KFI AM 640. More stimulating talk.
Welcome back to Vicious History. I'm your host, Rabbi. Before the break, we explored the chutzpah in its various forms. Now, let's see what happens when two types of chutzpah clash. One last question. What happens when chutzpah and chutzpah go head-to-head when they meet each other in the field of battle? Well, it happened famously in 1970. Al Ruddy at that point was working at Paramount Pictures. That was the era when Robert Evans was the head of production at Paramount. And the studio was on maybe the greatest run of any studio ever. Love Story, 3 Days of the Condor, Rosemary's Baby, Chinatown, on and on. Al Ruddy, in typical Al Ruddy fashion, had just talked himself into a big job there, producer. A reporter comes to do a piece on him. He asked Ruddy, after you did Hogan's Heroes, what did you do next?
That's all I got. That's it. Respect. Can I have off the record for a second? No. Did you get in? I know, guys. Can't get in that gate. I've been here 20 years. I said, listen. Can I go off the record? I had no idea what to do. I've never developed this point. I did 1 half-hour show, okay? The dumbest guy on this lot of them won't be for long. But just don't write the audio.
Still with the chutzpah. Around this time, Paramount, almost by accident, got the film rights to a novel by a writer named Mario Puzo. The novel was The Godfather. No one had high hopes for the movie since the monster genre scene played out, so they gave it to the new guy, Ruddy, to produce, in hopes he could bring it in on time and under budget. Almost immediately,
trouble began with the Godfather Project. Trouble from Joe Colombo. Because Colombo was not at all happy about the movie. There were death threats, union problems. Shady guys followed Ruddy around. The window of his car was smashed. The corporate headquarters of the company that owned Paramount had to be evacuated twice because of bomb threats. Then, the Italian-American Civil Rights League called up Ruddy's boss, Robert Evans.
The league called Bob Evans out and threatened him. We want that movie made, that movie made. So let's get it on. So Bob called me, said, you can go see Scott Joe Colombo. He's got people look crazy.
Ruddy calls up the Godfather's author, Mario Puzo. Says, come with me to meet Joe Colombo.
He said, are you crazy? You don't understand. I read about those people. I never want to be involved. And you can be careful getting involved. Because he's not going to be the toy with the bullshit. You're going to get in a lot of trouble. So to answer your question, I'm not going to go tell anyone you know me.
So Ruddy says, okay, I'll do it myself. He goes to the offices of the Italian-American Civil Rights League, meets up with Colombo and his guys, Brooklyn to Brooklyn.
Looks like you have to run parole, you know, with the walk under the jacket.
They tell him they don't want the movie made. It's bad for the Italians. Ruddy responds, you know what? I'll let you read the script. Come to the Paramount office in New York. Colombo shows up with 3 henchmen. Ruddy hands him the script. It's 155 pages long.
Glasses. Goes to page 26 and looks at it about 5 minutes. What does this mean, faded? That's what the students buy from the honest. I realize there's no way the next 20 page students understand. He said, oh, I can't read with these glasses.
A mafia boss is not going to work his way through a 155-page script. The whole point of being a mafia boss is that you don't have to read that are 155 pages. Mafia bosses do not have to do the fine print, the letter of the law, or chapter and verse. Those are for the people who have chosen not to live a life of crime. Colombo hands the script to one of his henchmen, a guy named Caesar. But Caesar's not going to read it either, is he? Caesar's not in the business of giving notes. Caesar's muscle.
Is why me. But I took my script right over my desk. Finally, Joe gets pissed off. He grabs his script, smashed it on my desk. Wait a second. Do we like this guy? Yeah, I like him. That's just the reason I was script for. So I said, well, what do you? He said, would you take the word mafia out of the movie?
What Colombo doesn't realize, because he hasn't read script, is that the word mafia is barely in the script. It only appears once.
So I word mafia. I said, Joe, I'm going to do this. I'm going to take this out of the movie. He didn't know how many times it was done. He said, you promised. Shook his head. I made a deal that nobody could have made. And no one read this first time.
From that moment on, all trouble with the movie ceased. It's why The Godfather got made. Chutzpah is a bunch of violent mobsters threatening to shut down a movie because it depicts them as violent mobsters. Chutzpah is tricking them because they're too lazy to read the script. Revisionist History is produced by Neil Lavelle and James Smith with Camilo Baptista. Our editor is Julia Barton. Flawn Williams is our engineer. Fact-checking by Beth Johnson. Original music by Luis Guerra. Special thanks to Carly Migliori, Heather Fain, Maggie Taylor, Maya Koenig, and Jacob Westbrook. Revisionist History is brought to you by Industries. I'm Matthew Brown. This has been a special presentation of Revisionist History, brought to you by Pushkin Industries and iHeart Podcasts. You can listen to new and full-length episodes of Revisionist History on the iHeart Radio app or wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss my new book, Revenge at the Tipping Point. Out now.
KOST HD2 Los Angeles, Orange County, or Steve
shouldn't use the tab until further notice as it will delay progress.
Know that this has been tough for us. We need to build up that pressure. We need to build up that tank so we can make the necessary repairs so that we can get
The iHeartRadio app, your favorite radio station, fits right in your pocket. Live shows, news, sports, exclusive music channels, and voices that don't just go viral. They are the voices of your local community. Join the millions who already have it. iHeartRadio, the #1 app for radio. Every time.
Reservations at your favorite restaurant.
Thanks so much for waiting. Your table's ready.
Getting back to the moments we miss starts with getting informed. Get the latest info about COVID-19 vaccines at getvaccineanswers.org. It's up to you. Brought to you by iHeartRadio, the Ad Council.
The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of over 350,000 titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
Here's something pretty disturbing I discovered while researching this podcast. This is what it actually says on the Los Angeles Police Department website. The site states that the Adult Missing Persons Unit investigates 3,200 cases a month, and 70% of those missing people are found or returned voluntarily within 2 or 3 days. It goes on to explain, and I quote here, since being a missing person is not a crime, police are given a very limited role while conducting these types of investigations. At the bottom of the webpage, it gets more disturbing. There's a section titled, What If They Never Return? And here's the official police advice. In such situations, you may want to ask the services of a private investigator to assist in your search.
His business partner's share of the company, John married a woman who shared his religious devotion. Even though he was now making good money, John bought a modest house in Cleveland where they began to raise a family. So with his home life in order and the northern economy booming after the Union Army won the Civil War, everything was ready for John to begin building his empire. Now that his partner was gone, John rebranded the company under a new name, Standard Oil, and he got to work building a second refinery and began exporting kerosene to Europe. John was confident that the oil industry would make him extremely rich, but it quickly became apparent that he needed some help. So John took on a new partner to help him run the company, a man named Henry Flagler, and the two men were remarkably similar. Like John, Henry wasn't interested in making a little money. He wanted to build an empire. That's why when John told him about his ambitious plans for Standard Oil, Henry was all in. He was also just as religious, disciplined, and determined as John. In fact, perhaps the only difference was that Henry was even more ruthless when it came to doing business. Henry approached business the same way he would approach war. The only way to win was to completely crush your enemy. So John adopted his philosophy as well. You see, competition in the oil refining industry was quickly turning warlike. Now that others had uncovered how simple the refining process really was, Rockefeller's product was no longer unique. New brands of kerosene were popping up all over the market. So John and Henry began scheming and decided to form strategic alliances that would not only boost Standard Oil's profits, but also hurt their competitors at the same time. One example of this was when John secretly colluded with the railroads to get better transportation costs than all their competitors. At the time, oil was transported from one place to the other by an extensive network of trains, mostly dominated by 3 railroad companies: the New York Central, the Erie, and the most powerful company in America at the time, the Pennsylvania Railroad. Because of the way their routes were laid out, it was beneficial for the New York Central and the Erie Railroads to carry oil to refineries in Cleveland. But for the Pennsylvania Railroad, it was more profitable to carry oil directly to New York City or Philadelphia. So the Pennsylvania Railroad declared that Cleveland would be wiped out as a refining center, and they pulled out of the city completely. After this news, the largest railroad was leaving the city, many refineries in Cleveland left the city too. This was a disaster for the New York Central and Erie Railroads, who had made sizable investments in Cleveland, and they were now losing customers. So instead of joining the panicking crowd and leaving Cleveland, John saw that the Erie and New York Central Railroads were in dire need for business. He decided to use their desperation to his advantage. In exchange for a consistent flow of oil through their networks, John negotiated a deal with the Erie in which Standard Oil would get a 75% discount on the railroad's
Railroad's official shipping costs, and in exchange for a daily order of 60 carloads of refined oil, John negotiated another deal with the New York Central Railroad to pay $1.65 per barrel shipped, when the official rate was $2.40. So, with both railroads, John now had extremely favorable rates secured, and even though the railroads were reluctant to accept these lower prices, the guaranteed consistent shipments were irresistible to them. In fact, since these railroads went from shipping all sorts of things to focusing just on oil, they could simplify their operations and boost their profits. So it's win-win for everyone. Well, except for the Pennsylvania Railroad and Standard Oil's competitors. Because of the deal, Cleveland became the largest refining center in the country. And since the Pennsylvania Railroad had abandoned the city, it was at a steep disadvantage when trying to revive their business there. And of course, the discounts John had negotiated with the railways, known as railroad rebates, were kept a secret to Standard Oil's competitors. And so all the other oil businesses would have to pay the full price to transport their oil on the very same trains. And here's the thing. Because John knew for a fact that his costs were now lower than all his competitors, he was able to trigger a price war. John would lower the price of his oil so that his competitors would have to do the same in order to remain competitive in the market. But since John knew his competitors were paying more than him to transport the oil, thus at higher costs, even if they charged the same price for their oil, John was still making more profit. He knew his competitors wouldn't be able to survive. So John kept slashing the prices, and eventually the price would go so low, some competitors would go bankrupt. Once they went bust, Standard Oil would have way less competition, so John could bump up the price again and charge even more than he did originally. It was brutal, but it was extremely effective. Now, John knew these railroad rebates were morally dubious. They gave bigger businesses hugely preferential treatment over smaller ones. However, it would be over a decade before any antitrust laws were passed to prevent these kind of monopolistic practices. So legally, John wasn't doing anything wrong, and thus, in the meantime, this warlike strategy to crush competitors was paying off, and Standard Oil reaped an enormous profits. However, there was one major problem. The massive surplus of oil meant oil prices had fallen as low as $2.40 per barrel, and as more oil fields were found in Pennsylvania, it seemed that the price would continue to fall. The remaining competition was barely hanging on. In fact, it estimated that around 90% of oil refiners were actually losing money. And John began to fear that his individual success could be overshadowed by a total collapse of the entire oil industry. John was convinced that if they were facing a system-wide problem, they needed to find a system-wide solution for it. And John's solution would be to organize an even more dominant monopoly, the likes of which had never been seen before.
There's a lot of errors that seem to have crept in because it was copied so many times over and over again, and the so-called optimized or people short business prices and really care for. At any rate, we have a
by 1872, John and Henry were ruthlessly expanding Standard Oil. Oil prices had dropped another 25%. They knew if they didn't do something soon, the entire industry could collapse. They would fall right along with it. So John decided to collaborate with the president of the Pennsylvania Railroad, Tom Scott. John and Scott had been rivals after the deal John made with the other two main railroads. But now, Scott was reaching out to make a similar secret deal that was even more ambitious and ruthless. Scott proposed a secret alliance between the largest railroads and a very select group of the largest refiners, which of course included Rockefeller. And thus, Standard Oil and the Pennsylvania, New York Central, and Erie Railroads formed an alliance together under the inconspicuous name of the Southern Company multi-sea vehicles. It was in exchange for a secret 50% rebate on transportation costs. John would transport all his oil exclusively through these railroads. John was content with just getting there for himself. He found the deal to be devastating for his colleagues. For example, was anyone outside of this secret alliance transports kerosene through these railroads? Standard Oil would receive a 50% rebate on the cost of their shipments as well. Even though the drawbacks, many of these Standard Oil competitors would not only be paying higher prices to transport their oil on the same railroads, but some of that money would be going directly to Rockefeller. And to top it off, the alliance information about their competitors' shipments. Even though it really sells for businesses, but some people get undercover by selling very cheap commodities. Anyone outside this secret alliance that don't show is a death sentence for anyone excluded from the club. And the worst of it was, they didn't really know it. However, most many Rockefeller's critics call this whole arrangement a shameless power grab. John just believed it was the best way to save the oil industry, because as things stood with so many used as spare parts closer and closer to being given away for free. So there was no supply of oil readily available. He believed wiping out these smaller refiners would help the oil industry overall. But either way, it didn't matter, because rumors of a railroad and refiner cartel soon began to spread. When people read in the newspapers that the rates for the three most important railroads in the country had doubled overnight, they knew exactly who to blame: John Scott of the Pennsylvania Railroad and John D. Rockefeller of Standard Oil. As rumors of the alliance continued to spread, thousands of people took to the streets to protest, threatening Standard Oil and the Pennsylvania Railroad with violence, vandalism, and arson. Protesters hijacked Standard shipments, spilled their oil, and tore the Pennsylvania's train tracks from the ground. But the final blow to the SIC came when the oil miners made their countermove and boycotted the SIC. Without a supply of crude oil, John's refineries were useless, so 2 months after it was formed, the SIC had been disbanded. It was a humiliating event, one that brought a lot of negative attention on John. But John wasn't fazed by it. He decided if he couldn't control the oil industry through shady backroom deals, then he would do it in public, and conquer the industry by force. John wanted to bring as many refineries under Standard Oil as he could. To his surprise, the SIC fiasco had actually caused one important change in the industry: the very public fallout of the SIC alliance. There were still whispers of a secret railroad and refiner cartel, with many people paranoid that there must still be some kind of secret in place between the big railroads and the big refiners. Even if there wasn't, the rumor spread there. Oil refiners were scared that if Standard Oil still had a secret deal with the railroads, they would get crushed, and John decided to leverage this threat to his advantage. In a period of 6 weeks, now known as the Cleveland Massacre, John managed to intimidate 22 out of the 26 oil refining companies in Cleveland to selling out for fractions of what their businesses were actually worth. So even though the SIC hadn't gone ahead, the fear it had created pressured many refiners into panic selling their companies to John. Plus, since many other refiners were losing money anyway, John would show them his company's finances so they could see how well Standard was doing, and to prove to them that he could outlast them all. For most refiners, the choice between fighting a losing battle and catching out was obvious. And whenever any sold out, John gave them only two options. They could either sign a damning contract prohibiting them from ever joining the industry again, or they could join Standard Oil. Since most competitors chose to join Standard, John had the brightest minds in the industry working for him. All those entrepreneurs who'd been running their own companies were now brought under the Standard Oil umbrella to join company. Also, when the new refineries came under Standard's ownership, they outfitted them with the latest oil refining technology with drastically cut costs. By mid-1873, John was in control of an empire with a growing number of highly efficient refineries that together could ship out over 1 million barrels of kerosene every year. He now had a monopoly over the Cleveland refineries. Now, on September 18, 1873, a day historians call Black Thursday, a series of bank failures plunged the U.S. economy into a national recession that lasted 6 years. For the first time, oil prices dropped not because there was too much supply, but instead because of a total lack of demand. Standard began operating only 2 of their 6 main refining plants in Cleveland. And a year after Black Thursday, a single oil barrel traded for as little as 48 cents, less than the cost of an equal amount of water. So everyone from the miners to the railroads and the refiners were treading their seemingly inevitable fate: bankruptcy. But thanks to Standard Oil's careful management of finances, excellent credit with banks, and their modernized refineries, John was one of the only refiners in the country who was able to still clear a profit. And as always, John regarded every crisis as an opportunity. He smelled blood in the water. Now, John already dominated in Cleveland at this point, which was one of the main refining centers in the country. He knew the peak economic conditions were a nationwide problem, and so refiners in the other refining centers, Pittsburgh, Philadelphia, and New York, were all struggling badly. And thus, John decided this was precisely the right time to acquire as many of them as he could. So John initiated a nationwide buyout campaign, and whenever anyone was reluctant to sell out, John would resort to indirect ways of pressuring them into submission. For example, he would buy all the available refining machinery and barrels, so competitors couldn't even make or manage their oil. And if somehow they managed to make any oil, he would reserve every railroad for months, so they couldn't even ship it anywhere. Another one of John's brutal business tactics was to pressure the railroads to raise prices for other refiners high enough that they would soon face bankruptcy. Since he had beaten records of all his competitors' shipments, he would wait for them to be on the verge of ruin, and then he would offer to save their business by buying them up for pennies. Eventually, everyone who Standard Oil wanted to acquire was either absorbed into the growing giants or crushed under his pressure. By the time the economy was starting to recover, Standard controlled over half of Pittsburgh's refining capacity, the largest refineries in Philadelphia, and they secured a dominant position in New York as well. To exert even more control over the industry, John built a network of pipelines which brought crude oil into their refineries and pumped out refined oil in large cities. The pipelines meant standard rednecks on the railroads to transport their oil, and thus it further reduced their unit costs. And with its pipelines covering the eastern seaboard of the United States like tentacles, Standard Oil earned its appropriate nickname, the Octopus. Despite still only being in his 30s, John D. Rockefeller was now the undisputed king of oil refining, one of the wealthiest men in the country. However, by now, too many people have been victims of Standard Oil's predatory business practices. The largest newspaper in America at the time called the company the most cruel, impudent, pitiless, and grasping monopoly they ever fastened upon a country. John's list of enemies was growing dangerously
The
long.
result was actually quite horrific for Amsterdam Jews. By the end of the Holocaust, 80% of the Jews who in Amsterdam before 1939 were dead. That's an incredibly high.
For the railroad companies, the oil industry was a tremendous source of business, as miners needed to get oil from wells to refineries, and refiners then needed to get it to the big cities. However, when Standard Oil began laying a vast network of pipelines all across America's eastern shore, the railroad companies were faced with the fact that one of their most important customers was making them obsolete. So Tom Scott, the owner of the Pennsylvania Railroad, decided to lay his own pipelines. But he also did something he knew John wouldn't like. He started building his own oil refineries. Now, Scott was in direct competition with John, so John interpreted this as a declaration of war. He decided to launch an all-out attack against America's most powerful company. First, John cancelled all his business with the Pennsylvania Railroad and redirected all that oil to other railroads instead. Then with the price of Standard Oil kerosene, which meant the competitors had to do the same, thus reducing their profit margins and decreasing the shipment orders on the Pennsylvania Railroad. Finally, convinced the New York Central and Erie Railroads to lower their shipping fees drastically for everyone to make sure the Pennsylvania Railroad lost even more business. These strategies most definitely worked. To compete with all this, the Pennsylvania Railroad literally had to pay refiners to transport oil for them. Scott also had to lay off hundreds of his employees and reduce the salaries of those who stayed by 20%. But John's attack didn't just affect the Pennsylvania Railroad. Another big railroad, the B&O, had to make similar layoffs and wage cuts. And thus, John's attack on the Pennsylvania Railroad inadvertently caused one of the most violent labor strikes in American history. Dozens of people died in the commotion, and in Pittsburgh alone, the Pennsylvania Railroad lost 500 freight cars, 120 locomotives, and 27 buildings after they were tortured by protesters. Even John started to get concerned by the chaos that was unfolding. Before long, the Pennsylvania Railroad, a Goliath once thought to be invincible, lost a battle against Standard Oil, and Tom Scott was more than ready to surrender. Scott was in a desperate position, and John's business partner Henry, also a business of war, saw this as an opportunity to crush him totally. But John had a better idea, and instead moved to coordinate a massive deal with the railroads. John agreed to help the Pennsylvania Railroad survive by guaranteeing 47% of Standard's traffic to them. The New York Central, the Erie, and the B&O got the rest of it. In exchange for the steady source of shipments, John demanded a very large secret rebate on Pennsylvania's official rates. He demanded even more detailed information about their competitor shipments, and he wanted 20 cents for every single barrel that passed through any of the railroads as well. A lot of this was similar to the secret alliance that had been proposed before, but this time John was the one who held the balance of power and could basically demand what he wanted. The railroads had little choice. And thus, the deal effectively made John one of the most powerful men in America. John basically now owned the railroads, he essentially controlled the oil industry, and had an all-seeing eye into every one of his competitors. He completely dominated Cleveland, Pittsburgh, and Philadelphia, and there were a few scattered refineries in New York that weren't his. Standard Oil was now in control of about 90% of the entire oil refining industry. However, as for John's rival Tom Scott, even though John had technically now struck up a deal with his company, Pennsylvania Railroad never regained its footing, and Scott personally never recovered from his humiliating defeats. Just a year later, Scott suffered from a stroke and died shortly after. What's interesting here is that many years earlier, Tom Scott had been the mentor to a young Andrew Carnegie, who was to the steel industry what John was to the oil industry. Carnegie blamed the death of his beloved mentor on John. And thus, a rivalry was born between Carnegie and Rockefeller, the king of oil versus the king of steel. The rivalry between these two types of industry would intensify as time went on, but for now, both men were determined to become wealthier than the other. In the midst of all this, John was becoming quite a notorious public figure. The fight with the Pennsylvania Railroad, his rivalry with Carnegie, and his tremendous wealth and power had all taken John from a mysterious oil-running Cleveland, Ohio, to now one of the most controversial figures in American newspapers. And yet, for all his wealth, fame, and power, John indulged in the extravagant lifestyle that many of his peers did. When he moved to New York, John spent his free time playing with his children instead of seeking the company of bankers or celebrities, and he rarely bought expensive drinks. Silently managing his army of puppets from their new office in New York, John was enriched by his 90% dominance of the oil refining industry. It seemed like he could now just sit back and enjoy the fruits of their labor. But actually, the opposite was true. Even though he had achieved total dominance, the state of the industry was changing, and fast. A few years earlier, Thomas Edison patented a light bulb that gave off a powerful white light for 100 hours, and he was pushing to light the country with electricity instead of oil. Then in 1885, a huge quantity of oil was found in the fire. These two events, and the executives started to panic. During the massive oil surplus, they were convenient to take back to days where oil was priced at 10 cents a barrel. But whilst his company was panicking, John was calm as ever. By now, he was a master at turning chaotic situations into opportunities. And this was exactly the crisis he had been waiting for. But before we get to that, let's talk about an opportunity for you. Because it's been said that attention is the new oil. The people who understand how to get their message across and build an audience are the ones currently dominating in this industry. School is a platform where you can create your own community and put a structure. And having your own community means that you'll have a group of members who are naturally paying attention to your message and they engage each day. You can create your own community to members and customize it how you want. Your members can join for free or by paying for membership. You can share access to courses, events, bring people together, and keep your members highly engaged using schools built-in leaderboards and gamification. So if you want a place to connect with your audience, school is perfect for this. And if you want to check out a community to find people like you, you can easily do this too. School is the ideal way to discover communities or create them. Just click the link in the description below and check it out for yourself.
Which translates as, and forgive my pronunciation, God created the world that
John essentially wanted to cut out any middleman and control the entire oil industry himself. Oil wells, refineries, transportation, storage, and distribution. Doubled down on every step of the business, setting standard in terms of supplier, exporter, producer, and retailer. Standard Oil's existing operation had the strong base of industrial infrastructure needed to be trading and making money while John figured out how to profit from Ohio's oil.
Bro, it's a nigga that be following and saying like dumb shit. He make a new account every day.
Oh.
Hey, bro, you know how you get in bubble? And this shit is bad for this nigga, bro. Nigga, what? Niggas, yeah. What about your ass, nigga?
Everyone else gave up trying to sell the stock oil. Instead, John hired a team of chemists to study the sulfur in the oil to be causing the terrible smell. That was the only company selling this new cheap form of oil, and this gave John a massive head start. A few years later, oil began breaking down in quantities in Texas, Kansas, California.
Hey, just a 12 of my young niggas, like he's trying to relay. This shit is mean, like when I see that, we at the and I make it.
Luckily for John, the process of refining crude oil produces one key waste product, gasoline. With wealthy consumers being introduced to the automobile, Standard found a reason to transform a material they typically discarded into a convenient source of extra profits. This meant that even when the United States was thrust into another economic depression in 1893 and 600 banks had to close their doors, John was once again prospering amidst even the worst economic conditions. With John's fortune growing larger than ever, John took more of a day-to-day operations at Standard Oil and began to think more about investing elsewhere. Global in business as John, expecting probably also be a decent investor. And if you took a look at John's personal investments at the time, you'd find most of them were deep in the red. John knew if he wanted to keep generational wealth he acquired up to this point, that he needed to get his in order. When he hired Stop. He's homeless. Why is he in a straitjacket? A series of strategic investments. He was also around this time that John's son, John Jr., graduated from university, and John thought it would be a good idea to have Jr. learn from Frederick. Frederick taught Jr. how to invest, how to negotiate. For long, the two of them had turned John's laughable portfolio into a profitable location. At this point, John told them to start making huge investments in other industries, like buying up railroad companies, which would come in handy later. The most critical of these investments was a long strip of land in Minnesota, known as the Wasabi Mountain Range. This territory was a amalgam of the highest quality iron ore found to date. The largest in North America, steel. So when Andrew Carnegie, the steel king, had this news, he thought that John was planning to compete against him in the steel business. John has been planning to do this for a long time. Up until now, Rockefeller and Carnegie's rivalry really only been about who was wealthier, but now they were in an open battle in Carnegie's territory. John was no longer content dominating the oil industry. He was now coming after the steel industry.
Issues related to a lot of the topics that are very controversial in North America, especially in the United States of America.
John told Frederick and Jr. to commence mining operations in the Wasabi Range, and they undercut Carnegie by selling their higher quality ore to his competitors at dirt cheap prices. As they built up their mining operation, a rumor started to spread that John was planning to further infiltrate Carnegie's niche and build a huge steel mill. Now, over on Carnegie's side, he had a head start of a few decades in the steel industry, which gave him considerable leverage over John. But he also had two big problems. Firstly, John had a source of iron that was more plentiful and of a higher quality than Carnegie's. And secondly, Carnegie had made the mistake of assuming that iron would always be cheap and easy to find. So he hadn't made any investments in iron mines during the last few years. His blind faith had been proven wrong over time, and now his supply of the most important mineral he needed was running out. And so, hoping to save his business, Carnegie approached John, Frederick, and Jr. to make a deal. By the time the negotiations concluded, the two sides had reached an agreement. Carnegie agreed to buy a minimum of 600,000 tons of ore from John's mine every year and transport all of it, plus an additional 600,000 tons from his own mine, exclusively through John's railroads, which John now owned a few of. In exchange, Carnegie would get a secret rebate from John for supplying his railroad with so much business. It was the exact same sort of mutually beneficial secret agreement that John was used to making with railroad companies for his oil transportation. Except now, he was giving Carnegie a secret rebate. And to seal the deal, Carnegie agreed never buy land around the Wasabi Range, and John agreed never to build a steel mill. The partnership was win-win for both men, and so it seemed they were willing to overlook their differences if it meant they both profit hugely. And of course, at the same time, hurt both of their competitors. The agreement between these two former rivals soon made news headlines, provoking a craze on Wall Street. Investors hoped to get rich by investing in John's iron mines and Carnegie's steel mills, which both looked unstoppable now they were working together rather than competing. However, there was one man who had a bit more imagination than simply investing separately in their two companies. And that man was J.P. Morgan. J.P. Morgan realized that if he could unite John's investment with Carnegie's business under a single name, he could create a steel monopoly that was more profitable than Carnegie Steel and even larger than Standard Oil. J.P. Morgan called it U.S. Steel. It worked out, it could be the most valuable company in history. J.P. Morgan approached John and asked him how much he would sell the Wasabi iron mines for. But to his surprise, John said that Morgan should talk with his 27-year-old son, John Jr. J.P. Morgan assumed he dealing with a rookie. How much could this 27-year-old really know? But when J.P. Morgan met Jr. and bluntly asked him, "What's your price?" Jr. was not intimidated by Wall Street's wealthiest banker. He calmly responded, "Mr. Morgan, I think there must be some mistake. I did not come here to sell. I understood you were here to buy." Jr. insisted that J.P. Morgan had to set the price for the Wasabi territory, which meant Jr. had all the power in the negotiation. Morgan was so surprised that he had to step out of his office and rethink his strategy. Eventually, he made made his offer. In exchange for total ownership of the Wasabi mines and the existing mining operation in it, JP Morgan offered a grand total of $88.5 million in US Steel stock, just over $3.1 billion today. Later on, Morgan bought Carnegie's entire steel business and incorporated it into US Steel, and it became the world's first billion-dollar corporation. But remember, John now owned a huge chunk of that company, and his US Steel stock soon appreciated to over $300 million. Plus, thanks to the automobile boom and the need for gasoline, Standard Oil was growing into an even more powerful monopoly than it had been before. Not to mention that thanks to Frederick, John's investments were now in order too. With all of this combined, John's wealth continued to grow to unimaginable levels. It was now spread across multiple industries, and John was finally ready to step back from the business world completely. However, John never publicly announced his retirement, which was a group as the public still closely associated him with Standard Oil, and that would soon come back to haunt him, as John was about to be involved in the most public scandal of his career.
And these are how the Jews basically got into Europe, primarily through Italy. Let's see how it works. So if you look at this chart, you see you've got the arrow on the left.
Even though he was now retired, John still owned around 30% of Standard Oil stock, and because of the tremendous growth of the auto industry, he was actually getting wealthier in retirement than when he was working. However, because of their brute business practices, Standard now had such a negative public image that US President Theodore Roosevelt saw it as the perfect target to fight against in his rise to power. Now, this wasn't the first time he tried. Previously, Roosevelt passed a bill that punished railroad rebates, but it really wasn't enough to get the public excited, and the end of his first presidential term was coming up. So Roosevelt detected that the public opinion of John and Standard Oil was quickly turning from a mere dislike to a passionate hatred, and that was largely thanks to a journalist called Ida Tarbell. Tarbell's father was one of the oil refiners who were bankrupted by John Ruther's business tactics a long time ago. The father's business partner even took his own life after their wealth was destroyed by John. Now, Tarbell was publishing monthly articles that told an in-depth story about the company and the man who had bankrupted her father and made her childhood miserable. As you'd expect, she didn't have many nice things to say. Tarbell managed to break through John's wall of secrecy until the dark history of the once mysterious Standard Oil was now in full view, with John as its protagonist. His backroom deals with railroads, his intimidation tactics, the politicians they bribed, everything was fully revealed. The American public devoured the story. The series even exposed John's father's history of scams, his sexual abuse accusation, and they eventually discovered his second marriage, which took a heavy emotional toll on John and his family. Needless to say, John never responded to anything Tarbell wrote, and so his public image was contaminated as she publicly condemned him. And his silence only angered the public further, so in a few years, John went from one of the most private and mysterious members of the American elite to the national embodiment of corruption and greed. Now, the public was dying to see John and Standard Oil pay for their crimes. So as President Roosevelt approached the end of his first presidential term, he saw an opportunity to use the public sentiment to his advantage by making Standard Oil his enemy. In his presidential campaign, Roosevelt promised to keep down the monopolies, and thus when he won the re-election, it was time to make good on that promise. Wage war on Rockefeller's empire. He launched a full-fledged investigation into Standard Oil, and now the anti-monopoly laws that corrupt politicians always ignored were used to their full potential. Roosevelt announced that the government would prosecute Standard with the full force of the United States government. In a historic, Standard was charged with monopolizing the oil industry, predatory pricing, negotiating railroad rebates, corporate espionage, and secret ownership of competitors. Apart from having to fight 21 lawsuits in individual states, the federal government hit Standard with the largest lawsuit in history up to that point. There were over 1,000 exhibits, 444 testifying witnesses, and over 12,000 pages of damning evidence. Standard Oil was, indeed, a monopoly. The lawsuit was so vast that it continued years beyond Roosevelt's presidency, but his ambition to defeat Standard Oil would eventually be satisfied. The evidence that Standard Oil was a full-fledged monopoly came when Standard's profits were examined. Because they were in control of 87% of oil refining in America, 100% in some places, Standard was taking full advantage of their monopoly status and overpricing the kerosene in order to make outrageous profits. And apart from being confirmed as a monopoly, evidence proves that Standard had systematically bribed hundreds of politicians and knowingly broken multiple antitrust laws. On May 15, 1911, after being found guilty of the crimes they'd been accused of, it was ordered by the federal government to dissolve Standard Oil and reorganize its subsidiaries into separate, unaffiliated companies. After 41 years, John's empire had finally been dealt a fatal blow and was being split up. Now, of course, you'd think breaking up an empire of Standard Oil scale would be a losing situation for John.
Many of his enemies, like Ida Tarbell and President Roosevelt, certainly thought this event was a cause for celebration. But what they didn't expect was that the dissolution of Standard Oil would be the most profitable event in John's career. You see, from the outside, it may have looked like Standard had been ruined by the dissolution, but actually, it was a pretty convenient time for the company to be broken up, as a lot of important changes were happening in the industry as a whole. As more oil fields were found in places like Texas and California, independent refiners were starting to find their footing in new markets faster than Standard could absorb them. The Middle East and Russia were now looking like their first worthy international competitors as well. And the year before the verdict, gasoline had surpassed kerosene sales, and so the entire focus of the industry was changing. And because John still owned around a quarter of Standard Oil, when it was broken up into 34 different companies, he got his share of stock in all of them. And after they were opened to public trading, investors nearly tripled the value of his shares. So John became even richer. By the end of 1911, the same year that Standard Oil was dissolved, John was getting close to becoming the world's first millionaire. Andrew Carnegie was now left far behind in the fight for the title of world's richest man. But now that John had achieved such unimaginable wealth, just one question remained. What was he going to do with all that money? Which makes scaling your business so much easier. And thirdly, when you use ShipStation, you can access the industry-leading shipping rates from USPS, UPS, DHL, and Global Post. And we're talking discounts of up to 84% off the normal price. Over 130,000 companies have grown their e-commerce businesses with ShipStation already. And if you use my link, you can literally get a free trial to test it out risk-free. It's really quick to get started. So set your business up for holiday season success with ShipStation. Go to shipstation.com/bagmates today and sign up for your free 60-day trial. That's shipstation.com/bagmates.
Middle Eastern Jews mixed with the Italian. The DNA research does not support this particular feature. What does it actually look like?
John was the wealthiest man in the world, and now that he was retired, that his old company had been dissolved, he decided to dedicate the rest of his life to philanthropy. And even though he was over 70 years old at this point, John's sense of duty meant that he was as energetic about charity work as he was in business. Throughout his life, John told people that he was a soldier of God sent to earth and given money for the benefit of mankind. And John really did want to make an impact on the world. And to be fair, ever since John got his first paycheck, John had given various organizations at least 10% of the money he made. And even when his sizable donations were publicly labeled as just ways to improve his image, John continued to give away a lot of money anonymously as well. However, John wanted to make his philanthropy a well-oiled machine that continued his legacy. So in 1913, he started the Rockefeller Foundation, where the two people who were previously responsible for managing his personal investments, Frederick Gates and his son, John Jr. By now, John had given away almost $150 million, and in the future, he would personally give a grand total of $540 million. To add to that, Frederick and Jr. went on to give away $537 million more through the foundation, and Jr. personally gave away an additional $540 million of the wealth he inherited from his father. In its over 100-year history, the Rockefeller Foundation has given countless billions of dollars in total, and it's still making donations today. Calculating the total amount and adjusting it for inflation is complicated, but it's safe to say that the amount is well into the tens of millions, ranking John amongst the most generous philanthropists in history. The Rockefeller Foundation focused on two main issues in its inception: medicine and education. It's undoubtedly made a meaningful contribution to society. On the side of medicine, John's donations to laboratories and medical research facilities helped spur an era of scientific innovation that saved hundreds of thousands of lives from diseases like hookworm, malaria, and meningitis. On the side of education, John's money helped save the southern United States from abject poverty, built hundreds of schools all around the world, including two of the world's most prestigious research institutions. Today, the Rockefeller Foundation contributes even more to many other causes, and it all started with a 16-year-old who had to go into business to help feed his family.
However, this of course all raises an interesting moral debate. What should we really think about Rockefeller? Clearly, John's legacy has two sides to it. As the author of his biography writes, what makes him so problematic is that his good side was every bit as good as his bad side was bad. It's almost as if there were two completely different John D. Rockefellers. There's undeniably a charitable and dutiful side to him, but there's also a corrupt, unforgiving, and brutal side. Both sides are true, but whatever you think of John D. Rockefeller, the fact remains that he's one of the most fascinating businessmen in history. Maybe monopoly in the world by brutally crushing competitors, taking control of multiple industries, bribing the government into submission, and treating business as if it was war. Because of his ruthless business practices and secretive deals, Rockefeller made many enemies.
Massive impact on European Jewish history. You really have to go back about 100 years before the expulsion to 1391. There was at that point a series of pogroms, kind of like riots directed at Jewish populations throughout the Iberian Peninsula. And one of the unusual consequences of those particular riots was a massive number of forced conversions. In other words, you had masses of angry peasants descending on Jewish communities and demanding that they convert or die or be horribly maltreated. And you have a very large number, perhaps tens of thousands of
Beautiful.
Jews who elect to undergo ritual baptism, often done right then and there with holy water on the spot. And Jews were kind of like deeply confused about what this actually means. The church, which had long condemned this practice of forced conversion, nevertheless was kind of trapped
She done a
in
move,
this
John.
ideological position that once a person is baptized, even if it was done under duress, they are nevertheless Christian. And so you have this unusual situation that happened in Spain and it lasted for about a century, where you had these people who considered themselves Jewish and yet were legally Christian and were free from all of the anti-Semitic legislation and restrictions that had
Yeah, that's not a back in the day thing. Girl, we got a question.
occupations, never be allowed to attend higher education. All of a sudden, it's as if they received Christian driver's licenses. And so you have this phenomenon, and there is a spectrum. There are some Jews who became true believers and completely committed themselves to Christianity. You had others who were deeply resentful of the imposition of Christianity on them and would go to tremendous lengths to practice
Goon,
Judaism
my face.
secret as necessary.
Goon.
And then you had people in between. People who were, willing to go along to get along, but still considered themselves very humble. And no other Christians or as they were called, conversos or new Christians. So Jews actually, and I'm talking about now these Christian Jews, they actually succeeded under this social environment because they were no longer held back by the artificial restraints that society placed on them as Jews.
These bots
And
again.
it rose up in virtually every area of endeavor, with the possible exception of subsistence farming, because they were illiterate, they were urbanized, they had a very high level
I don't understand why these people do
so over the next 100 years,
scavenger hunt for only 30,000 miles. This does not seem like enough
until the
money
eventual expulsion,
for me to want to leave where I am
there was like a second class
to maybe win like a guaranteed 30 grand. Okay.
back to Jewish roots and may have been extremely active in their Jewish practice, but nevertheless had very high level positions, Spanish society and even in the church. So when we get closer to the end of the 15th century, the church rights, actually the crown in Spain decides that they've got to do something about this and leads to the Spanish Inquisition, which was not technically speaking directed at Jews who were not baptized. It was directed at those Jews and their descendants who had been baptized and yet were not behaving with all of the requirements of Christianity, or more significantly, they were not believed to be behaving in this manner. And so
This bitch
we had this whole purge
banned me.
set up
because I'm just too sexy.
arrest these suspected people of Judaizing to one degree or another. They would torture them. Of course, the Spanish Inquisition was infamous for its use of torture. And under torture, these people would give up the names of
Yo, girl.
people they thought were also Judaizing. This was, its information derived under duress is not very reliable, but the Spanish Inquisition would get glory and arrest those people, and eventually assumed all of society and got way out of control. So by 1492, Torquemada, the Grand Inquisitor, who also traced his own family,
Give it to me.
to these people, so there's a lot of weird psychological stuff going on there. Argued that why this is not working, why we keep trying and there's still these Jews active in Spain. The reason is because there are still
Come on, you little slut.
legally practicing Jews in our society. They're still maintaining schools, and they're still maintaining
Girl, what's taking so long?
shops, and they're still maintaining rabbinical services. And so the crypto Jews are always being drawn back to these sources of intellectual, spiritual
bitch.
So Torquemada argued persuasively before Queen Isabella and King Ferdinand that all the Jews have to be kicked out of Spain. Not the baptized Jews, because they're technically Christians, but all of the regular non-baptized Jews must be exited from the peninsula. And that is in fact what happened in 1492. You have this massive exodus.
Told you.
Red lines. They're headed to
Why? I don't know. I didn't do anything to that bitch. She sucks.
Was a very important refuge for them, and many of them go back to Israel, where they would later be the kernel of the great Spot Renaissance in the 15th century. In the 16th century.
Look at this athleticism.
The most significant number, of course, made the simple
Yo, what's good?
west
Thanks, baby.
to Portugal.
How are you everywhere? No one knows.
King Manuel I decided that it was not expedient to expel these Jews.
Invited up to 6 guests.
A lot of value economically to the society, but he arranged for a forced mass conversion of all of them in 1497.
Yo, dog.
Again, the same kind of thing that started this all off back in 1391.
Do you think I highly knows who you are? For sure. Would you give her the old? The dock worker? I'd give her the dock worker. You give her the old dock worker. Oh, that is so fucking funny.
Began to seek ways to flee Portugal. Many of them went to Brazil, which was, of course, a Portuguese holding. Some of them even ended up in New Amsterdam, which, of course, was Manhattan or New York City. And a lot of them went to the Netherlands.
23 members.
Massive flux of these interesting people who called themselves a separate nation, the Portuguese Nazi, the Portuguese nation, who were basically Jews, still thinking of themselves as Jews, still building synagogues, praying together, marrying within their own families, and yet they all trace their origins back to Portugal specifically, and they had status as Christians. They could travel to other countries. They could travel to England, where the Jews had been evicted in the 13th century, and they became extremely important in the mercantile world with their connections in many of these other countries, Jewish connections, and they were extremely important for the advance of the economy. And so if you think back to what's going on in the Netherlands, they have this idea of Gedogen, right? The illegal, but unofficially tolerated. So even though, depending on who was controlling the Netherlands at that point, and there was a lot of Spanish influence and so on, they basically said, well, listen, these Portuguese these people, we know that they're probably doing something kind of fishy, kind of Jewish in their homes and things like that, but they're not bothering anyone else. They're not specifically involved with draining agricultural land, but they are contributing to society through their mercantile activity, keeping their head down, not bothering anyone. So why should we be persecuted? This is also in line with the trend of Protestantism that was very strong in India. It's not that for Lutheranism, much more prevalent in parts of Germany. Calvinism was more of a tolerant society that healthy kind of Luther's original position. So these Portuguese, I didn't know if I was dreaming in. First to make I was 90% sure that I'd left my leg and run over the doors unlocked. And yet somehow, I felt it was completely safe.
Did you record a voiceover for this?
I did. Why do I bother? They were tolerated. They were permission to establish synagogues.
Well, that might be something funny.
And later on, they would be joined by an influx of Ashkenazim who were coming from Eastern Europe, particularly
What would it be?
Magnitsky uprising.
So that would be.
Ironically,
Jump on in.
era that tends to be Ashkenaz-centric, meaning, just the way the population movements in the Jewish world work. Western Europe and North America is predominantly Ashkenazic. That tends to be a wealthier part of the world. So, you have this stereotype of Ashkenazim.
Celebrity Jeopardy. Jeopardy round. I'd like to apologize to our Asian viewers. We should have known having Chinese history as a category would lead to some highly offensive accents from our contestants. That said, let's take a look at the score. Sean Connery currently sits at -$3,000. And your mother Connery sits on my face trumpet. Way too early for that. Way too early. Next, Justin Bieber at -17,000.
There hasn't been a lot up here, right? But there's so much in here, and I just want to get it out there.
You think that I, a grown adult man, am a girl?
Yeah. No, I don't
Okay. And in last place, Tony Bennett, whose score is so low, it can't be represented by a real number. A man with a great big time. Bells and buzzes, dings and bangs. It's like Atlantic City took a giant crap. And I'm carrying the 4th of July. What a lovely image. Let's take a look at the board. And the categories are letters that begin with G, which is a category about books. I'm sure we won't tackle that one. Let it snow. State your name. In that category, all you need to do is state your name. Famous operas and potpourri. Sean, you control the board. I'll take Orange for 200. It is who reads. It's about books. It's not Orange. That's it, Connor. You're on a timeout. For our other contestants, the Adventures of Tom Sawyer are about this person's adventures.
I don't know about Tom Sawyer.
Then don't buzz in, okay? No one has to buzz in.
But I know adventures, and I want you to come with me to the next one, girl.
I'm not a girl. I have a mustache on my face. Tony Bennett, the adventures of Tom Sawyer are about this person's adventures.
What a great paper. I can't remember the main cast's name, but what a cast of characters in this stuff. Very thin. Then there was that Dutch-running buddy at Black Feather, Tom. His name's on the tip of my tongue. It begins with an N.
Christoph Waltz. Where is Justin Bieber? I am afraid that Mr. Bieber had to depart for prior engagement. But I assure you and all the believers that I will bring the same boyish enthusiasm to tonight's proceedings. Heart, wink, and heart. Let's just do letters beginning with G for 400. And the answer is this G-shaped letter goes between F and H. Matthew McConaughey, what are you doing here?
Free will is a illusion. Life is a game that plays us.
So you don't have an answer?
I didn't know if I was dreaming. Also, I was 90% sure that I'd left my Lincoln running with doors unlocked. And yet somehow, I felt it was completely safe.
Did you record a voiceover for this?
I did. Sorry.
Why do I bother? Alex, would it be all right if I picked the next category? Well, that depends, Sean. Are you going to take the game seriously? Indeed, I will. And I'd also like to offer sincere apologies for the way I've been behaving tonight. Well, thank you, Sean. That means a lot. Why don't you pick a category? I'll take legends now for 800. That's it's a French expression. Bonjour, mademoiselle. I'd like to say, legends now. You remember what?
I remember who Irish guy was. He was a giant, and he went by the name of
Why are we still talking about Andre the Giant? The answer is, this is the color of snow. What is yellow? Incorrect.
Are you sure I made some yesterday? Spelled your name in a snowbank, of course. It was a Morris handwriting. See, it's all in the pen. So it's me. Give me Andre the Giant for
It's not a category. Let's just go to $600. It's a video daily double, and it's about alcoholic beverages. Let's hear what this celebrity has to say about his favorite cocktail.
okay, now this bowl of gold
This strike was, as you might imagine, horribly brutal. They were collected. Nevertheless, it was only one of its example all the time. This is a wonderful statue that was erected to memorialize that general strike. It shows a dock worker, and as you can see from this remarkable piece, I'm sorry I forgot the name of the artist who constructed it. I have a separate video where we talk about it. The artist has chosen not to portray some kind of like neo-Soviet hero with bulging pectorals and a lantern jaw and things like that, which would have been really, a travesty in this kind of example, because the Nazis also liked that kind of heroic, artificial Superman type art. This is like, he looks like, he's in his late 30s, early 40s, he's overweight, he's just a regular working Joe. But he's looking up to the sky, and his hands are like slowly clenching as he begins to feel the anger at how Jews are being treated, his fellow citizens in Amsterdam. And as his anger builds, he becomes resolved to engage in this general strike. It's very, very touching and worthwhile statue. I can't wait to see it over there. Unfortunately, the larger story of the Jews in the Holocaust is not one of great heroism. In Amsterdam, in particular, of course, that's where Anne Frank was deported and lost her life after recording her thoughts in a remarkable diary later published. And in fact, Amsterdam had a horrific demographic impact under the Holocaust, worse than most other countries. That's that reality. But after the Holocaust, with the influx, in particular, of refugees from Eastern Europe, the Jewish people was
Yazoo Clay. I hear about this shit 15 fucking times a day.
Regions, and began to succeed and thrive once again. So, God willing, I'm looking forward to seeing this in person in a few months. Those who are on the call, if you are able to join us, it would be great to have you. I'm going to conclude my presentation now, and then I'm going to turn to the Q&A to see if there's anything I can answer that would be helpful. Thank you very much for your attention and your input. Okay, so let's see what I've got with Q&A. Stacey M, thanks for letting me attend. You're most welcome. Mr. Lynch asks about Spinoza's parents and use of the term Marano. This term Marano is kind of fallen out of favor in the scholarly world because it literally means pig, and it was a term of opprobrium that was used to describe those people who were technically Christian but still practicing Judaism. The preferred terms are crypto-Jew or converso or even New Christian, which was the church term. Spinoza, like Costa, descended from Portuguese crypto-Jews. Luis Torres asks, Queen Isabella and King Ferdinand were inclined to acquiesce Granada because they wanted to confiscate property and money from the wealthy Jews, who were forced, as the Jews were forced to leave them behind, and that way they could fund their war primarily against Muslims to the south. That is quite true. In fact, one of the big debates in Jewish historiography about this period was the expulsion of Jews primarily an economic? Was it a function of the economics of the region, or was it a function of ideology? Meaning, Ferdinand and Isabella were true believers, and they really wanted to get rid of all Christians from the Iberian Peninsula. They could not only totally do it Malign, but also Muslim Malign. Right? They wanted to also drive out the Islamic influence. And it's a massive debate. In my humble opinion, I think the truth is somewhere between those two extremes, but the crown definitely stood to benefit from the seized property of the expelled Jews. They got into a lot of trouble later because there were still debts owed, and that had to be dealt with. Christians were well entwined into many of these economic arrangements, and so it was not just a simple matter to simply steal money and kick them out. It was something that required quite a bit of investigation over the next century. Ms. Stacy M. reads that one of the Jewish right is that the Spanish Jews were embarrassed by the poor immigrant Jews and actually pitched in to send them off to the British Empire. This is unfortunately a phenomenon that we will see from time to time in Jewish history. The Italian Jews were also, they had a very degree of enthusiasm for accepting some of these Spanish immigrants. In other cases, in New York, for example, the earlier immigrants who came first from Spain and Portugal, and then later from Germany, didn't have quite as good an opinion about the Jews who were coming from Ukraine and Poland and Lithuania. So it is a phenomenon that repeats itself, unfortunately, many times in Jewish history. In Amsterdam specifically, the Portuguese did have a very strong consciousness of the need to support themselves and their own charities first, but the bulk of their charitable donations actually went to Ashkenazim, which is really quite fascinating. Mr. Boston writes, how is it possible that Dutch went from tolerance and striking against Nazi treatment of the Jews to the most devastating stories of the Holocaust? That is indeed a very important question. I think the key variable that has to be isolated is the degree of collaboration of local populations in the destruction of the Jewish population. And that's something that is not at all simple to answer, particularly in a short Q&A like that. We should recall that the Nazis had a very different attitudes towards how they occupied states in the West, which they regarded as their racial equals, and how they treated states in the East, like Poland, for example, Ukraine, which they regarded as their racial underlings. And the degree to which the local population was willing to cooperate with the Nazis was highly correlated with the treatment they received from the Nazis, which is a very, very different kind of thing. So your question requires far more attention than we can devote here. Thank you. Will the recording be made available on YouTube channel? Yeah, I intend to put it on there. And Mr. Barron asked my opinion on Columbus being Jewish or universal. Please have a look at my channel. There's a huge lecture there where I discuss it in great detail. Okay, that's it. Not too bad for timing. Thank you all very much for joining me. I think it would be great if we could learn together in person on this cruise. If that's not possible for you, then I'm very happy to communicate my research as I go through it over the next few months on my YouTube channel. Thank you very much for attending this webinar, and I hope you all have a fantastic day.
iHeartRadio Music Festival presented by Capital One is back in Vegas Home Arena, streaming live only on Hulu. A weekend full of superstar performances. And keep listening for the next chance to win your way there. Lenovo and the iHeartRadio Music Festival. Tech that hits different. In your gear, keep up with the beat. Lenovo PCs are built for creators, dreamers, and
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I've been doing a lot of research lately in preparation for our visit to the Netherlands with Kosher Riverboat Cruises, and I came across this one individual who was so fascinating that I have to share his life story with you. His name is Loco Ramirez, and he also had an alias named David Curiel. And the reason for his alias is specifically because he was a crypto Jew from Portugal who went to Amsterdam, decided to start living as a Jew, and he became a very prominent individual on many different planes of his career. So let's go into his story. First of all, he was born in Lisbon, Portugal in 1594. That is, almost a century after the forced conversion of the Jews of Portugal, which resulted in several generations of crypto Jews, Jews who were forced to exhibit the external lifestyle of Christians, but internally they had various degrees of relationship to their Jewish identity. As we've discussed in many other classes, this gave them unusual advantages in society because as Christians, they were no longer bound by anti-Semitic restrictions, not allowing them to attend higher education or travel, open businesses, all kinds of things. But nevertheless, to varying degrees, these families maintained some internal Jewish identity, married amongst themselves, and so on. He was a great example of the resilience and the courage and the ingenuity of Portuguese Jewry that developed over several generations of this bizarre kind of dual lifestyle. When he ended up moving to Amsterdam and later Antwerp, he was a founder of the communities there, and very fascinating. Okay, so the name Curiel, which is his Jewish name, probably came from one individual named Curiel del Duero, who came from Castile in Spain. And he had already emigrated with the 1492 expulsion of the Jews, and then was caught up in the forced conversion of the Portuguese Jews a few years later. He settled in Coimbra, which is a fascinating place. We've also visited in the past with Kosher Riverboat Cruises. It has a tremendous university there, very deeply associated with a lot of crypto Jews as well. So perhaps the most important person in the family background is a woman named Abigail, who was also a crypto Jew, and she was also in a relationship with another crypto Jew who had already attained the status of Portuguese nobility. His name was Jerónimo de Saldanha. So that meant that all of her children had both crypto Jewish background and Portuguese noble background. By the turn of the 16th century, however, the family was in a bit of a crisis because there were letters that were exchanged between the Portuguese members of the family and some of the Italian members of the family, and those letters were discovered, and this essentially outed the Portuguese members as being crypto Jews. So the Portuguese branch of the family had to start to flee Portugal, and many of them ended up in Amsterdam, which was a safe haven for Jews. So that's where we get to our individual Lopo Ramirez. His father was Jerónimo Núñez Ramirez. Núñez is a very common name associated with these crypto-Jewish families. He was a famous doctor in Lisbon who was very much involved in practicing and teaching Judaism secretly. We know this, by the way, because when some of the relatives of the family were arrested by the Inquisition, they kept trial transcripts of the tortures and the confessions and things like that. And so we actually have this sad, tragic record of what was actually going on. So when Ramirez died in 1609, he was a very prominent individual, and especially doctors held a lot of sway, so frequently they were immune from a certain degree of persecution. But once he died, his family was exposed. So Ramirez's wife and his children fled, first to France, and our protagonist, Lopo, was 15 years old at the time. They lived in France for a while, but his mother died 5 years later, and Lopo, with a younger sister, ended up moving to Amsterdam. In Amsterdam, he ended up rising as a very successful businessman using connections with the local Portuguese Jewish community. He ended up becoming extremely successful in both the jewelry and the perfume trades, including raising these bizarre animals called the African civet cats that apparently excrete kind of a musk from their anal glands. I kind of went down a little bit of a rabbit hole looking at that particular aspect of the perfume industry. Anyhow, he got married to a woman named Maria da Pina, and you don't be confused by that name Maria, even though it's a traditionally Christian name. Her actual name was Rachel Nahar. She was a crypto Jew as well. So working in this trade, becoming extremely wealthy, he was also highly regarded for his personal integrity, and he was named at the age of 24 to be the Gabbai of the Beit Jacob Synagogue in Amsterdam. Very, very important position, and he handled it very well. He was especially involved with a dispute that ended up in a breakaway minion, which happens all the time, and he managed to sort of smooth out relations between the parent minion and the child minion, and make sure that the treasurers of both institutions were able to combine their funds to ensure that the poor of Amsterdam were to be properly treated by the charitable funds. He was later very influential several decades later, and bringing together now 3 synagogues to form one single organization. So it's very much a sign of his business acumen, his personal integrity, and so on. There was a particularly dramatic moment in his life when he was 34 years old, and he was showing a stock of jewels to a customer from Germany. When he turned his back to the customer, and the customer attempted to murder him, slitting his throat. Miraculously, he survived by wrestling himself out of the grip of this customer, and the attacker was then caught and was in fact tried and executed, and his corpse was sold to the University of Leiden for dissection. So you definitely did not want to mess with local Ramirez because, anyways, he had the whole episode had a huge impact on me. He had the whole episode recorded, first in Portuguese and then translated into Hebrew verse, into a long poem. He kept the scroll recording that particular story with him at all times whenever he traveled, and on Purim the family would read this scroll every year alongside the Book of Esther. So it was kind of like his personal Purim story. Perhaps the reason why he was most famous, however, going well beyond what he did in the Jewish community, was that he ended up becoming very deeply involved in high-level diplomacy involving Spain and Portugal, which had significant tensions at this time. He was very much involved in lots of international affairs, working with both the Spanish and the Portuguese governments, and especially when Portugal seceded from Spain in 1640, Lopo became a major promoter of his estranged homeland. And we see an unusual phenomenon here that actually shows up several times with these Portuguese Jews, that even when they are, estranged from their land, not able to return because of the Inquisition, they still bear a tremendous love for their home country. And in fact, in this case, Lopo was knighted by the King of Portugal. He was made a formal knight, Caballero Fidalgo da Casa Real, but he could still not return to the homeland where he was officially a knight. Another great example of this is Rodriguez de Castelo Branco, who took the Latin name Amatus Lusitanus, very famous Jewish doctor who was, originally a crypto Jew. And his pen name, Amatus Lusitanus, means in Latin, lover of Portugal. So once again, even though he could not return, he still had great love for his homeland. Now, the services he rendered to both Spain and Portugal were not always appropriately appreciated, even though he was named as a knight. The King of Portugal was advised, like that wooden thief from Germany, do not mess with Lopo Ramirez. He was told by ambassador, whatever you do, make sure you pay Lopo Ramirez on time for his services, because he can be quite dangerous. Where we would see this, perhaps, this other side of him, is in a controversy that occurred a little bit later in his life. I don't want to go into too many details here, but you can look at the little information box on the YouTube that will give you the link to an article where it's discussed in great detail. Basically, there were 3 Jewish men who married 3 sisters, so 3 brothers-in-law to each other. Lopo Ramirez was one of them. One of the other brother-in-laws, a very wealthy man, died in 1641, and he left his massive fortune to his orphaned 4-month-old daughter. His wife had already passed away, and he named his 2 brothers-in-law, including Lopo, as the guardians of this unfortunate child. So here's Lopo and his other brother-in-law taking care of this 4-month-old daughter, who is hugely wealthy because her father left her a massive amount of money, but none of the estate was left to the aunts, the 3 sisters, or the 2 sisters. One of them, of course, has passed away, meaning Ramirez's wife and his sister-in-law. So at a certain point later on, the brothers-in-law sought to use a legal technicality to try and claim some of that money for themselves. This was viewed with tremendous disdain by the Amsterdam Jewish community, and the Mahamad, which is essentially the formal organization, formal community, placed both of the brothers-in-law, including Lopo Ramirez, illegally, which is a form of ostracism that is 1 level short of Sarah, which is a much more stringent and sometimes called excommunication. clarification. In general, the Amsterdam Jewish community used legally and harem quite frequently. You may be familiar with the case involving Baruch Spinoza, Julio da Costa, and others. So this status legally lasted.
Well, look at this athleticism.
And local
It's really
Ramirez
impressive.
himself, very proud man, tremendous achievements, very wealthy. He ended up organizing for himself the possibility of living openly as a Jew in Antwerp. This was something that was not done at all, but he had many connections with the ruling authorities. And even though the papal nuncio himself opposed allowing Loco Ramirez to move to Antwerp and to set up there, he nevertheless was allowed to do so. He was not allowed to, however, even build a synagogue there, but he could have, guests and so on. And in fact, some travelers report that he even had all kinds of people coming for Sukkot, and they lived in tents openly during that holiday. Well, fascinating. Eventually, the whole case was resolved, and after 13 years, Loco Ramirez came back to Amsterdam. He apologized. He paid a massive reconciliation payment to make amends by donating to charity, and ultimately he regarded Amsterdam as his home. He was passed away in Rotterdam, but he was taken to Amsterdam for burial. Fascinating story. Loco Ramirez, David Correa. Okay, I hope you enjoy this, and I hope you'll be able to come with us on this trip to the Netherlands, which promises to be absolutely fascinating. And if you're not, then God willing, we'll have some videos for you to enjoy as well. Thank you very much for watching.
What's my boy's name? What's my boy's name? What's my boy's name? Not live? Oh, he is live. Oh, tight. Oh, this shit's gonna get dirty.
Southbound 110 through Wilshire now. So how did we go from the northbound 101 to the southbound 110?
Throwing up gang signs.
Hello, fellow students of Jewishness. So, in the course of my research and preparation for the Copenhagen cruise,
Southbound now,
remarkable story happened by August.
Go to the south van.
By Isaac His story is just so mind-blowing. I got to tell you about it. Let me start first of all by talking about the period of time in which it's an era of the so-called Batavian Republic. This is the period of time when Amsterdam was invaded by the
Did you see? You're saying South 101, okay? Did you see up top where it said North 110? Pretty sure you can rewind and see it. I know I'm
Specifically, up top where it says North, of course, important for general war history is the Declaration of the Rights of Man and Citizen that the French had proclaimed as part of the revolutionary values. And when in 1795 the Dutch Republic became the Batavian Republic, they inherited some of these ideas.
I learned the city pretty well. Moral Hunter? 5 to 5. Yeah, we got 13 minutes left in the clock here. It's going to be interesting to see how long they stay with this. I think they will, guys. I don't know if they have much to show. All right, so now we're transitioning to the eastbound 10. Right? That's Central CHP where they film chips, the shelf, right there. So he is going now eastbound, right? We all agree on now eastbound 10, coming towards the 5. Yes, right, Kevin? Right, Kev? That's what they'll be taking to him. He stops right here. He doesn't have to go
brought himself. And this one's gonna be a long one. I mean, you guys are right. If that thing is full with gas, boy, we'll be driving for a long time. I'm watching Scott. I can see the helicopter and Scott shot. He's kind of just, he's kind of dragging his feet and running kind of parallel. God knows what he's doing. Guys, we already had one drop off. Right? Right? We already had one drop off now. I guess 4's out of it. And you see the difference in delay because we already saw this transition about 30 seconds ago. Correct, everybody? I think we can all agree.
Oh, Damon. He's amazing. What is a tenement slum?
And I'll go back later. So much going on.
Is that like the projects?
Let me do this. Watch it now. The other two channels are over, which is wild. 11, 11.
Oh, tight. Driver also fired at officers. These motherfuckers ain't fucking around. All right, do you know where they are? Heading east on the 10. I wonder why they get off the freeway. It's way easier to fuck with you. Where'd they go? Where'd they go? Tight. They probably killed these motherfuckers. Who do you want to win? The truck drivers. Why?
Alright, so we got
Why not?
box overhead now, so
Everybody deserves a second chance. I want to know what's in this fucking cylinder. If that bitch blows up.
get back on. We'll see. He's know how to drive the truck. He's got plenty of gas. You know what everybody thinks they're doing. I mean, you don't think they're doing by getting away by going downhill.
Oh, good move. Good move.
Post number 2. Post number 2.
You kept making all the stops. They kept ringing my bell.
26 years, only 11, 26 years. I'm living in the past. You're in the future. You're great. Here comes the tunnel. Fuck. Wait for the tunnel, bro. I want to see the action. Chickies are on his ass. They are. They're right on his ass. He can't just sit up there and run away. He knows if he gets out, he's going to run. His best bet is to stay in there.
Floor.
Oh, where's he at? Tractor beam pulling him in, ladies and gentlemen.
Turn.
Tractor beam pulling him in.
Figueroa. You know where he is? Yeah. Is he heading north? I think so.
Wrong way. Driving the wrong way.
What happened?
Yes, Mack truck.
Something happened. Yeah, he's heading downtown. What happened? What happened? No, dog. That motherfucker didn't go past that intersection. Something happened. Go. Your helicopter sucks. No, he's gone. Oh, no, there he goes. Do you know where he is? Uh-huh. Do you know exactly where he is? Have you filmed there? Oh, yeah. Have you filmed inside this motherfucker's cab? But I filmed in this area.
Having a good time flying around. 7 and 11 are staying with this sucker. The wheels fall off. He's going the wrong way. As you can see, traffic coming at him, guys. This is a one-way street. Going the wrong way. Look on the arrow. Holy smokes. And this is not uncommon. Not uncommon for downtown. Lots of people go down the wrong streets all the time. You see it. They're usually not easy. Seven's trying to work from it. Of course, the buildings are in the way. Making other people go the wrong way now.
You know where he is? Yeah, it's up at LA Live. Crypto.com Arena. Have you been there? I've been at LA Live.
Where's the Tagger Tower? There's the Tagger Tower. All the graffiti still all over it. Bombed out his feet. Old Memo. Now old Memo getting it in right now. Feature Memo.
Where's he going? I would hope he would try to get in an underpass and then book it. Last time he saw one of these, the guys got away, but it was during the day.
I'm just gonna, again, I honestly think it's not gonna last too long here. Keep staying here. We're on helicopter. Keeping an eye on Scott.
That's a good view. Go, dog. This is the best. This is the best TV. This is better than any sporting event, basically. It does not get... Oh, It does not get any better than an 18-wheeler. This is one of those ones that they put on like those Fox specials.
Would have been more scary during the day.
Word.
11:32 on a Sunday.
It's like as empty as it could be. Go.
Four's back on it. Who gives a shit? They can't seem to find it. I was just looking at it, bro. What's that? They need a new cameraman.
Oh man.
All I saw was buildings.
Buildings.
And again, you shouldn't have left it, bro.
I don't understand why they didn't just go high and then just be right over the guy.
Come on, bro. Doesn't take a rocket science. They need me up there in Channel 4. Get me out. We need that shot. We need this shot. Channel 4, I'll quit this shit. Yeah, I'll quit this motherfucker tomorrow.
Jug dish.
Scott's not next to me. Right here.
To set your screen to beautiful photos and videos paired with hand-curated playlists from iHeartRadio. If the screen you watch the most in your home.
Finally, okay. Now I'll go back to the corner.
Ways to listen to iHeartRadio. Check it out for free now.
Trust me, they're both believing in the fucking person. Not mine, theirs.
The first week of the NFL preseason is in the books. Chargers beat the Saints 27-13. Dolphins and Bears played 24-24.
I love it how everybody tells me how to do my job.
I don't come down to Burger King and tell you how to do your job.
I can't help it. They lead the chase, middle of nothing. Jason's close to it. Okay. Again, I don't have any more devices anymore. I'm gonna have to buy a whole nother computer on top of the other two. Right?
Oh, this might be his move. Nope.
I'm watching Scott. He's close. I'm watching. What are we doing here?
Uh-oh.
I have a feeling he's gonna go down the wrong way or something. Get stuck.
They're on his ass.
I think he's trying to get on the freeway, guys. He's trying to get back. Wait for the next thing. You see, he's running parallel with it. You see all the garbage and debris. They tell you how nice and clean the city is. You're doing a great job. Yes, you can see. In fact, if any of the people that run the World Cup are watching, you can see the way the shithole is that you're about to bring your biggest event to. Your biggest event every 4 years that you're about to bring to the biggest toilet that I live in. Remember that. They're just cleaning it up for you. Oh, wrong way again? No. Hey, bro, let's be honest. This dude drives truck. There's no way somebody would have taken that pole out on that turn right there. This dude knows how to drive a truck. Have it down.
Word.
He's an old truck driver. Or a current. He's going to lose his license. That's the truth. Oh, yeah. The World Cup comes first. Side by side with a bus. Fuck your light. Fuck your light. Shift red. Green is on it.
From west of the Rockies, toll free. Call 800-618-2555. This is
Look, you're thinking of Washington.
Richard Serrett.
Hey, welcome back. Old days, Chicago. Postcard from childhood.
This bitch has been gone for an hour.
The band formerly known as the Chicago Transit Authority. Remember the days before the world gone live.
He was on Venice, you're right, because I'm looking at the replays.
mean, we could check out that spot.
Going the wrong way now on the freeway.
Ooh, that's dangerous.
Get on the freeway going the wrong way.
That's dangerous.
Oh, here it goes. He did. This right here is going to be an on-ramp to his right.
Oh, that's dangerous. That's dangerous.
Your discretion is advised. That's Jason 2025 now. This is my next point. They're like, hey, you're going the wrong way. No. Still. That's the going the wrong way. Continuing to. We were getting on the wheel like,
Oh, is this dangerous?
bro. Your discretion is advised. Those fires are coming around this corner pretty quick.
60 miles an hour. Oh,
They're doing their best to light them up so other drivers can see them. Oh, shit.
is that dangerous? I don't know if I've ever seen one go like this, but not in a semi. I like his friend.
Don't forget about that. And they already shot at officers. Don't forget about that little tidbit.
I like it.
And this is a carjack truck. So don't forget about that.
Okay, get off the fucking freeway this way. Oh, dude, you're gonna get in a face off. Oh, dog. He's gonna cause a pile up.
Oh boy! There he goes. This is getting off now. On the on-ramp.
Yeah, good move. And not just go the right way.
There's a jack in a box right here when he comes off. I want to say there's a jack in a box right here as soon as he gets off. Yep, there's a jack in a box right there. There's the drive-thru.
Wow, this guy can maneuver.
It's amazing, Jack. Thanks. It's on Alameda, by the way. Left or right on Alameda. Which way we going, bud? North on Alameda it is.
No. Go, make a right. Oh, shit. Move. And then go. Here you go. Dude, what are you doing? Go back to other view.
Passenger door was open.
Steal another car.
I'm watching Scott. This is going to be the end of it unless they carjack another car.
That'd be great.
Perimeter set up here, guys. We are on foot, both out of the cab.
Closing valuable drive. Set up a drag that coastal area. Hurry!
I think that's Jason Stillwell's car, the black Explorer there. Oh, man, dude, good shot. You know what I can try? I'm already looking at this one.
And the new book from Robert Zimmerman is Conscious Choice, the Origins of Slavery in America and Why It Matters Today and for Our Future in Outer Space. And again, website timetheblack.com.
Get back in the semi.
Holy shit, he's in a white truck.
No way.
Here's Jason. He's on top. You can see the helicopter to your left right there. So he just got into another fucking car.
I love it. Oh, I hope so. That's teamwork. They're making the dream work.
Trying to tell you, don't be. Don't fuck with Tom. Tom and the boys, they're coming after you. Eagle eyes. Eagle eyes.
Yeah, we're meeting up with IC and his uncle. We're on the way there. Oh, you've been up all night? Nice. Oh, that feeling, Papa. That's me every day. Oh, God. Ben's fucking bot. I got him.
I'm putting 7-7's got him. They got him too here, so now they have him. Both people have him. They're making me work tonight. These some bitches are making me work. That's a third car. Third car. That's Jason 2025. Shout out to fucking Tom and the boys. They're doing it. They won't give up. They won't give up. So we'll see the switching of the drivers right here. Remember, guys, what we're hearing is a little ahead of what we're seeing. Here we go. Here's the Chinese fire drill. Man, you get out. Let me drive, idiot. You don't know how to fucking drive. Fuck. Oh, that's what that was. That was a conversation being had. I need you to know that. Wow.
Damn, this guy's flying.
I don't know if there's a third person, but I would assume there was two in the truck. This truck didn't get there by itself. One would assume there's three of this truck. Call the homeboy. What's up? Driver jumped out. Well, it is for sure. I agree on that. Just say they carjacked this kid. Driver jumped out that before. I'm putting your glue and his glue and everybody's glue together. Okay. So we carjacked the third car. Technically a fourth, because wasn't the original car carjacked? I think it was. The one that had the damaged tires before he took the truck. He likes trucks. Semi, regular, whatever. Cruising for a cruise. He's already wanted for murder on officers by shooting at him. That's got to get you 10, 15 years. I don't know. We have a new DA. I don't know how he might work. Apparently, right as they were getting overhead, the news, there was shots fired. Right as the news got overhead.
Why does this guy keep doing fucking? That's not smart. Yui's.
I mean, think about it. They took this many. I think this is their friend's truck, but you guys could be right. Could be another carjacking. But I think this person got about it. Maybe I'm wrong.
What are they doing?
What are we doing? Like, why even do that? Just give up at that point. Makes no sense.
No.
Unless he's stalling for time because the next movie is coming. And remember, if you guys were right, this person is a part of a crazy organization. They have a lot of reach. They have a lot of people in their pocket.
I love this motherfucking thing.
All right, man, I'm on the way right now. Never know. We live in a weird world. 2025 is not.
Why wouldn't you drive on the right side of the road? Bounce. Bounce. They're bouncing. They're bouncing.
Here we are.
They're bouncing.
Let me guess. The homeboys underneath there waiting. Oh, and that car just sped away pretty quickly. I'm willing to bet since they're in that black sedan.
They're gone.
That car's creeping and rolling.
They're gone.
They are in that sedan right fucking
For
there.
sure.
They're in the sedan, and I'm willing to bet says that car is just fucking ghost riding. They jumped in that black sedan. They did.
Yeah, they did.
They're in the sedan. They straight ghost riding the whip while
They're gone.
They need to realize that black sedan, that Honda that's on the freeway, they're in there. They're in the Honda. They're in the Honda.
That thing's
I don't
gone.
think they're in this. I really don't. This thing's going to come to a rolling stop. It's going to hit something, a truck, boom. You'll see. Right here. Right there. They're in that car. They're in that fucking sedan.
That car took off a little too
That fucking sedan. Watch how the
quickly.
sedan went. They're gone. There's nobody in that car.
They got away. Good for them.
Oh, I don't know. Maybe I think I saw somebody moving. Oh, Santiago. Thank you so much, Santiago.
They're gone.
I'm telling you, they're in that black sedan. They got away. They're in that black Honda.
They were just blowing time. Dog, they're not in there. They're gone. Good for them. I root for the bad guys in the movie.
I'm telling you, they're looking for it. They're looking for it.
They're gone. Good fucking luck, dog.
Crafty is right. Like I said, you have people with a lot of money. They're worth billions. They could easily. And people pick them up left and right. E-Tech is gone. You saw how it just jammed out of there. Right? It was quick. I don't know if they're pissed. I think they think they're still in that truck. They're going to realize that nobody's in that truck.
They're gone. Sea of vehicles.
Black Accord to me. What do you guys think? Black Accord? It came out of that tunnel? What do you guys think? Didn't look like a Beamer. It looked like an Accord. Black Accord. Black Civic Sport. Or Civic. Okay, Civic.
They're gone.
That's what I mean. Maybe it's, either way, I think we're all in agreement that they're looking for a Beamer. Now use an Accord.
That was brilliant. They made it.
I'm watching Scott. He's not on it. It's happening so fast. You know what I mean? So it's hard for them to keep up on the ground. You gotta remember, you know, the common boys, they're orbiting, man. They're spinning quick, 60 miles an hour a day. You're trying to keep an eye on everything. Things happen like that.
They got away.
You can sit back, quarterback it all we want.
Gone. Gone.
First time we've seen this happen. You know, like people picking another person up. It's not the first time. See, they're in the car now. They're in the car now. You can see there's nobody in that car. Black Accord.
They're gone. They look fucked.
Nobody's in there. Just like I thought, Ghost Riding is still let it go. Have your homeboy waiting underneath there. Or maybe they just pulled up next to a car that was sitting there, but I doubt it.
What's that? Oh, that's earlier.
Conscious choice, the origins of slavery in America and why it matters today and for our future in outer space.
That was no BMW X. No way. No way. They pulled all the way out of the white truck. No way that was an X.
I really enjoyed this conversation.
Dog. I have no idea how they got away. But that was baller. Fuck.
Like I said, you can do that with 20 or 30 homies when you have that kind of reach and pull and power. So we have that. No, I believe it originally started with the sheriff posse, then it went to the siege.
The San Francisco Bay. And here's what they have to say.
How hard that car was jammed onto the rim. That's what was the telltale sign
To
to me.
another show.
That was it.
Ready to be now, and be free once more.
It was black, but it wasn't
Ah, Captain Brown, I'm your Mr. Rainbow. Then the raindrops fall. To history. Ride, Captain, ride upon your mistress ship. We won't play, never play. We're here on your ship. Ride, Captain, ride upon your mistress ship.
Let me take a look at Scott's on the ground. Look at it.
Yes, there was a baby once. Raindrops fall.
Yeah, but it's easy for us, to watch this. Like I said, quarterback. That's why I was so impressed about how well Mark handled that chase we saw. Friday night we watched Deputy Smart, and she did a phenomenal job being a deputy by herself, having to chase that car and use her radio to keep it on.
No self-promotion. What does that even mean? Oh, you're done, son. Oh, you don't know who I am?
Enjoying these nuts.
Why does my skin not talk to the Mars, but it's
Look at the lights right there. They're not even working. You see 2 lights, 3 lights in the picture, and not one of them are working. Like the actual city street lights.
Dilzo Gaming. Right, Captain, right.
I think so, honestly, if they actually do
It was not, definitely not.
Upon your mistress ship. We are. Hey. How many fucking minutes, dog, you loser?
For real? Not LAPD. LAPD wasn't even in it. I mean, they're here now because, again, this is their jurisdiction. So they got to close the street off and all that. That's CHP right there.
Run, can't you run? Down your mystery ship.
There is no there was. There was in Bakersfield.
Itself, however, connectivity, parts of this region go back to what I call old school technology.
The bill by State Senator Paul Betancourt orders the Texas Water Board to identify flood-prone areas. The local government will then be required to install the early warning sirens, which will be paid for by state grants. A report says the Pentagon is being directed to use military force against certain drug cartels. President Trump has reported by the Pentagon to use military force against cartels designated as foreign terrorist organizations. The New York Times reports Trump signed the directive in secret, and military officials have started drawing up plans for targeting the cartels. The president has designated several drug cartels as foreign terrorist organizations since taking office. That's politics.
I'm gonna get up. Like I said, this isn't the first time we've seen this happen before. Guys picking each other up. That's not anything new. What's new is to see it happen that many times or that many carjackings. I mean, it reminds me of the best chase I ever saw, the one I showed you guys in Colorado. Dude got 140 years in prison. I think he got 140 years in prison for 4 live carjackings. And he tried for a fifth. He didn't get the fifth. The troopers were on him by then. They chased him way halfway across Colorado. What are you doing up there? Shot. I'm looking at Jason. He's rolling, but
This athleticism, folks. Broadcasting live upon your mystery ship. You are
totally pinched my skin for like a minute right there.
Why the fuck are you clipping streams and slapping your name under them? Go fuck yourself. Right, motherfuckers!
Look, Adam, the chase was wild, man. Movie shit. That was a wild one, man.
Give me the old west side. Why the fuck? So you put my live on kick. I was playing DCS. Are you actually live? Can you hear me? What the fuck is this? It's the west side, pimp.
Ugly little creature. It's really just a predator. He's a predator. He catches things, he hunts.
Why? Why not? You gotta pick a side. Pick the west side. Why? Well, there's east side, Little League. The west side. Hello. It's Chris Erickson. Oh. Shout out to Chris Erickson. I know who that is. Shout out to Chris Erickson. That woman is great. Person is great. Little scat pat. Yo, are you actually live? Can you hear me? Nobody's paying attention to you. When you're sick as I am.
West LA's getting in position. Holy smokes! You was all shitting on the CHP. I told you. They ain't giving up.
No way. It's still going?
Hey, I won't be wrong to say
Oh, tight. This thing is on fire.
Did any of you see it as a black BMW?
Dude, I saw it.
Huh? What's going on here, dude? This is a dream right now. Like, for real
This
now.
is a dream right
For real
now.
now?